Welcome to the 2026 Brawl Stars Championship. Today marks the first monthly final of the season, and we open in East Asia, the home of the reigning champions, Crazy Raccoon. I'm Sunny. I'm live from Copenhagen here with Kenny and Ark. And guys, it's been a couple months since we last shared a desk. How have you been, and are you ready to kick things off today?
More than ready. I feel like the break's always bittersweet. We crown a world champion and I go without my favorite esport for months, but we're finally back, baby. We're back and we're in person.
It's a tough time. The down season for me is the worst time of year, but 2026, back, bigger and better. Cannot wait to get it started.
And we want to head straight into the action here. That's what we have for you today, folks. 4 matches, 8 teams that made it through the monthly qualifiers. We have a couple of known names. Of course, Crazy Raccoon is there, Zeta Division, but also a couple of new ones, Kenny.
I think this is going to be a really intriguing region this year. I think there's potential in teams like SK Kalalas that you see in that second quarter final, and ones like ABC who are trying to renew their old legacies, old-timey names, but still haven't necessarily gotten the results that Crazy Raccoon did in 2025.
Yeah, for Crazy Raccoon as well, you know, what a World Finals it was, but you can't forget that leading up to it, it was pretty shaky. A lot of 3-2s, barely made it out of LCQ, but it just goes to show, right, that it's all about just keeping that cool head, and that's what Tensai is just so renowned for.
And what a way to start the year. We're here live in a studio in Copenhagen. I can finally annoy these guys in person. I can do this.
We'll allow it. We'll allow it.
And we already talked a little bit about it. Zeta Division had a beautiful run last year. It's going to be our first match of the day, Zeta versus Effort result. And they did have a little bit of a player swap. Betoman went over to Reject. Reject gave Levy a chance on their own. And yeah, who will have the better trade in the end is the question here.
I think that's something that we have to keep our eye on. I think this is the most notable change in the entire region. To be honest with you, Zeta Division, like you mentioned, had a beautiful run in the regular season. If you're somebody like Chitapo, somebody who's trying to cement themselves as an all-time great, going down in flames at the World Finals 0-2 is not what you want to do. And I feel like the vibes had to have just been so low. Something had to change, and so this was their solution to that. Bataman is a fantastic player, a star player at Reject last year, and now these two teams are essentially making a swap. I'm really curious to see if either team wins or we just get a plain wash. It's the same result.
It's a power move. Something had to change for Zeta Division. There was no denying that. But Bataman's got some big boots to fill. I mean, it's going to be quite a lot of pressure coming into their first match this year.
And for some of these teams, the meta last year was perfect. For others, it wasn't. So let's see if some of them will welcome the little change we have coming into this year.
Hey kids! What? Check out these new Brawl Stars buffies.
Awesome! Fantastic! Consumerism!
Buffies are finally here in Brawl Stars, and they have shaken up the meta quite a bit, not only in your ladder games and ranked games, but also in competitive. So I'm looking forward to see how the meta's shaping up now. We are looking at the stats here, Ark. Yeah, we definitely see a difference. Those 6 brawlers are the only ones in the game right now that have the buffies.
Yeah, for me, if you look at Ems, you look at Spike there, the True being with the Buffy, the False Column being without, and you can really see a substantial difference in how much Buffies really do elevate brawlers. I mean, across the whole, it's going to really make a massive difference. I think Frank for me as well, definitely my top 3 of brawlers with Buffies now that are going to cause a big issue on the field.
I think so too. We still have a couple of other brawlers that are super strong in the meta. We're going to get to that in a second. First off, we do want to talk about how you guys have voted. And for anyone who hasn't voted just yet, head over to event.brawlstars.com to get your rewards. It is definitely worth it. I hope you two did do your votes on the website.
Of course. Why would I not? I want my free rewards. I want to rep those pins and those icons in games so all my ladder opponents know that I know ball.
Kenny knows ball. That's the takeaway from today. Thank you for tuning in. It looks like, guys, you did copy my homework.
Hey, I'm not having any of that shade there.
Nope,
no,
not taking.
Not today.
Let's establish this right now on show 1. We're not taking that one. No,
well, what I will say is that these pretty much are the safest of bets, aren't they, really? I mean, if you really want to ensure those chaos drops, then I think that they are the places to go. I mean, we're not always right here on the desk. I think that's fair to say. But, I mean, if you're going to be playing it safe at home, I think that's the way to go.
Maybe if we don't always vote the same, we could even include some punishments in the future. Let us know if that's actually something that's interesting to you. Ark, Kenny, we all know that Trev is gonna take
I'm not scared.
Anyways.
I'm not scared.
I'm just saying, I was trying to convince the guys to be willing to shave their heads, and it was a resounding no. I mean, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
He actually did. I'm not going to shave my head for a Brawl Stars prediction. I'm so sorry. I can be convinced, but it takes a lot. Anyways, yeah, we already talked a little bit about that first match of the day, Zeta Division versus Effort Result. We all voted for Zeta Division. Why is that? Explain yourself.
Well, for me, I think it's pretty simple. In the opening month, it's the safest bet. Effort Result are a team that have never progressed past a top 8. I think that's definitely notable. On the other end, Chitampo has not missed out on being the #1 seed in this region since 2021. Every year, whether it's with Zeta 1, Zeta, or CR at the time. He's done it every single season. I'm going to bet on that once again.
I think it's safe to put down Zeta's World Finals performance last year as a blip. They were so consistent throughout the regular season of play last year. Four monthly final wins, one of which was with a substitute. So, you've got to take that into account. And we saw, didn't we, in the documentary for Chasing Glory, just how confident Tampa was. Maybe looking back a little bit overconfident, but confidence is key, and Zeta are lacking none of that.
I hope he's still confident now, since they are the very first match, not only of their own region's monthly final, but of the whole entire year. This is shaping up how this season is going to look, and the points that they can collect today are going to mean so much into the future. They can truly now make sure that they kick things off great. Some of the big teams in other regions haven't even made it into the monthly final. That's going to hurt them a lot. So I'm super eager to see who can already establish themselves today.
Of all times in all years of Brawl Stars, doing well in the first month matters now more than ever, especially with it being reduced from 2x to 1.5x at the halfway point of the year. We have a Brawl Cup, which these teams are going to be fighting on. If this is a slow start to the year, hit the red panic button. You really got to show. And if you're Zeta Division, if you want to be a great team, no disrespect to Effort Result, but you have to beat the opponents you're favored to beat. And that's something they didn't get done at World Finals.
Yeah, I feel for me, Effort Result, looking back to last year, 3 monthly final appearances, 2 sets won throughout the entirety of 2025 in those monthly finals. Never escaping the quarterfinals. There's so much going against them. It's very hard to side on that side of things. With those things in mind, you've got to side with the favorites, surely.
Let's have a little bit of a closer look at those teams now. We already talked a little bit about Zeta Division. They had that player swap. They've been looking great throughout all season last year, but then fell short at Worlds. On the other side, with Effort Result, they have lost a very important player arc.
Yeah, for me, Effort Result, Pishu was, for me, the star player last year. He was the shining star of this roster. A player which, went over to sub in for Zeta Division in the August monthly finals and won. But not just won, but they didn't drop a single set that month with Pishu, which is unreal. And that's going to be a really, really tough thing for Koga to be coming in and making good. I mean, a 17-year-old, very, very young, coming into the BSC, that's a daunting prospect in itself.
He's a very mechanically gifted player, but he's coming into a region full of mechanical wizards. So we'll see if that's actually going to be enough. 17-year-old Koga now for the first time on the big stage. On the other side, we don't only have Battleman joining that roster, we also have a coach joining them, Memeshi, who we all know. He has been with Chitampo already in 2021.
I think that's part of the influence for bringing Memeshi in specifically. Obviously, retirement, so coaching seems like a natural progression there. I like seeing this. I mean, you've seen successful results out of this from players like Drage, who even last season really helped reply Totem. I think having that ex-player experience and also just having that kind of charisma and that chemistry with somebody like Chitampo, who in 2021 helped win a world championship, whether he was starting or not, I think that's a part of it. Somebody that's aggressive, knows his players well. I could see this potentially being really good.
And for me, Koga, it's got such a massive mountain to climb. Imagine, coming into your first monthly final and then facing off against Chitampo. But we've seen in other regions, haven't we, coming up, Guesty, for example, in the EMEA region, a prodigy in the making. And with Koga being, having little to necessarily know about him, he has got a great opportunity to surprise us all, actually.
He does. I mean, all eyes are on him in the end. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes right now.
I'm with you.
They're facing off against none other than Zeta Division, the #1 seed last year against Chitampo. At least they're not the world final champions,
Yeah, I mean, one good thing is expectations kind of taper this down a little bit. If Effort Result lose, not the end of the world. I think top 8 is about what we expect out of them. Now, if they put up a 3-1, a 3-2, that's a great start to the year in my book. Even something like a successful loss, if you will, can go a long way for these borderline top 8 teams.
Hey, a 3-1 would be 50% of the entirety of sets that they were able to earn in 2025 monthly finals. So they will take it, I'm sure.
Well.
And, I'm looking more in this matchup to see have Zeta Division been able to recover from their world finals. Have they been able to put that aside, brush off the dust and come back into 2026 looking as strong as they did in 2025 monthly finals.
I asked Ark already, what needs to happen in order for Effort Result to win this one today? He was very brief. He said a miracle. Kenny, what's your answer?
Not much different, if I'm being honest with you. I really do think Zeta Division should be favorites here. And just again, with expectations, this is somebody, Shitampa, who's been a world champion, a runner-up in the past multiple times. He's one of the GOATs of Brawl Stars, and I think for him, this year is all about cementing his legacy. He's been lost in the GOAT conversation. Tensai has officially taken off with that. He is #1, the only one with 3 championships. Shitampa's got some catching up to do. He was embarrassed at the World Final stage. I want to see them come out swinging. I want to see them get a 3-0 and get right back on track.
I do actually want to hear your answer again, Ark. What has to happen in order for Effort Result to win today?
A miracle.
A miracle.
Thank you. Oh, goosebumps. That was
Some peak analysis right there, I'll tell you what.
peak entertainment.
There's the clip.
What do you predict for the draft in general? We talked a lot about buffies already. We now have Memeshi on the side of Zeta Division, and we keep talking about how East Asia is so mechanically gifted. Memeshi now one of the only teams with a coach on their side. How much is that going to shake things up?
It is something a little more rare for this region and something new. I think the formula for Zeta Division has very much been just fit a square block in a round hole. They're going to use their mechanics, and regardless of the hand they are dealt, regardless of the brawlers, they're going to do what's comfortable. They're going to be aggression. I'm going to be curious if Memeshi feeds into that, or if he tries and steers them more towards the EMEA direction of that tried and true, more control, matchups, really getting in the details, not necessarily what you're comfortable with in your brawler pool.
Maps of today are on your screens now. Hard Rock Mine to kick things off. A good old classic. Super Beach gonna follow up with that. Golden Gulch, Ring of Fire, and Bridge Too Far. I would look forward to Bridge Too Far. We haven't seen that map in a while, but how likely is it that we're gonna see all 5 maps in this match?
I was going to say, let me stop you there, Sonny. 5th and final sit in this, I think, is unlikely, but I'm all for it. I am all for it, for sure. I think there'd be nothing more exciting than to see Zeta Division be really put to the test in their first game of 2026. But I really like these maps, really kind of classic. I think that when you bring in something as dominant as buffies into the equation, it really does lend a great amount of good preparation for players. And as well, having the same map pool across the quarterfinals, by the way, we're going to be shuffling them around, but players have been really receptive to that, and positively so, because it allows their scrimmages to go much more smoothly.
I think there's 2 different views on this. It's kind of like a glass half full, glass half empty situation, where either this could be the first stomp of the year, or this has the potential to be the very first biggest upset of the year already.
I think that's very true. I mean, for somebody like Effort Result, I think just having a solid showing is a confidence builder. If you're Zeta Division, on the other hand, obviously they have so much more to lose. Anything short, I would say, of a really, really competitive semifinals, because there's some great teams in this region. I mean, I don't expect Zeta Division by any means carry away with every single month. I wouldn't expect that of any team in the world. It's hard to be that consistent. But right here, I do expect them to have a clean 3-0, 3-1. If this gets to a 3-2, I'm a little bit shaky as we move on throughout the day.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm expecting a sweep. I'm not going to lie. I feel like for me, Zeta Division, despite looking shaky towards the end of last year, and despite a roster change and Batman coming in, Batman's an amazing, accomplished player. I mean, he is really, really stunning on the field. I don't feel like he's going to be feeling under pressure in that regard until the later stages of this bracket here today. But again, I think if you're Zeta Division, you have to come in prepared to play anyone. You're not looking at Effort Result and thinking, oh, it's Effort Result. You know, sort of 3 monthly finals last year, 2 sets overall. You're thinking, this is a team that could beat us, and that's key.
At the same time, if you're Effort Result, you don't really have anything to lose, right? Zeta Division has a lot more on the line here.
Absolutely. I think for somebody like Zeta Division, it really is all about kicking off the year right. And to your point, I want to see Zeta Division get back to that killer mentality. Those interviews that you see in Chasing Glory with Shitampa are just exuding confidence, violent confidence, I would say. We are going to beat you is what he was saying literally every time. And I love that confidence. You got to back it up. And that's unfortunately something they did not do at the World Finals. I want to see them come out swinging. I want to see them be aggressive. I think if they took off with a Grand Finals victory here today, they would be on a huge trajectory upwards.
That's exactly it. You've got to back it up. Talk is talk.
Yes.
Action is action. And, you know, for Zeta Division, I think that they were right to talk a good talk going into the World Finals. They had the results to prove it, but coming out of it, it's a different story now.
Now I want to slowly head into the first map of the day. It's going to be Hard Rock Mine. We already talked a little bit how Spike is going to have some great showings. Ems as well. Colt maybe and Heist a bit more often. I think what I would love to see on this map, Rico. A brawler that has always been a mainstay on a map like Hard Rock Mine and is super strong in the current meta. There are a couple of those that haven't received their buffies yet and are still super strong. What comes to mind for me, Rico, Pierce, Mina. Anything else for you, Kenny?
No, I think you hit it nail on the head here. I really think Spike's one of those borderline brawlers that is just good enough to be picked first overall, but maybe not necessarily on every map be a ban. So I expect Spike to be the first overall in terms of most played throughout our 2 weekends here. I do think, to your point, Rico's going to be a borderline ban on something like Hard Rock Mine, and I also think he's so good to the point where he, as a play rate, is going to be number 5 overall based on our map pool. Somewhere in that range. I don't have an exact number, but you know what I mean. Top 5.
Yeah, and Spike, it's just a safe first pick brawler to have. It really kind of allows the opposition to consider and maybe even reconsider, do we go in with Frank? Do we go in with something tanky in that regard? Because Spike can shut it down so quick. I mean, gadget-wise, it's just one touch away. I think that brawlers like Poker, despite not having a Buffy, can really elevate brawlers that are in that tankier region, and Frank being the prime candidate. So I think you've got to really consider those things. And hey, Frank, Adrian, if you're listening, Buffy's coming next. B, Piper, just, you got my back. You got my back, right?
We, of course, also played the game a lot, and we all got the chance to test those buffies a little bit. Who feels the most oppressive to you?
Oh god, Ems I think is just the best brawler in the game currently. I think Pierce is
Even
really up there.
after the nerfs?
Absolutely.
Still so strong.
I think Ems is number 1. I think Ems is going to be a must ban on most maps and modes. I think Pierce is going to be right there with her. I think maybe a tick down at a pro level, it's a little bit harder to use. As somebody like me that's more of a casual player for you all at home, run Ems on that ranked user. It's a, hey, don't.
Got to hit your shots to make Pierce really work.
And that was my point. That was my polite way of saying that maybe I'm not as skilled. Maybe some of our players at home are learning. So maybe Ems is the way.
I mean, Ems.
I caught a stray. That was
in my elo, Ems is usually banned out. I don't know about you, Ark.
So again, sorry, I was laughing too loudly with my headset.
Ems is usually banned at her ranks. She was making another sly comment at me that my rank, we don't really ban the good brawlers.
Any opportunity just to keep knocking Kenny down a peg, I'm all for it.
Well,
really
if Trev's not on the desk, I mean,
yeah, that's
someone,
to be fair, you've now taken that role.
That's okay.
Welcome.
I've hit master. I've hit master. I'm not.
M's usually banned at my elo. What about yours?
Yeah, Ems is a really problematic brawler. And I said this from day one of the rework because you've got slow, you've got poison, you've got knockback, you've got heal, you've got all these things. And then you just throw in vulnerability into the equation as well when you pop your super. There's so much to her kit now. I mean, she just ticks every single box. So even despite that nerf, she's just still such a scary prospect. In Hot Rock Mine, I think the only bit of grace you've got is that the walls that you're able to kind of utilize to push back into the spawn with something like a Bull or a Frank and get there. The knockback is the only thing that I would say that, just with that nerf has brought Ems down a notch. That was basically a Gale super on a green button, right? So it's not quite as good now. It does give you a little bit more leeway.
We talk mostly about like 10 brawlers at this point. Is there any brawler, we have a lot more in game, that you feel like could be an unpopular opinion or a wild pick that you're hoping to see today?
Ooh. Good question. I mean, more towards like the later stages of the non-buffy brawlers. I think somebody that maybe more casual players who aren't used to looking at the pro scene might not expect. Somebody like Poco is going to show up quite a bit. In APAC, it will. I fully expect it in EMEA to really shine. I think that could be a borderline top 10 picked brawler throughout our weekends as well.
Speaking of shine, Globert. I'm kind of really curious to see whether Globert's going to fit in really well. I've heard really, really good things from the pros and many saying S tier. I think that Globert's one of those brawlers where it really depends on the map. I mean, something like Ring of Fire, for example, that's a place where I really feel Globert could shine. And, having that kind of heal and damage ability, the gadget's so prominent as well with Globert, to keeping something like a tank on the zone. And your opposition really has to flank around that to really take care of business. But yeah, really looking to see where that brawler fits in.
We're just getting the players situated at the moment, by the way, so bear with us. They're going to be with us in a minute. I meant Eve, for example. Bridge Too Far is a map where a brawler like Eve, that has basically no showing anywhere else, could do fairly well. Angelo as well. Chuck is also one of those brawlers that you don't really see outside of Heist.
Yeah, I think those are going to be more specific. I don't really expect, like you said, to see Eve or Chuck or anything like that elsewhere. I think there are some like sneaky good tanks out there, though. I've seen a ton of Trunk gameplay recently. Brawlers like Ali, I think, are one of those borderline assassins that aren't going to make the ban stage, but I think in the right situations, they're really good.
Yeah, Ali's definitely on a bit of a rise, and I really kind of feel like there's some additional love still to be found with Ali, actually. But certainly, I think, you know, even in Hard Rock Mine, she's quite a good brawler to have, you know, to have that additional information and to really use the bushes to your advantage and going with these assassination approaches. Kaze as well, still so good, and I want to see more. This is a region which really champion Kaze, so they know how to play it best.
Talking about assassins on Hard Rock Mine, what comes to mind immediately is Lily. I feel like she's still one of the best brawlers to pick up in your gem grab matches. Let's see if she's going to be picked up as well. Since we're in East Asia, I would also expect some Max today.
Yeah, I expect Max to be a very common mid throughout.
We get no Max, I riot.
I think it's just going to be a common one, though. I feel like there's a pretty wide variety of mids that you can rock with in Hard Rock Mine. I think Gus is somebody that's going to show up a lot. I think Max, due to the mechanics of this region and also other regions as well, a team like Reply Totem comes to mind as somebody like Joker who utilized that brawler for years. It's a comfort brawler. It's a solid A-tier brawler in my mind. I think that's one that'll show up a ton.
We saw a bit of Max at the World Finals too. I distinctly remember Humble just tearing down the field with Lukey and just, you know, just beelining towards that goal. I feel like as well, you know, Max kind of M's Frank pairing in Brawl Ball. There's nothing you can do if that's coming your way and M's got hypercharge. It's just over. So I'm really looking forward to seeing those kind of aggressive brawlers and just seeing how the meta's shaken up since the World Finals.
That is very true. I'm super excited to see that. We're now still in the match Zeta Vision versus Effort Result. Effort Result has a new player, Nepishu, switched rosters, is now in SK Kalalas, and Koga is coming in, 17-year-old mechanical genius, and I'm super excited to meet him in that match for the first time. On the other side with Zeta Division, as we already mentioned, Batman coming in. I think the big question that we want to ask later today is who got that better trade? We already talked about it. Batman versus Levy, Zeta versus Reject, who, profit more of that.
Yeah, I think it's ultimately going to be a trade. My expectation as the season goes along, I really still have Zeta ranked #1 in this region, at least for the regular season. Obviously, in the offseason, didn't work out for them as much in the playoffs, but we'll get to that point later on. I really do think Zeta have a strong chance, especially with bringing in Mameshi as a coach. I think bringing in Batman, that's a very solid fill-in. Levi's an excellent player. Obviously, when you change things up, you never know with the chemistry, but I think Batman's going to be able to be super comparable. He had a great season last year.
Yeah, both of those squads are just dangerous. I think Reject specifically for me last year were that team that kind of everyone seemed to forget, but they were so consistent throughout their monthly finals. Okay, they only won one in the end, but they were consistently in grand finals, and consistency this year, specifically with the changes that we've had to the format, is going to be really, really important to ensuring Brawl Cup, ensuring the World Finals, and bypassing LCQ.
I don't want to take away too much just yet, but let's say Effort Result wins against Zeta Division.
Oof.
Who are they
going there?
It's going to be a huge upset. Who are they going to meet in the semifinals? Who do you have put down in the grand finals? Who will win it all? Can Effort Result win it all if they also beat Zeta, Kenny?
Absolutely. I mean, I personally think Zeta are going to be the best.
You have Zeta as your winners for.
If I had to put a bet on it right now, which on event.brawlstars.com I did, I selected Zeta Vision, and maybe I changed my mind throughout the day. We luckily have the luxury of just changing our minds in the semifinals because we get to do these live as well. But if I had made my way too early predictions, Zeta Division is what I rolled with.
In the event site, I've done the opposite. I've gone with Crazy Raccoon, which I've historically not tended to do, and that's probably why today is going to go against me. It's just, that's the way it goes, isn't it? I feel like starting the season, Crazy Raccoon tend to fare pretty well. You know, they won their monthly final last year, and then it kind of went down, didn't it, from there for them. But they tend to have a good start to the season. I'm hoping today that is the case for them.
Good news for you, folks. We are heading into our first draft of the season. It's Hard Rock Mine. And we are looking at the players getting ready here, locked in. We already have the first brawler locked in as well. Sandy on the right-hand side here. Shade, Crow, Ellie is going to be banned out. So a lot of those brawlers we just mentioned already out of the way. Ems and Spike and Rico as well, Kenny. Unfortunate.
I think you can tell instantly who has the first overall pick here. You're going to see Rico, Spike, and M, some of the top brawlers in the game right now. And on the other side, a lot of the times when you have that first overall pick, you're trying to line yourself up to get your first pick a priority or set yourself up later down the line. So Sandy at that first overall pick doesn't surprise me. Mortis at the 2-3 turn is something that I'm not used to seeing. When we watch these scrims, when we're studying these players, we can't tell the draft order. You just see the end results. So the fact that Mortis is still that high, kind of surprising to me. And also Charlie as a mid makes sense here, especially if that 2-3 pick, you kind of want to lock that in. I think that's going to be a preventative way of if they go with a sharpshooter, somebody that single shot Pierce, a popular run right now. Now they have Spiderlings at least to combat that.
And also just doubling down, having the Charlie, which is going to be a good response should it be left on the table for the opposition to be able to pick up. Mortis can be stunned out by the Sweet Dreams gadget of the Sandy, so there's a concern there. But regardless, I feel like Zeta Division have got a nice starting hand. But the question is, will Effort Result just double down with these Mortis counters?
My question would also be who's actually gem carrier on both sides so far. Kid coming in here as the assassin on the side of Effort Result. We talked a lot about Lily. She's still been completely untouched so far in this draft, but with Kid, they already have that assassin down. Now Sandy, I love to play him also on lane here, so I would expect here a Gus, maybe a Pam, just any gem carrier to come in here. Max, of course, the East Asia special still on the board as well.
That's the one thing missing from Effort Results comp. So with pick number 5 here, I'm anticipating them to go for a mid as well. No, they're actually going to go aggressive. I'm assuming in this situation that Sandy's going to have to be the one to carry gems. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. So Trunk's going to come in here and add to their health points. If you're somebody like Zeta Division and you see Kit, who's an assassin, more of a squishy brawler, Lily, a tried and true one, Sandy, who deals okay damage, but it's a mid brawler. It's not necessarily going to get those quick frags. So now we're going to send the entire tree trunk and the ant army your way, and you're going to have a lot of health points to deal with.
So Charlie mid for Zeta Division, and that's going to be a brawler which, you know, is going to be quite lackluster into the Sandy for the Spiderlings. That's going to be taken care of in a single shot, so not going to be getting much value. So I imagine the Cocoon is going to be much more the healing prospect of which Zeta will be going for. Certainly, I think the aggression is on the side of Zeta. Trunk and Mortis, not an easy thing to shut down too frequently.
Well, Effort Result taking on Zeta Division for our opening match. Zeta Division, embarrassed after a World Final, had to make a change. They're bringing in Batman, the Cape Crusader, taking on the mid right now. Jean automatically forced away. Suzuki already heavily in enemy lines. Jim's on the ground, all going towards the red side, which is going to be Zeta Division right now.
Oh, what a little cocoon there from Batman, just round the corner. And it will allow Suzuki to go in for the slice. Unfortunately, though, forced to retreat as Jean then coming back off the spawn. Nice super there from Tampo, follows up and does secure the takedown of Koga.
Now they're going to be able to flank on this left-hand side as well. The Hochi barely surviving with the tree trunk just lurking, stun going through. That's one of the beauties of Kit. It's not the best brawler in the game. It's not high on your tier list right now. But at a professional level, if they can utilize the mechanic well, this invisibility that you're seeing here, get a dash, get a kill, especially onto a gym grab carrier, it can swing an entire game.
Nothing there, though, for Jean. The entirety of Zeta forced to the left. Tampo now stunned out, but again, the helping hand is always there for Suzuki, the Sweet Dreams. But again, now with that hypercharge too, this is a really terrible position now for Effort Result to get out of this spawn.
This is a great job out of Trunk and Mortis to stay on the front lines, to grab those frags, and now as a result, Charlie can just sit back, relax, collect these gems. 11 on the countdown. Red roster, in this case, going to be Zeta Division, able to take off here.
Suzuki has got some gems here if they can get a reset, and that is the perfect person to do for, but there's one picked up from the mid just in the nick of time, but it will be reset. Now Tampo now in a dangerous, perilous position. Koga does find the takedown, but there's still a lot going on in the back spawn. The gems look safe and sound for now.
A great reset, not enough to collect them though. They're gonna have to split these launch Tampo and Suzuki. Now on that left-hand side, a little invisibility to assist them. Suzuki branching out, they have to expand. The more time that goes on, the easier it is to collect these mid-gyms. So if less Zeta Division can step up, grab a kill, it's going to be a tie ball game.
Effort Result are buying valuable time. Suzuki might be in trouble here as well, and that would be 3 over to Effort Result. 1 from the mid though. Hypercharge coming out. Wahochi pushing forwards into the mid, gets the gem as well. That's going to be key. Now Zeta Division have really got to go on the offensive. Can they get it done in time? That's the question. Reset. It's neck and neck.
There's one of the beauties of that Charlie Cocoon. Drops the gems instantly, and with 15 on the clock, this has been a back and forth Effort Result, putting up a great fight in the opening game. Another stun goes down. 2 gems being the separator, and 5 on the clock. They have to hustle up this map. Top right-hand side is where they need to lay on the fire. Suzuki with a super available, a protection there as well. Certainly closer than you would have liked to see out of Zeta Division, especially considering the legacy that these players have. how they performed in the last season. For somebody like Effort Result, who's a borderline top 8 team, somebody that didn't even make it to every monthly final last year, I think this is a good place to be.
Yeah, really quite close. Far closer than I was expecting to see things start off. And you go into the next game, and certainly for Zeta Division, I thought this would be looking far, far cleaner.
I think a minor mistake there at the end of that first game, too, with Mortis just kind of dumping the gyms on the other side. That's what allowed it to be a tie. So once again, we're going to see Zeta Division be able to extend their positioning, now able to move it down this map. It's going to force Effort Result all the way through. There's so many mechanics, though, that Effort Result have. I wasn't quite sure how this draft was going to play out, but you have somebody like Lily who can kidnap a player, take him to the Shadow Realm, grab some gyms. Kit, of course, with a stun and some good team play, can also get an elimination. So there's plenty of upside with that composition.
Koga has got Hypercharge at a very early stage in this game. Gene as well. I was going to say almost missed the jump there, but regardless, Suzuki will still get the pickup and remain in this back spawn side and be a pest for Effort Result. I think they just dipped his toe into the sandstorm and spotted. Look at this serious aggression. Koga is being a big thorn in the side of Zeta.
Koga's still lurking, and Kit ends up grabbing that kill. So now the blue side has 3 members standing tall. Hypercharge for Satampo, but he gets stunned instantly. Suzuki there to back him up, does survive. Koga goes down, and that is a profitable trade for Zeta Division.
This is a good spot. Suzuki, though, can't outstay his welcome. It's the cardboard box from Gene pushing into a very aggressive position. Missed the swipe, so, and Zeta get the countdown. It's going to be a really aggressive stance now here from Effort Result. They're going to be able to do anything about this.
Purple button pop for Wahochi. Now Jane trying to dive in. Gadget to protect him. Batman needs to hold on for dear life. Such low HP, 484. Now they're going to scoop in Mortis, the gym carrier. Not what you want to see, but they still have the clock on their side.
Buying time still yet again, but it is Suzuki of which they need. And now pushing his way to the right. There's a hypercharge here on the Kit. Gene going in. Oh, the dash away from Suzuki just in the nick of time. Unless Koga can get a super, which he does, but there's no time now, surely. The gems are safe and sound. And the set goes the way of Zeta.
They took care of business. That's definitely the result they wanted. However, Effort Result contending there. That was a strong showing. This was a team coming out of qualifiers that I wasn't quite sure how they were going to do. Like we mentioned in the pre-show, somebody like Naipishu is a huge player to fill shoes in, and Koga is an unknown commodity. Not new to the game necessarily, has been competing, but it's one of these tier 2 guys looking to make a start, and you gotta start somewhere. Unfortunately for him, it just happens to be staring down the barrel of somebody like Zeta Division.
I think considering, though, that, for Effort Result, this is a massive mountain to climb. That was a great showing. That was not a stomp, not by a long shot on the side of Zeta. Towards the end, maybe looking more comfortable, less drops of the gems and resets of the countdown, but I mean, it was not straightforward, I felt.
Small sample size too, but you'll see here, having a new coach in Mameshi, I was curious to see if this team was going to adopt a super aggressive play style, something I think they're very comfortable with mechanics that they can execute through. In this case though, I think the draft kind of provided that. I think having somebody like Morris who they grabbed in that 2-3 turn, maybe early, maybe not, but that trunk at the very end, I think was just empowered by the kind of composition that ER went with. I think it's something aggressive for both of these ends, which I wasn't necessarily anticipating, so I'm curious if that's a trend that we see continue throughout the day, or if we see them deviate from that.
Well, new draft coming in shortly. And a chance for Effort Result to reset. I think there's definitely some positive words to be discussed in this bit of downtime because they did fantastically well, in my opinion. I mean, for Zeta Division, got a few question marks now, actually, myself, a little bit coming in because that should have been made look a little bit more easy, in my opinion. But nonetheless, an interesting draft. We're going to kind of unpack that somewhat because it's quite rare to pick a Mortis as early on as Zeta did.
I would say a Kit's not super normal on that map either. I think compared to a lot of other assassins that we're used to seeing, a couple of them banned, of course. We saw somebody like Ali get thrown out the window, but they were allowed access to somebody like Lily, somebody like Trunk in the mix too. I mean, these are some common brawlers that I don't think are necessarily ban-worthy, but I think it was almost too easy. I feel like Zeta Division were really contested. They weren't punished for the brawlers that they wanted. That's something out of Effort Result I would like to see a little more forethought. Now moving into Super Beach, yeah, it's more of a mid-range map. Pierce is still the guy though, especially with a brawler like Ims being banned. I think this is a natural step into the next pick.
Going to work in super well on this map for sure. In Hard Rock Mine, a lot of that bush means that Pierce can't get much value. Here, there's a lot of cover, but also little bush. So Pierce is going to really get some good value here from Zeta. I love that. But the Frank, this is what we were discussing coming in. It's so dangerous. And Poco here is open. If Effort Result just want to run this down, it's going to be a tough ask for Zeta to defend.
Ooh, I think this is a great shout at you. I think the Poco is a good mindset. It is tough to contest with the range of Pierce, but if Poco's just kind of supporting Frank, they just have so many health points hurtling their way at the other side. Pierce can do a ton of damage, though. I think that's one of the unique things about being a sharpshooter with him is the amount of ammo replenishment that he can do. It just quickly adds up, but I still think going a tank makes sense in the right direction. They're pairing this with Cordelius, and the reason you're seeing this so early on in the draft is because they clearly are prioritizing getting rid of what they think is going to be a tough anti-tank. They pair anti-tank Cordelius with Frank to make Frank's life a little easier in the future.
Exactly that. It's kind of gearing up for a third and final pick Poco, in my opinion. But it makes perfect sense. You want to protect, your main driving force of that comp. Griff going to come in for Zeta Division, which I quite like. I mean, breaking things open is definitely not the worst things in the world to allow Pierce to have more chance to be able to defend, because Frank pushing his way forwards requires a great amount of Pierce shots to take down. So I think it makes some sense. And Sandy to come in, which is a little bit counterintuitive. You kind of want Sandy to keep some cover. So I think having some good communication on the side of Zeta to ensure that they are breaking what they want to break and not leaving someone high and dry.
Now, this is quite the opposite strategy from Zeta Division compared to Hard Rock Mine, where they were so aggressive, had a tank, had an assassin, and now this is all control. I feel like they are more reacting outside of the Pierce pick, which was their first. But with the Sandy and the Griff, I think this is reactionary to what they're seeing. They want to go wall break. Sandy's one that I didn't quite see, but I think in terms of a one-on-one matchup into somebody like Cordelius, that's totally acceptable. Meeple coming in as well. So knowing there's wall break too, this is a bit peculiar to me, especially at a professional level more recently. I've seen the Rage Quit gadget, the stun, be more used, but when I look at these enemy composition brawlers, I feel like you almost have to use the Meeple Mansion, but that's kind of, that's kind of counter what they want to run. I'm a little bit shocked at these three brawlers. All good brawlers, but in tandem with each other, it's not quite making sense in my brain yet. I need to see this one play out.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, I don't know whether I'm much of a fan of the Meeple coming in here. I thought it was a very nicely laid out plan to come in with that Poco and just kind of run it down. And those sort of ideas can really, really work against teams like Zeta that really want to be more mechanical. It's a tougher thing to play up against. They are going to be running as well with the Mansion. That, I think is not my preferred gadget on this map either.
I think you almost have to. I mean, sometimes it can be a cheeky goal-scoring mechanic, or if they have like an enemy tank or assassin, somebody you need to quickly shut down, it's really helpful. But when I see Frank in the map and Cordelius, you almost have to rely on building your own map at this point, which is exactly what they're doing. Bohochi cycling in once again, going for the pull. Oh, and that's a tough clearing there. Could have been a real opportunity for effort result. Instead, though, they're going to be backtracking.
Batman is tapping. Bohochi now in a very tough spot as these shots are going to be continuing to come through the wall. Tampo will seal it. Here is the tanky brute, and the ball is protected by Gene, which is just going to allow time for Zeta to break things open more. I think effort result do need to start pushing back on this, or Tampo is just going to mold the map to what he wants it to be.
I'm fearful for effort result. The longer this drags on, like you mentioned, the more picky bakes that go down, the more open this map is. It's going to be tougher for somebody like Cordelius and Frank. Frank, thankfully, has so many health points to work with, over 15,000, which is something that Zeta Division are going to have to figure out how to shred through, but they need to find those early goals, and now that we're approaching the 1 minute marker, this is only going to be more of an uphill battle for effort result.
This is not the way. I mean, this really is not. Effort result are looking very sheepish, and they're just kind of buying down the clock. And I mean, the map is going to be in an overtime scenario before we even get there at this rate with 1 minute left on the clock. Another wall goes out there from Ryoji. That's kind of what they're waiting for. They want to cycle these Meeple gadgets to be able to push their way forwards. But, I mean, I feel like they want to go with a much more aggressive approach. This is, I mean, look at Koga. He's been in that top left this entire time, man!
I mean, Frank's not moving a muscle. He's literally rotating in the little sliver of grass that he has on that L-shaped wall. And if you're Zeta Division, they're clearly feeling comfortable. They're not pushing the tempo either. They know if they get to overtime, the map opens up. But right now is an opportunity that effort result have to seize. A big Frank super, a bank off the wall. Oh, and just bounces in. Nearly a mistake there, but nonetheless, effort result utilized the one strength their composition has. 15 health points out of Frankenstein.
I would love to say that was style points, but I know it was not. Certainly a blunder, but one that was been able to make good on by the end. But now Koga in a very difficult position here. He's got to be slow, cautious, and patient. Hypercharge for the Frank. Gene gets the ball. Surely takes it to safety now as well. And it looks like effort result may have just scraped their way through. It was not looking anywhere nearly as likely that that would be the case, but they capitalized down on that one moment and gave Zeta no time for a response.
Major credit to Effort Result, because I don't think that strategy was easy to run with all those walls taken down. Polar opposites here. I mean, Zeta Division very much coming in with a reactionary, matchup-dependent composition. I don't think this was necessarily the game plan. I don't think they walked in today thinking Griff is the way, that's what we're going with. But I think seeing the other end is something that they definitely benefited from. Now, Effort Result, I think, realizing they need to push the tempo early. Zeta Division unwavering, though. Right-hand side, a kick over to Shitampo, and he's going to slowly work his way up the map. So Zeta Division claiming control. The issue for their composition is they have to either find a Sandy gadget to knock him through the net, or some way to use their lower HP brawlers to move through.
You have to mix things up. A team like Zeta are going to adapt along the way, and it's just not going to fly. But for now, they can sit behind these walls. Let's see whether Koga is going to make any attempt to move from this top left. It's where he spent the majority of the game. I would love to see a heat map. It would be that blob in the top left. But now we're actually pushing the ball forwards with the help of the Mansion. Gene pushes his way forward as well, but shut down there by the Griff. And Suzuki now trying to push his way forwards to get the ball. A Sweet Dreams gadget is the perfect time, and he will get it! A goal for Zeta!
Excellent team play overall out of Zeta Division, because that could have been hairy. That was very similar to the scenario we saw in game number 1, where Frank just punches it through. Instead, Zeta Division take the entire team, focus their resources all on that Frank, get the stop, super pass forward, just excellent work overall. Job's not done yet, though. Effort Result now using some stuff. Oh, it's Shitampo with a nasty super. Just clears the way for his team.
Yeah, disgusting from Shitampo. He is a key component in this draft for Hypercharge, for Gene, and with the Buffy as well. That's such a dangerous prospect. But the time is going to be right to push, and Effort Result do not want to go in prematurely. Oh, look at these taps from Batman now as the Pierce really giving Gene a tough time here to push forwards.
Doing their best to rotate in the Meeple Mansion, but unfortunately not enough. Shitampo is just slowly carving away at this map, while Hochi relying on this little three-pronged wall in the middle just to try and land some shots, while Meeple's shot does auto-aim a little bit, even into somebody like Pierce. As long as Batman's hitting, he's got the extra range. He's got the super that he can utilize. I think this is a very tough position with 30 on the clock for Effort Result.
It's going to be very, very hard now as Zeta are just all ready for this push. They've got the goal. They can sit back. It's Effort Result. They've got to do so in 20 seconds, and it is go time. Hypercharge for Gene, the Mansion gadget there, being able to cover him a little bit, but absolutely eradicated. Zeta not giving an inch to Effort Result and punishing it in this set. We're going to be all tied up. There is no time for Effort Result to even get to the ball. That is a great response, a great adaptation there from Zeta to tie up this set.
Stark difference from game number 1. To your point, Zeta Division made Frank much more of a priority. If they lock out the Frank, if they don't allow him any free walks down the map, you saw it there, he had to just trek so much distance to go grab that ball. If Zeta Division can somehow find a decently timed goal, if they take a 1-0 lead, or even if they go into overtime, it's fine. You just gotta make sure you're prioritizing things like that Griff Super or the Sandy Sun for you scoring goals or making sure Frank can't walk any further up.
For me, Effort Result are so dependent on these Mansions of Meeple gadgets. And the cooldown's 22 seconds. That doesn't give you many instances to be able to place on the map. And the more time that they're not going on the aggressive, the more time that is allowed for those piggy banks from Shitampo. And it just places them in a very tough spot to be able to push forwards, because Gene is so susceptible now of a nice stun, a nice smash to follow it up. These Pierce shots are really keeping him just suppressed at all times. Batman knows his role in this game.
First time we've really seen the Meeple of Mansion be utilized in combination with the Frank super. He can tear down those walls, trap an enemy. Still, despite using all of those supers and gadgets, it's not enough. Zeta Division's still in control, despite having brawlers with, at most, what, 9,100 HP compared to something like 15,000 in Frank. Now he's going to use his super, trades a kill. Oh, the double as well. Now they can penetrate through the walls. This Meeple super being used for extra damage. If Koga gets a trap on one of these, if he can land a Shadow Realm, ooh, I thought there was possibly potential for them to march forward. I think the respawns out of Suzuki were too much, though. Now a hypercharge coming out of Shitampo. He's put his foot on the gas pedal. They're expanding on this left-hand side. Oh, a perfectly timed super out of Koga. Shitampo once again going to grab this ball, a kick over. They're just trying to hold on for as long as possible. Unfortunately, single-shot brawler Wahochi not able to do it 2 brawlers at once.
Yeah, Zeta now are cooking. Their strategy is really starting to prevail. But there is time here for Effort Result. Gene just cannot catch a break, though, since that first game. He's been suppressed so frequently. 2 down for Effort Result. It's just Koga. No sewer for defense here. Surely Zeta will body block their way forwards to score it. And that is the set. Zeta will take yet another to go 2 sets up.
Very commendable adjustment there coming out of Zeta Division. In the draft, they were very clearly trying to match what Effort Result had. Pierce as a first overall brawler, it's just one of the best brawlers, if not the best brawler in the game right now. Can't fault them at all for that. The Griff wall break and something in combination with the Sandy Super was enough to take down the enemy side. I understand why they want to take Frank. It's a very strong brawler. Frank has a great win rate in scrims across the world. If you pair that with something like a Cordelius, short range, it is a great one to take away from the enemy team into Frank, but I just like that Zeta Division had a backup plan. They were able to adjust on the fly. They didn't have to necessarily rely on that traditional hard counter. They got creative with it. I think having somebody like Meshi in the room really adds. It's just one more voice. It's one more person to tell you, hey, don't panic. We've got other options. I really like this adjustment as Zeta Division 8. Completely different way into going into this set compared to the first one, yet the same result.
13 for Tatampo. I mean, that's more than the entirety of the opposition of Effort Result. 12 for Batman. That's 2 more than the entirety of Effort Result. I mean, absolutely disgusting stats here for me. It's such a prominent set from Zeta. I mean, you know, that is just speaking volumes for me.
I was just scared of Tatampo there the whole time, honestly. I never want to face his Griff. He absolutely was a menace. Opening up the map, like you said, and then combining that with a Pierce was definitely the way to go in this map. Yet, it was a sign of life from Effort Result in this one. They did actually take the first game. I feel like we saw a potential in them that maybe they can even take a set today.
As far as 2-0s are concerned, I feel like this is one of the more competitive showings. I mean, this is all I can ask out of Effort Result. Again, this is a team that I really thought was going to be a borderline top 8. If they missed out on this month compared to some of the other teams that were just short, wouldn't have surprised me. But this is a great showing. Again, I think this is a confidence booster. Somebody like Koga just now coming in. He has to face Chitampo and his gang of people who are very devastated out of following his short, and his Griff, and a lot of DPS coming out of Pierce. Look, all things considered, I think this is pretty solid out of them.
Yeah, I feel like, for me, it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? I mean, at the beginning, I was not sold, especially when I saw the just sheepishness of Effort Result, and they had to make the move. When they did, they were able to get some results off the back of it. But Zeta are a team that are going to adapt. They've got, you know, voices in their ears telling them, you've got to make a change. This is not going to work out. And you know, they were able to increase the pressure cooker. And then you start to see the mistakes rolling in, because Effort Result are not the team with that kind of stature. They are going to make mistakes. They are going to be much more nervous than Zeta, it's fair to say. And as time goes on, I think that only kind of serves to go against them in this matchup.
It's definitely a conversation to be had how important draft truly is at this day and age. I feel like it might be even a bit more important than how you actually play in the set, because if you have a draft that just does not work out, you can't win the set. Yeah, here they had a Griff, they open up the map, and both the Cordelius and the Frank don't really profit from that. So maybe that's Memeshi working his magic.
Yeah, hard to say. Obviously, we're not in the room, but I really think it can't hurt. Obviously, we got to see how this goes throughout the season, throughout the day, but a 2-0 start, can't complain. I mean, that's all you can do at this point. Jean is the first overall pick when we move into this map. Of course, it's going to be Gold Arm Gulch that we're approaching. Jean's such a dependable one. It's somebody that's really pesky with the poke damage, Vengeful Spirits as a gadget. If you need an emergency, click this to get some extra kills. And then, of course, a Magic Hand can shift an entire round. So love to see that. Naturally, as a response, Bell is going to be somebody that counters that. So it's going to be a brawler that relies on Jean being clustered together, using the Magic Hand to kill teammates, and now Bell with a bounce shot can deal with that.
And we actually learned that Koga's favorite brawler is Bell. Gold Arm Gulch, her home. So if you ever want to play her, this is definitely the map. I love to see that he is falling back to comfort picks now. Bell might not be the best in the meta, but definitely has a right to be played on this map. Now on this other side of Zeta Division, we still have many brawlers open that we usually see or we saw in scrims. Rico, definitely one of them. Super, super strong. One of the best ones without the buffy. I'm still waiting for an RT and DOS maybe, Gark.
I mean, Jean and Rico have got some big susceptibilities. I mean, you know, an Edgar could do a lot of work here. Jean knockback going to do only so much before the fisticuffs will really land a punch. You know, we heard from Koga that he was going to destroy on this Bell, but it's just not a meta brawler pick. For Kaze, certainly what I'm looking at to be marked up, but you know, Kaze can also just evade those marks so easily. I feel like it's going to be quite tough here with the aggressiveness that Zeta have got, the control of the Rika, the heals of the Jean. I feel like whatever Effort Result want to go with next, Mina, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much one of the best that they could. But this could be the final set for me.
Once again, two very different strategies, and I think Frank is a key brawler to keep your eye on. He has 15,000 health points. He's very strong in the meta. There's a lot he has to work with. On the other side, Jean's somebody that does poke damage. Kaze as an assassin obviously can't match that kind of high health pool that somebody like a Frank has, but Rico deals so much damage. The high DPS, the long-range super, it's a problem. I think this is one of the better maps for Rico. I think this is a sneaky good pick out of Zayt Division. I think there's very big potential that this could be a 3-0 right here.
And when you've got a Frank, you know, and then you see the Rico, are you going to break open the map? No, because you can give Frank to use those walls. So definitely going to be a tough situation here. Tampu already scouting and knows for sure that there is no one on the left-hand side. They are safe. Now it's down to, you know, this is the kind of thing that makes me nervous because Wahochi's on the bell. So, you know, is it going to fare as well here for Effort Results? They need to start laying down some nest eggs. I haven't seen the reverse polarity gadget be used just yet. But I haven't seen any nest eggs placed on the map, so questioning a little bit there on that side of things. Zeta look to be a bit more confident as we get things going.
Every result very reserved to start out here. They're not necessarily asserting their dominance. It's just Frank in the back line, somebody like Mina, in and out, bounce shot for Bell every once in a while. As a sharpshooter, she can afford to stay back. But I think somebody like Zeta Division kind of spreading the floor a little bit. They've got Kaze lurking on this bottom side, Rico looking for bounce shots. I think if Effort Result aren't careful, especially when the Smog starts to close in, they're going to be a bad position.
No nest eggs for Bell. It is reverse polarity, which is going to make them very much more susceptible to these Kaze pushes. And look at this now. Everyone pinched for Effort Result. And a pull available for Batman. There's the windmill gadget of the Mina. There's a pull there from Jean as well. He gets some great slams. And it makes it 2 versus 1. A super will keep Suzuku suppressed. And the HP surely in the side there. Wochi, he gets the round.
That was certainly potential for Zeta Division to win. I feel like Kaze at the very end there, just missing a couple tags. Definitely a tough one to come through with. But overall, especially considering how patient Effort Result were, I think that's ultimately what they want to see there. This time, though, it's going to be much more difficult. All three of them now corralled in this top right-hand corner. Suzuku using a gadget. They're marching in unison, though. Now this is scary. Suzuku has to just run for the hills.
A very tough spot here. A great windmill there from the Mina. Also, oh, what a pull! Bannerman nails it right at the cusp. A single pixel was all that separates him between that and a miss.
That's all the difference in the world, too. Jean has the ability to turn the tide at a moment's notice. Nailing that pull puts professional players, some of the best in the world, some of the best mechanical players in a 3v2 situation. If you're Effort Result, this is a huge uphill battle to climb for the round.
And now if you Zeta just try to allow Batman to climb back that utility, got hypercharges there for Suzuku and Shitampo. They're going to be used as an emergency maneuver, I feel, because they're going to want to be reserving that for the third and final round.
Ideally, they can save that, especially in a 3v2 situation. Shitampo letting loose, though. Suzuku diving forward. A single-shot brawler, 3v1 situation. Wahochi knows better. Going to not feed a single more tag. It's conceding the round, but more importantly, it's not giving it more utility. So it's not necessarily quitting. It's kind of a strategical step back at this level.
Also hypercharges here for Effort Result. Zeta the first to show their hand from Suzuku, and it does bring back Effort Result into their spawn side. That's kind of not going to be great for the Frank. Shitampo can find a nice angle, but the hypercharge will close the gap quickly. Oh, look at that for Shitampo, using the wall to ricochet those shots. And it leaves Effort Result in a 2 versus 3. Jean trying to make his best of it. Oh, Shitampo's on fire, but it's now a 2 versus 2. Jean gets to pick up, and Bannerman can't close the gap.
That's a great gadget. Jean in a tough situation. No, trying to recharge, not enough. It's going to have to be a double. The tornado only connects with one, though. That Twister not nearly doing enough damage. Out of all brawlers in a 2v1 situation, this isn't the worst, but for new player Koga, this is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, no utility. Oh, but a missed pull there from Bannerman does give some grace. Can Koga dance his way around this quite literally on this Mina pick to try to get some value? It's going to be very tough now. There is the Vengeful Spirits as well to whittle him down, and Zeta are playing this perfect. A windmill will only, I'm sure, delay the inevitable. It's a very, very tough ask. He does his best, but Zeta do clear up the scraps and move on to match point.
One game away. Number 1 seed of 2025, looking to repeat. Shitampo has never missed that mark. Since 2021, he has been the number 1 seed as being APAC or East Asia, however the region's been aligned in those past years. After a devastating World Finals, this would be setting things right. This would be the first step in a long road to redemption.
I feel like Zeta are starting to really display their confidence. That first set, I had some question marks, and I did still in the second, but now they are really cooking. Let's see, Wahochi very low there on that top side. Tampo there, utilizing some of the healing. Getting some good taps now. That windmill gives a little bit of grace, but there, Waiuchi falls, low HP, and that's a terrible time to do so.
Oh, I can't wait to see Shitapo's stats at the end of this one. Another frag going down. Koga, the last man alive. And I think just trying to get some extra tags to move in with a super. Koga has now charged it, going to die immediately. I think that's a fair trade, all things considered. They have to give themselves a fighting chance. Zeta Division, I believe, have a full house walking into this. All three of them, two of them have a super. But I think Gene's going to be rather close here, especially with that poke damage.
Now is such a difficult spot for Everett Result. Hyper charge here for Tampo, find the ball, but a great gadget there from Koga. A fantastic response, but the Fanstorm goes down. A ball from Batman will secure the takedown. Everett Result now are floundering. Gene falls, Koga's the last man alive yet again in a 1 versus 2. He's got the might of the world against him here, as Zeta now have got all the time to be able to take their way around this. Koga now 742 HP, and the inevitability surely is just creeping in. There it is. Zeta secure the match, and they move on to the semi-finals. For Everett Result, there was an effort, but the results were lackluster.
Right back where they left off in 2025, being at the top of this region. Semi-final bound is Zeta Division. I think a very respectable showing out of Everett Result. That third one got away from them a little bit, but as far as sets 1 and 2, in my mind, the history book's going to show a 3-0, but this is a team with promise. This is something they can build off of, especially with Koga being his first day. I thought that was overall pretty decent. This is a tough team to win. We didn't expect them to do much. We expected a 3-0. I was certainly entertained by it.
Yeah, it was for me a good showing, nonetheless. You know, it was always going to be a tough ask to even claim a single set for Everett Result here. Zeta Division, despite finishing off 2025 in very much not the way that they wanted, they did come in and start things off strong in their home region.
It was very lovely to see that we did see some signs of Everett Results definitely having what it takes to maybe even beat Zeta Division in the future. Not today though. I'm super excited to see them next month again. If they make it into the monthly finals, we definitely have our fingers crossed for them. Zeta Division in the end comes out of this as the winner, 3-0. Zizuku here with the most kills. Kaze was definitely the way to go here with the Gene heals in the back with the max range pulls from Betterman. That was crazy to watch.
And we discussed coming in, like, was Batman going to show any signs of nerves? How was he going to fit in with this roster? You know, because again, coming in the situation in which he has, a lot of pressure. Surely showed no signs of fumbling whatsoever. Those gene pulls absolutely on point.
It looks very convincing what we've seen from Zeta Division today, and we already talked about how much confidence they had coming into the postseason last season as well. World Finals unfortunately didn't go their way, but they're off to a great start. And Kenny, you even have them down to win it all. I mean, after that performance, they might rush through the semi-final as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, gonna adapt and see what these other teams do. I'm pretty convinced that Zeta Division are still a good team, though. I'm really excited to see what they do the rest of the day.
And we need to find out first who they're actually facing in the semi-finals. We see Zeta Division already waiting for their opponent, and that's gonna be either SK Kalalas or Rival Esports. And that's a match I'm looking forward to because we have two ex-teammates on those rosters.
Yeah, certainly a matchup that I'm looking forward to see. I think this SKC team has a real opportunity to make some noise.
Yeah, I feel like this could be a real roster brewing here. You know, you've got the synergy between Kuru and Ghost T. They go back to 2024. Napushu coming in, who I said was the star player from Everett Results roster last year. You know, a player which came in for Zeta Division in the final hour of August and got them the win in the monthly final. Not an easy task to do. You want to be able to bring your best, and for a team like Zeta as well, who got 4 monthly final wins last year, he didn't let them down when it mattered most.
And as you already mentioned, Kuru kind of reformed that 2024 FA Nidog roster, bringing Ghost T back, and Naipishu also a very good young talent. We've seen him last year shine, not only with his teammates now in Everett Result, but also with Zeta Division.
Yeah, I think out of the entire region, while Zeta Division were the ones I picked to win, I think SKC are the one I'm most excited to see play because I think the ceiling is so high for these guys. Ghost T, somebody that basically took the year off last year, committed to studies, and now is back in Brawl Stars. He stayed seasoned. I expect him to still show no signs of weakness here today. You talked about Naipishu. That's somebody that was a standout player for me in the region last year, and now paired up with veteran Kuru. Champion Kuru, by the way. Yeah. This is an opportunity for him, I think, to show that he still got it.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting affair for me. You know, Rival Esports got an entirely new roster. But SKC, I feel like with Kuru being a world champion, there's going to be some great leadership coming from that side specifically.
And since you already mentioned Pishu, he did play for Zeta Division once last year. He did give them a 9-0 walk through the monthly final. So definitely a young talent you want to keep an eye out for. On the other side, we have rival Esports. Ryohu bringing in two fairly new players.
For sure, and I think this is a roster that's been thrown together very last second, unfortunately. Ryohi was somebody that I think kind of a tragic character in this region, was originally going to play with a different team, but Kenji stepping back out of retirement kind of reshuffled the way this region worked out. So they put this together last second. Rival take a chance on them, and I think Ryohi is a great player. Again, with his other two unknown commodities, though, I'm just not sure the distance they can go.
For me as well, it's a team that springs to mind when it comes to, picking up the scraps. Look at Team Humble. They were that kind of roster back in 2024 when they had to make good of what they had, and they went on to win the whole thing. So, just saying.
We also have another coach. As mentioned, it's very rare in this region that, bringing in coaches in general, but on the side of SKC, we do actually have Seabus.
I think this is a good addition again. I feel like this is an overall trend we're starting to see in East Asia. I think they've heard the criticism that a lot of people around the world have had. And I think it's also awesome to bring somebody in from a different region who's worked with other teams to kind of take ideas that you're not necessarily used to. And maybe just having a fresh insight is enough to kind of give them a leg up.
My only reservation is that Sebas was drafting for Team Heretics in the World Finals. That didn't go too well, So I'm hoping that we see a bit more variation in the approach, a bit more strategy. I don't want to see any Hank. If you know, you know.
I think that's still too soon to mention.
Is it though? Is it though?
I'm sure that still hurts Sebas and Heretics. We're going to see them tomorrow, so let's see if they've recovered from that, Hank. But yeah, Sebas, some international support now for that SK Kalala's East Asia roster, an org that we've seen before in another region, now coming to East Asia, picking up those young and very talented players. And now we're at rival Esports. Talking about young and talented players, Kenny, who are the two on the side of Rare here?
So they're not going to be familiar to y'all for something like BSC, but they've been around the block. Again, kind of these tier 2 players that haven't quite made themselves established. Top 8 teams throughout the year. They played in other third-party events. They've made some splashes, nothing spectacular by any means, not winning any super big tournaments. But I think that's partially why they end up on this roster. And I think the fact that they've even made it this far is really impressive. Ryohi's somebody that's played with teams like Navi last year. That's a ginormous org, and to now be kind of forced into picking a spot where he has to recruit some teammates. Clearly, these are two players he believes in, and the fact that they're making top 8 is a great first step. Again, I don't expect them to necessarily win this match, but if they show off a 3-1, I feel similarly to something like an effort result where I just want to see how they perform this opening month. The season's not on the line here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, getting to a stage of maybe taking it to a fifth and final set, but maybe not going all the way to make the semis would still be a great result for them under the circumstances, having two lesser-known players in the roster. I think as an organization, Rival Esports last year, making it all the way to that golden ticket match, losing just to Revenant X-Spark on the day, they did really, really well. This is, for me, an organization which look for fresh new talent and can definitely harness them in the right way. So they've got a good support network in that regard.
So another match where we tend to predict for one of the two rosters, but another match that has the potential to cause a huge upset. We're looking at the maps right now. It's the same 5 maps, but of course we switched the order of them, so now we do also get to see Ring of Fire, maybe even Bridge to Fire if they do push it to a 4th set, Kenny.
Yeah, and I think for players overall, this is just a better way to prepare for them. I think this is just a healthy balance and one of the changes that I'm actually a pretty big fan of in general. I want to call out too, while we have talked about how Rival are definitely underdogs in this situation, their qualifiers were rather impressive. They pushed the defending world champions to a 2-3. I mean, they were 1 set away from being a top bracket team here, and that certainly would have changed entire storylines and how we looked at this roster here today.
Crazy Raccoon and 2-3 scorelines, bro. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Love it.
They're starting the season like we saw them do last year, aren't they?
So
like,
you're not actually giving that to Rival. That's just Crazy Raccoon.
I know for Crazy Raccoon, they are that team which love the 2-3 scorelines. I mean, they really push it to that edge. I mean, even to get out of that LCQ last year, that was a 2-3. I mean, it just lists their scorecard. It really does.
I'm always looking forward to see some new faces on a show like this one, because every single one of you could land here and we get the chance to cast and to host you. We're super excited for that. So I'm super excited right now to cast those two standing alongside Ryohei today. Their qualifier, as you mentioned, was quite good. I would say they just played well, and it wasn't just Crazy Raccoon loving 3-2s. Their qualifier run was quite impressive.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, anytime the defending world champions are challenged, I have my eye on them, despite CR being men of content, we'll call them, loving to push it to the set 5. Ultimately, Rival Esports, a team that are more unknown, that's a great confidence builder, even if it did throw them down to that lower bracket. It shows that they can fight. I mean, a team like CR, obviously good enough here to be as what I expect SKC to be. I think CR are kind of in that preseason top 3 going for those postseason slots. I think SKC are very real contenders for those as well.
Yeah, I feel like for me, Crazy Raccoon are a team which just keep their cool. That's the thing. I mean, it doesn't matter who they're going up to the 5th and final set against. They will keep their cool. They will come out the other side. For Rival, I mean, I'm sure that would have given them some good confidence out coming out of those qualifiers nonetheless. But, you know, is this more than they can chew for this quarterfinals too?
And we now want to head into the first draft of this matchup and into our first map. On the side of SK Kalalis, we have a reunion of the former FA Nidog core. Ryohei and Kuro actually have been teammates as well in Navi last year, and they have been forming that FA Nidog roster together with Ghost T. So Ryohei is facing off against 2 of his old teammates here.
A lot of familiarity, and the more years that go by in Brawl Esports, you're going to see it across the regions, and it's why these opening months are always so fun. There's a little flair of personal. These teams are all playing with each other, playing against each other, screaming all offseason, harboring either those hard feelings, those amicable feelings. It doesn't matter. Everybody wants to win the breakup, especially on a day like Valentine's Day, on Singles Day for some of us. You gotta win the breakup.
Hey man, I feel for you, bro. We're all here for you on the desk, Kenny. Like, all right. You and Travis,
that wasn't
really,
I didn't need the pity.
Day.
I didn't need the pity.
It's okay, we're here, man. We are here. This is what we're all about. Meeple coming in yet again, as we saw already in the previous matchup for SKC now with the Frank. But the Pierce being banned, I think, is quite key here. Wall break's still on the cards here for Rival Esports. They do want to do that same approach that we saw with Zeta and really leave the Frank hanging and leave the Meeple just dependent on utilizing that gadget. I think the Spike ban, the Ems ban, we're going to see that quite consistently so today, but still some buffied brawlers potentially here on the cards.
We've seen Zeta Division here on Super Beach with a Pierce comp. He's banned out from both sides this time around. So, yeah, not going to see any more of these long-range brawlers. Shelly and Mina, a lot of damage output, and especially good against Frank. Cordelius does the same. They basically have 3 tank counters now. Mina in assessing, but also quite good against Frank because you can just dash away whenever he has a super available.
Frank really just going to have a hard time here. I mean, once again, this is going to be something similar to when we saw Super Beach in that opening match of a Meeple-Frank combo. Has potential. You saw what it could do when you box somebody in with the Mansion of Meeple, then you throw down a Frank super, and it's an auto-kill, kind of a checkmate situation. Shelly can blast her way through that. Core can drag somebody to the Shadow Realm. I kind of think this is an interesting response coming out of the other end, though. SKC going for a Willow, a thrower, and unless there's a ton of wall break, that's a brawler that's going to thrive.
Yeah, I really do love this Willow pick. I feel like it's a brawler that is very frequently banned, and when it's open, you kind of have to heavily consider going for it. But you've got to get the value, you've got to have the mind control, most importantly. It can make for a fantastic defense, but it can also make for a lot of offensive plays. Getting those goals in the goal side of your opposition, it's just a very rewarding brawler to play, isn't it?
Very rewarding. She's also the most picked and the highest win rate brawler on the map like this one, but against Shelly and Frank, open up the map. Don't know.
SKC, definitely a team to keep your eye out for in this region. A lot of talent. Somebody like Ghost T returning to the fray. Kuru, a world champion in his own right, but hasn't qualified since the big win. Now going against an upstart like Rival, has a super available. Ooh, and I think a little mistiming there.
Yeah.
Was looking for the regular shot into that super, and instead just pulls the trigger finger a little early.
Yeah, you can't really mess that up. It's just under the thumbs of everyone. Some nerves, certainly, off the back to start things off for Rival Esports, because that is the goal. There's no which way about it. a bit unforgivable, but there's still plenty of time for Rival to find their pathing in this matchup. The Pishu going to be forcing this Shay to dash away, and now the helping hand of Mina just getting that ball clear on the side of Rival.
All things considered, kill count certainly in Rival's favor right now. Kuru left all alone drops this super just to try and deal with multiple opponents. There's going to be a rotation of Cordelius onto this right-hand side. As such a short-range brawler, he's either going to be shadowing Frank or using these walls to his advantage. So that's exactly why you're seeing him move here.
Great gadget! Perfect time from Kuru! Love that! That is what I'm talking about. I don't like the Manchester Meeple coming in as a gadget of choice. That is the reason why Rage Quit works best.
Extra goal-scoring mechanic in the pocket, never hurt. Now an opportunity for Rival once again. Hypercharge being popped. Udapin making a connection. Super going down for Ryohi. Kicks, intercepted by Naipishu. He's got to move this ball somewhere, though. Oh, just allowed to move on to the other end. The mind control distracted Shelly. Super shot available, finds the angle and ends the game right there. Beautifully executed.
Very, very confident stuff from SKC. That is how you like to start things off, and especially in that first game, if you can sense there's some nervousness in your opposition, that's going to feed so much more into your confidence. So I really liked what I saw there.
Blood in the water after that missed opening goal. Little shaky to say the least coming out of Rival, but far from over. Windmill Gadget going down early, a pass to the right-hand side, but Udapin nowhere to walk. A nice hop away. I think a good choice of Gadget, all things considered, especially into somebody like a Frank.
Now, SKC will be lurking this left-hand side, allowing Ghost T to really land this poison down and getting consecutive taps. We're here now solo. A nice dive there from Ghost T right at the timing. Toronto is the key person here for the defense, sliding forwards now, but another Rage Quit yet again from Kuru. Absolute pinpoint precision and a goal rewarded for it.
Love this choice as well. We alluded to it in the opening set that we saw Super Beach, but it's something like a Sandy Super where Sweet Dreams can get you a stun, and Kuru, especially at lower HP, can buy himself some time. That combination with Naipishu having all the health points for the roster, he can just punch one in. Nicely timed gadget once again. Frank not making any tags. Shelly now in prime positioning with a super available. Rival have to put one in the back of the net at some point. They have to take advantage of the position they've gained.
Do not want to feed into Ghost T now. He gets the mind control. It'll be a sure defense. Mina dancing around things, but Tora coming forwards. A dive from Ghost T. Gonna come straight out into a mind control. Again, a great time from Ghost T, but now susceptible surely to going down in the spawn side. And when she does as well, that could open up something here for Ryohi. Can make some value happen. Lovely cycling and a windmill for safety.
Ryohi's just having his way right now against the Frank, but more importantly, they have to find a way to grab this ball. Super available for Shelly, and I'd love to see her use it. Yeah, get aggressive against this Frank, knowing she has the matchup. It's going to push Frank away. Now they can distribute this ball a little bit. Kuru knows better, though. Hypercharge available. Bounce way into the air. Naipishu pops a purple button just to get the extra speed. Now Rival gaining the ball once again. 1v1 situation, and you won't mess it up this time. Udapin makes right by that first game.
That is how you do it. A lovely response there from Rival Esports. And a lot of pressure for Udapin considering that fumble. Now he's made good on it, but Ghost T is the hypercharge, and that's a really daunting prospect, but he's got to land it. These taps from Kuru are pivotal. Ryohi's low, hypercharge forced out now by Udapin, trying to get this ball clear into the corner, which might not be the best place when you've got the Willow to hand.
You're gonna have to take advantage of this gadget. Stun going through for Kuru. Now a battle on the left hand, and Shelly, though, puts the smack on Frank. Goal on the top right-hand side. Ghost T hustling for it. Has a super available. A guaranteed goal if they just make it count. That's a great timing out of Ryohi, though. Just juggling this ball off the line. Blown opportunity there by SKC.
Now a chance for a response, but it's not going to be easy for Rival Esports. They've got to maintain their composure and really work to whittle down this Frank. Ryohi's pulled in. Wimble as well continues the aggression, cycling nicely here as well. That's exactly what Rival Esports. But oh, it's been almost that scene as well. Can miss super, some blunders coming in thick and fast for Rival.
The fact that Udapin survives buys them time, but in a 3v2 situation, it may not be enough. Blast on the left-hand side. Shell shock to knock the Frank away. Kuru, though, hustling up the middle. Gadget not enough. Interception. Counter opportunity for Ryohi, distributing that ball over to Shelly, and she has dangerous intention. Now, bouncing it off the wall, looking for Mina. They're just going to hold on. 15 seconds to make one final push.
Yeah, no rage quit for Kuru. The invulnerability was still present from Ryohi coming off the back spawn. There is still time. Can they get this ball into the shot? They got super to hand. They passed the Shelly. Always be tough to get this the dash forwards as well. There it is, but off the line yet again. It's going to be ending it all tied up. SKC will still be one game ahead. We've got to play this one out.
Roller coaster ride in game number 2. That game number 1 was rather convincing, so I'm glad to see that we're getting a little more competition. I know Rival aren't favorites necessarily, but again, given their qualifiers, they've gone toe-to-toe with a team like Crazy Raccoon, who we obviously highly regard. They're defending world champions overall. They have a 3-time world champion, so they can do it then. Let's see how they do it under the bright lights in a top 8 setting. SKC, though, moving this ball up the middle of the map. Dumping in on this top left-hand side. Once again, you're going to see this interaction. Shelly kind of just shadowing whatever this Frank does, even if it rotates to the other end. If they've got a Shadow Realm, Cordelius is a great way to deal with him.
I feel like for me, as time goes on, it actually kind of serves to favor Rival Esports a little bit, to let them get warmed up, to shake off some of these nerves that we saw in that first game. But Ghost T, he's the dangerous man for me on the side of SKC, especially in the spot in which he's in. Able just to continuously land these poison shots, get towards that mind control, and then you've already got there it is already. That's a very swift way to start things off here. A good pinch when they push you from that left-hand side also. They've got to be able to land the mind control. Kuro goes down, that's going to leave an opening, but Utopin forcing into the realm there. Does come out of it pretty swiftly to ensure this defense.
Shelly has to buy just enough time to have the health points to combat the Frank. Will steer him away from now. I like that SKC were patient there, but excellent response out of Rival, who now have the ball in their own control. Going to pass it to this left-hand side. Kuro, of course, can now shoot through walls, so it'll punch Cordelius back. Mind control onto Shelly. That's been a problem for them. Not if she has a super on her side, though. Ultimately a trade in this 2v2 setting. This stalemate will pause where that ball rolls.
Passing forwards the ball from Ryohi, but waiting for Totoro to come back in for the helping hand. Ipishu goes in, gets the stun on the Shelly, but Utopin into the realm, is able to evade it. Now the hypercharge coming in from Kuru, and that's allowing him to walk straight through the wall, but the ball will not be able to do so as the shell shock of Totoro comes in thick and fast. Rage Quick stuns him out just for a temporary moment in time as they're passing the ball around to this right-hand side, trying to force it through.
I'm not sure Rival have the health points to really move this, and I think they recognize that. They'd much rather just hold possession of the ball in the middle of this map, move SKC back, and now Ryohi, though, gained those health points and able to march forward. Utopin just dribbling, waiting for his teammate to clear the path, and a perfect tornado just short of the line. A hop in, though! Beautiful execution, and now Rival with a chance to take a game of their own.
A beautiful replanting gadget there will secure a goal for Rival Esports, and they need it. Ball into the pocket, 10 seconds on the clock. There is a realm for Utopin, but there are 2 members of SKC pushing up that right-hand side. They should be able to delay things just enough. Ghost T, regardless as to whether he gets a mind control, it will not be enough time. What an exciting first set between these 2 teams, neck and neck, and Rival starting to really build some confidence in this set.
Utopin's had a couple of flashy goals since that early mess-up in game number 1. In the tie, he was a part of the factor, and now here, he's the one getting themselves a game-winning goal. Can't understate that enough, especially Cordelius, who's not necessarily supposed to be some flashy playmaker. The fact that he's using these Shadow Realms, these jumps so creatively, I love to see it. We're more used to seeing something like Rage Quit out of Meeple be the reason that you score a goal. Love seeing an anti-tank be more than that.
Yeah, I fully agree. Utopin, despite that early blunder, can they walk this in? They do! Totoro gets it! It puts Rival Esports in the driving seat for the first time in this set. But I fully agree. He's made good on that blunder. He's really starting to cook on this Cordelius.
SKC once again containing the enemy side closer to their spawn. They're deep in enemy territory. Ryohi just has to move forward. I think this is an excellent decision, a trade out as well. Now Shelly electing what to do here. Shadow Realm will allow her to kind of shadow the Frank and just stay put. They're going to dump this ball. I like the conservative approach. No need to force it up. You don't want to pass the ball into enemy hands, especially when they're so healthy like somebody with Frank.
Delay things. Oh, a missed mind control from Ghost T. That is going to be brutal. He'll dive away from these shots, but straight into the shell shock of the Shelly. Totoro really working hard on this right-hand side now in the matchup of which he wants the most. Ipishu's got a really tough situation there too. Hard counters and nowhere to go.
This ball's been chilling on the top right-hand side for about 30 seconds now. I mean, Rival are at the point where they might debate to try and go for a second goal. Instead, just trading out kills. Ghost T with 25 HP. It's going to be a little ring around the rosies with a teammate. A back off there. A perfectly timed Shadow Realm as well. Naipishu not going to get nearly as much out of that as he would have wanted.
Utopin is going absolutely crazy. This ball still in a precarious spot. It should be okay, yet Totoro is there, and now the hypercharge. Kuru knows that he cannot push into this. It would be the worst possible decision. Better to wait for his teammates to come back up the map and try to snatch this ball in what will be the final 40 seconds to play.
Shelly unafraid, pulled in by Nightpishu. Now they finally have the numbers. SKC have no choice but to take advantage. Ryohi unafraid, up in the face of the enemy, kicking their way forward, and now giving themselves the number. Frank just popping a hypercharge out of desperation. Didn't love to see that. Not getting anything for his efforts.
SKC wasted 2 hypercharges, one on the Frank, one with Ghosty on the mind control of the Willow. This is going from bad to worse as Rival are really cooking up gas. Now getting towards the final 10 seconds, and SKC cannot get this ball. Utopin can just force Kuru into the realm, and his teammates will be there for the helping hand. SKC blundered this, as Rival Esports looked by far the weaker team to start things off, until they started gaining momentum. What a way to kick things off. This is going to be a fire series, I can tell already.
This is really interesting because Rival Esports and SKC have some parallels. SKC, of course, have Kuru, who's somebody who's for a long time been in this region and competed really well, even has a world championship to their name, and 2 players who have been around the block. They're not new per se, but I don't think they have the history of something like Kuru and Ryohi. On the other end, Ryohi kind of working what was left of this region, picking up members at the final seconds, players that were unproven. And instead of SKC doing it, the same formula for Rival Esports is working. They've just got those players at home. They don't need the flashy names of Ghost T to grab a set. This is an early great start for Rival Esports, especially an organization like you mentioned that's had some of these younger rosters come in recently and surprised us. Maybe they'll just do the same thing today.
I mean, there's many examples over the years of teams that, for me, at the beginning of the season may look like an underdog, may look like newcomers coming in for the first time. Team Electros last year was a team that really impressed me, and how as Livy was really able to guide them towards greatness. I think for me, Humble, looking back over the years, that was a roster again of relatively not unknown players, but players that had not had the opportunity to really demonstrate what they were worth. That 14 takedowns for Totoro there as well. Utopin, I really enjoyed that Cordelius. Despite that first blunder where I had my reservations, he absolutely made good on that. And now it's really down to SKC, a team that I favored coming into this match, to start to bring things back into order here.
Certainly not over yet, but to your point, especially for somebody that's so new to the bright lights, to the top 8 stage, I think to miss a goal like that so early on in your opening moment, this is your first impression in the BSC, and to put that aside and get 2 hard-earned goals, 2 goals that helped win them that set, I think that's a testament to that they've more than earned their spot on this stage. Whether they can take it further than a top 8 in their first go-around, though, has yet to be seen. SKC, far from done yet. Kuru, of course, like we mentioned, has history in this region, but Ghost T, Nightpishu, 2 very hyped players, 2 of the new mechanical monsters that we are anticipating seeing in this region. I want to see what they can do now moving into Gold Arm Gulch.
Yeah, for me, Kuru, Nightpishu, Ghost T. Ghost T especially, going 2 years back, was a player which many in this region said this is like the new Tampa, this is the new 10 side, the prodigy of East Asia. We get to kind of see it come through just yet, but there's still time. 2026 is just getting started, baby. I love it. Going now with the great to see that Brawler coming through. I feel like that is going to provide a great amount of value, some wall break potentials, some TPs coming in as well. The Gene is always a fantastic starting Brawler to have in this draft, so I'm really liking what I'm seeing. Brock ban, the Ollie ban, and the Meeple as well. Wall break potentially out here, at least for the Brock side of things. Pierce, Andrew, and the Mina band as well by Rival Esports.
Yeah, just complete control from SKC on the wall break standpoint. I think that Brock ban is telling of that Rico was going to be a real potential first overall pick. We're once going to see Gene on the other end. For a long time, Spike has not been a brawler that's eligible for a mode like Knockout. Sometimes you'll see him be a lane in Brawl Ball, but in this day and age, with buffies coming out, Spike at the tippy top of this meta, even as squishy as he is, I think they are in every right to pick a brawler like this. It's safe, it's dependable, it's just so annoying to deal with if you're on the other side, especially with popping Pincushion as a gadget now. If Rival Esports wanted to get aggressive and to teleport your way, Spike is a shutdown option. So for the little guy, he's now got a big threat.
It definitely gives the Grays something to think about, doesn't it, when it comes to those TPs. Mortis going to be coming in for SKC. Definitely a brawler which makes me nervous in a game mode like Knockout for sure. You do not want to be that guy on the squad that's kind of feeding over and making it a constant 2 versus 3. But if played calculatedly so, it can definitely bring back the goods with that shuttle. Rival Esports now have got the 3rd and final pick, which is the dangerous prospect when you're looking down the barrel of Immortus, at least for the SKC in that regard, because they got the opportunity now to shut us down hard.
The left side's got a couple of the Buffy brawlers coming to light on the right. Well, it's a different rival squad. They're still relying on similar strategies that they faced off against in things like LCQ. The Doug can do some nasty work on this game mode. And most importantly, while it's not the best brawler in the game, it's a little bit of a cheese strat, right? They're going to be grouping up together. They got the heals of somebody with a magic hand in Gene, now pair with Doug, who gives you an extra life potentially, and something like Knockout where everybody only has 1 life and all of a sudden you get a bonus. It can shift the entire tides of a game.
It's definitely going to give SKC something to think about. Have they prepared for this cheese comp of Rival Esports? Because more often than not, I would say, in the BSC, when we see a cheese comp come through, it doesn't necessarily work as prominently as you would expect. But in this instance, you've got to question it. What can the Mortis realistically do, especially in the late stages, once they kind of have Doug rolling in, and every time that he's healing up his teammates now, he's earning that utility. Already T goes down to Ryohei. That's not the start that SKC wanted.
Ryohei with a beautiful walking cane is able to get them that kill. Nightpishu can cycle in a super, not enough for any takedowns though. The healing just so overwhelming despite being shoved into a corner. I'm not sure this is going to be a freebie. SKC lose another one. Kuru all of a sudden put by himself. Low HP brawler, tags coming through. Rival Esports mechanics displayed early here in set number 2.
Life plant being run by the Spike as well. I mean, I can understand the knockback now would maybe deflate what the Grey can bring in, but I don't prefer it over the alternative. Let's see now. Hypercharge for Ryohei is present. Use pin. Also, that combination is going to be absolutely brutal, but Rival Esports have got to make it land, and SKC, with that Spike, might have an answer for it. With Rico as well. The gadget could be quite devastating on the multiple launcher. The moment though is Rival Esports just waiting down the clock. They want that gene pull for Totoro.
Rival are comfortable playing defense, especially in the early game with their composition. As the walls close in, then they can anticipate that. They can get closer to their enemies, especially ones with about 7,000 HP and Kuru and Ghost T. They don't mind playing the patience game, especially like you mentioned, grabbing a walking hand just to give them multiple options, whether it's a teleport, a walking cane, an extra light from Doug, a magic hand coming out of Gene. That's so much utility for one comp.
Here it's go time now for Rival Esports. They pushed him with the Doug. Ryohei has got the hot dog. If he goes down, he'll come back in a 1 versus 3 now, and the push is going to go to absolute towel, but it is possible. It is Immortus buffied up. Here we go, the cycling. Oh, it's just not enough, but it was so close. A valiant attempt, but still, it's continued to be shut down as SKC really starting to flounder.
Clever strategy coming out of Rival, and it certainly paid off to start game number 1. We're going to have to see some serious adjustments out of SKC, a team we highly anticipated to be competing for top spots in this region, or at least I'll speak for myself. I really do feel like in the long term of the season, the potential these guys have is so high. Instead, though, it's Rival starting out so strong, life plant going down, and part of the influence, too, is the vision that it gains, the bounce back that you get from it, single shot brawlers or poke brawlers like Gene and the magic hand. It's a great blocker, so I understand it. I don't think popping pink push gives them this nudge value. It's a close call. The heals are just too good, though. Rival find a way to get a kill, and still Ryo, he survives.
Yeah, he survived by a sliver. Rival are still standing despite that attempt, and it was a valiant one from SKC. Rival Esports are just impenetrable. Can Totoro get this pull? He'll probably preserve it in that regard, and they'll just try to whittle down Kuru, and it's just looking from bad to worse. I think this set could be a GG go next here for SKC as Kuru goes straight into the gas. He knows it. No point feeding in. Totoro's got what he needs. This Doug Grey Gene is absolutely disgusting and stinks of cheese.
The hot dog distributor really coming through. This is a brawler that I love as a personality, but he's not high on my tier list. So the fact that Rival Esports able to make him a winner, another walking cane going down, not a lot of those being missed. Ghost T on the other hand, not nearly enough tags coming in. I think that's safe to say it's a whiff.
SKC now have got to be wondering, what do we even do in this situation? The more that we feed in to the damage, the more the Doug gains an advantage over us. Do we just wait down the timer? The amount of utility now, the TP of the Grey, the Gene Pool, it's giving them so little options. The life plant could be that deflection of that Gene Pool, so Toro's not going to be considering going for the spike. Let's see, Hypercharge now for you to pin. I mean, it's kind of in this position all over, no?
Rival Esports have a round and advantage, and they have 3 supers, including a hypercharge available. They're certainly going to be in the driver's seat here. Now a hypercharge, aggression coming out of Gray, and he has an extra life on top of that. He wants all the smoke. Red roster with 3 brawlers standing tall, a magic hand just to deflate SKC a little bit more. The spunky underdogs really showing up here.
Don't want to be that guy, but what are we predicting this one again? Across the board on the desk?
We're currently super wrong, but we're not done yet. Look, I love nothing more than being wrong. Being right is fun, but if I am wrong, it means I'm surprised. It means a lot of the world alongside me is going to be shocked. SKC have a ton of potential, but if they lose 3-0 to something like Rival Esports, that is a rocky opening month. That is not something I anticipate seeing today.
Hey, if we're going full fist on the desk, then we're going down together. The
Team effort.
ship is sinking, guys. It's just the second match of the day. But what an exciting one. I'm really enjoying how Rival Esports have just adapted their way against what we felt on the desk unanimously was the favorite in this one. But like you say, it's not over yet. But SKC now being two sets down, it's going to be a very tough climb. 9 for Ryohei. But that's the pairing with the Doug. He can't take all the credit realistically here, despite the stats looking maybe against Utopin. He is able to thrive with the back of that hypercharged hot dog. It's as simple as that. And when he goes in, it's down to the Doug to work in pairing, I feel.
I mean, my biggest takeaway is the fact that they only had 1 kill for an entire set, and it's...
But what could they do?
Well, it's a game mode that's entirely revolving around kills, and they just happen to get, like, only 1 of them. I mean, I think that just goes to show the level of dominance that Rival displayed there in that set. I mean, my eyes are certainly wide awake right now, trying to see if Rival Esports has what it takes to maybe challenge somebody like a Zay Division later on. They still got to get another set on the board, but for now, I'm super impressed.
Mina's the first pick, and it's a really, really worthy one. I love that from Rival Esports, but some big brawlers yet still to come. Pierce being one, Frank open. Poco Band, though, might deflate that idea. M still open here as well for me. Could be a dangerous one. SKC going with Mortis. Wasn't to be in Knockout. Will it to be in Hot Zone? That's the question. It's a dangerous pick. It's a high-risk, high-reward brawler. And to be fair, that's what SKC need right now. But, you know, at this stage of the match, it's make or break.
I think a lot of players at home would debate who that first overall pick is for Rival Esports. I think if you're Rival Esports and just what I've seen and gathered from different scrims, in this situation, I think Mina is going to have a better time into Pierce specifically than Pierce is going to have into Mina. So while a lot of people will rank Pierce higher, maybe that's why you see that. IMS, despite it being a wide open map, I don't care. Click the IMS button. It's a good brawler. Click the IMS button. I can't fault Rival at all.
And for me, Mortis is okay now into Ems for me. The knockback, like I said, was the biggest kind of thing taken away from her kit in that nerf. So it might give SKC more options when she hasn't got utility to be able to defend against it. Obviously, she pops super or hypercharge, then things might change. But coming in now to finalize things for Charlie is the direct answer to this Mortis. They've got to control the mid-grounding of that Pierce. For SKC, they've got some aggression. They need something else to have, something form of control, even so they can have a little bit of a way around the map across that water. And we're going to burn down some bush, so they want full visibility for SKC.
I was trying to brainstorm perfect answers there, and I'm not sure that was going to be a perfect one, but I think Amber into the IMS and the Charlie specifically actually works out really well. Amber on this map in general is just menacing to deal with. Having the distance that she can cover, the area control, the high DPS, and shred through Spiderlings. IMS is going to be outranged in that situation. Mina can get up close to her, but she does have something like a gadget to defend herself with those dancing flames. I think that Amber solution at 6th pick was a good shout from them.
Yeah, I feel like it's a solid final pick. But what is this Mortis going to bring for SKC? That's my big reservation on this. I much prefer what Rival Esports have got. The Mina going to bring in some goods. Who cannot side with the M's in this current meta? I think that SKC have got their work cut out. It's now or never going in. They push you. Already doing a pretty decent job. Does find Ryohei now as well. He's been low in that mid. So SKC have to look at start so far.
24%, great work there just to kind of absorb all those shots, embrace the tags from Kuru, and still build those percentage points. KD is not everything in a game mode like Hot Zone, but right now Naipishu putting in some solid work. He's giving Rival a lot of trouble on their back spawn.
They can't find you to pin until Kuru does scout those bushes nicely. And it's a great start, but if you look at the objective, not much actually in it so far, despite SKC getting a lot of these takedowns. They've got to keep it up. Utopin now contesting the mid. Windmill goes down. buying some time for his team, and now down goes Napishi. That's not great timing as Rival Esports start to get very much hunkered down in this mid, 40% apiece.
Udipin is juggling all of these shots so well. I mean, Pierce gets bonus shots with all the ammunition that hits the ground for him too. So despite all of that, doing an excellent job. Naipishu forced away. Ryoki now on the front lines. This doesn't make things tough for SKC to progress up the map.
Great gadgets from Napishi, really making it work. And there's the knockback from Ems, and now followed by a super, but still goes down. That's what I'm saying. Ems is really not necessarily going to work out too well in this instance. The map's so open like this, if Mortis can close the gap and cycle in those survival shovels, the Buffy brawler is going to prevail on the side of the Mortis rather than the Ems.
It really has to be a perfect timing there, because despite getting invincibility, it's been reduced from 1 second to 0.5 in this recent balance. That is a plethora of time at a professional level, so those mechanics really matter. Naipishu bounced away by the hypercharge. All 3 rival members standing tall, counting their way to 100. The defense mechanism coming out of Udipin as well. If they need it, they have that super twister, but they just simply can't march up that map in time. Rival Esports just one away. Ryoki on a road to redemption. He was left behind by several teams. What was left of roster mania, picking up 2 players at the very last second, taking a chance on them. Somebody who played for an organization like Navi in 2025 and now could take his 2 teammates the furthest they've ever made it. It would be a marquee victory for the careers of all 3 of these players.
I mean, it's starting to look like a stomp. We absolutely expect to see SKC get at least a set, and it's not looking that way so far. They have yet to creep into the zone still. 25% is almost there for Rival. Now SKC have got some control, but they've got now to full reverse sweep this series to have any chance of making it through to the semis here today.
Long road ahead of them. They just lost 2 of their star players. I mean, that is a tough beat. Udipin forced away, though. As long as Ghost T and Kuru can remain in the middle, that's fine. Super to force Ryoki out of the grass as well, but they're lurking. Udipin now has a super available, just can't move forward. It's really tough to play those mind games of the windmill versus something like the oil spill that Amber has.
Nice cocoon there from Totoro. Kuru comes out, slowed, and goes down. A nice burn, but still Rival Esports stay firm, 43% apiece. A lovely combo spinner there from Napishu. Forces back Rival, who got to heal now as Ryoki creeping this left-hand side, low HP, gets the super, the hypercharge, but goes down, and that may have been a waste. Let's see now if SKC can start to bring something back. It was a missed hypercharge there. Ryoki coming back now, has got something to make up for himself.
For sure. I mean, a hypercharge and a purple button wasted is a huge deal, and in moments like that where you could possibly take on Naipishu, no longer can. At this point, SKC are running away with it. This time, hypercharge popped out of desperation for somebody like Charlie. They just have to expand their territory as much as possible. But Naipishu on the prowl. Now Charlie up the middle of the map. Ryoki left alone once again. The extra tags going through, and SKC have legs.
It's not over yet. Udipin low though on this left-hand side. Kuru popping the hypercharge, and there's a massive burn. 9% needed, creeping forwards now. Can Rival Esports make something on this zone? There's down 1, Ghost T is low as well. There's still a chance. They push you stun force back. This could be amazing for Rival Esports so they can just hold on. But SKC need 1%
SKC finally punch it through. A little nerve-wracking, but finally throwing up a fight. You can see a huge exhale there too. Nerves certainly showing. The player cams are locked in. SKC, a team that I think a lot of us, including people at home, really anticipating to do better than what we've seen so far. Job's not done though. Kuru's been in plenty of situations when he's been backs against the wall. A very veteran player now playing with some of these young guns, hoping to see the best out of Naipishu and Ghost T. That's a good round win. Still a lot of work cut out for him. Unfortunately for them as well, it's already 15% for Rival Esports.
A lovely combo spinner yet again. Naipishu's pin, for me, says it all. Panting. He is putting in work, that boy, and getting so many great results. I do not want to see this happen in a sweep. These 2 teams are so mechanically gifted. It deserves to go all the way. But now, SKC are working as a much better unit, and the spawn cycle is working against Rival Esports. They've got to recongregate and stop going in alone.
Naipishu is a front line man. He is going to be the one taking the brunt of all the shots of Rival Esports, while Kuru and Ghost T lay fire from downtown. This is going to be Charlie, though, flanking on that left-hand side. Has a cocoon available. Kuru just covering the map in oil to do something. No connection at all. Udipin, with his regular shot being a utility to try and dodge shots, is so nice. It's one of the reasons that Mina is so good.
Pishu is putting in so much work, but again on the objective, it is neck and neck. Now Rival Esports start to just creep forwards in terms of the lead. A hypercharge there from Totori, but it's missed. Kuru will have to deal with the Spiderlings, but that is a big waste of utility on the side of Rival Esports. Nonetheless, staying firm on the zone, up to 75% now and climbing, and SKC are bang in trouble.
Ryohi was left for dead in Roster Mania. Right now, one game away from possibly ending this map, and here he comes, rearing his ugly head up the middle of the map, climbing up to 90%. Mina there for backup. All they have to do is hold on. Naipishu doing his very best, an excellent player of 2025, but this is a new year, a new rival. Ryohi finding a way to give his two teammates the best result of their entire career.
Absolutely phenomenal. What a result. Unbelievable. Ryohi at the helm, leading two newcomers into the BSC, into the semis on their debut performance. You can see it, it's written all over the faces, and thoroughly deserved.
I'm shocked in all the best ways. Can't say it enough. I mean, somebody like Ryohi, who was originally destined to play for, I believe, a team in Reject, and then rosters get shifted a little bit. Other players come out of retirement. Players want to play with other people. Ryohi left all alone to pick up players in just a few days remaining before the monthly qualifiers just a week ago. And in that short time, this team has really proven themselves. We called it out. They were close to beating Crazy Raccoon in those qualifiers. Now they 3-0 SKC. Watch out, world. Here comes Rival.
I'm still just recovering from that, honestly. Our predictions are in shambles, and SK Kalalas, they've been looking so strong. I watched a couple of their scrims. Actually, in terms of stats, they're the third best in the region right now, right after Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon. So this is a very surprising outcome.
Come on. No, we don't need to see that.
This is a surprising outcome to us. I hope your predictions were better. If you didn't look into your predictions just yet, you can still do that for the upcoming matches over at event.brawlstars.com. But yeah, we're 1-1 now. We have one correct in the first round, a 3-0 for Zeta Division. Now it's a 3-0. It wasn't even close for the rival.
I was feeling confident, I won't lie in my prediction, but being 1-1 to start the year, we're only at 50%. This is rough stuff. I love being surprised, though. I should get used to it. World Finals 2025 was probably one of the worst showings and predictions in my career. It just meant so we got some good matches, so maybe we'll repeat that here today. There's a little, you know, I'm either going to be right or I'm going to be super wrong and have some fun.
I'm just a bit disappointed, though. I mean, it was so exciting. And you can see from the stats at the end, right, just how much Naipishu was trying to make it work with Ghost T. Some amazing results in terms of the stats, but objective just wasn't there. And just, I loved the way that things unfolded, honestly. I just wanted to go the distance.
There's two things I love in those shows. Either I want to see as many 3-2s as possible, or I want to see as many underdogs and upsets, underdogs win and upsets as possible. So if I always predict the statistical outcome, I'm happy either way. Either I get my predictions right, or I see an underdog, such as Rival Esports, move on into the semis. Their next Goliath that they need to beat now is going to be Zeta Division, though. That semi-final is one I'm really looking forward to. After what we've seen, I feel like Rival could even take that.
SKC, if I'm a fan of theirs, I'm genuinely probably a 7 out of 10. If 10 is like the highest concern and 1 is we're fine, no red alarms going off. I'm at a 7 out of 10, I think. I mean, Rival Esports clearly better than I thought they were going to be, but SKC were a very hyped team. I would say the most hyped team of those 8. Obviously, we know that Zeta Division are good. Reject were number 2 last year, and with one roster swap, I expect them to be right back there. Crazy Raccoon won a world championship. These were kind of the next guys up. They won through that upper bracket as well. There's a reason they're the top team listed in that matchup. Rival Esports were the one that had to prove themselves. Instead, it's SKC going down 3-0. Tough beat, really gonna have to recover for month 2.
And mentioning roster swaps, Reject has Levy now amongst their lines. They have swapped out Betterment with Zeta Division. Levy now coming into that roster. Let's see how well they've already been figuring out things, communication and everything. Another person that also wants to prove himself today. Another roster change on our end as well. We now have Trev with us. Trev, I also haven't seen you in a while. How have you been?
I wasn't aware I started to prove myself, to be honest. I've been around for a few years now. I thought
You finally get the chance.
Yeah. I'm glad to be back in 2026. It's been a super good monthly final so far. That one I thought was going to be a little bit closer. I thought that was going to be the closest quarterfinal we had, but it was quite a swift 3-0. And looking at our predictions, as you already said, 50%. It's not so great.
The players just wanted to make sure you're on the show as quickly as possible.
That's what
why
I
we
heard.
have
That's very kind of
I heard that as well. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
But yeah, heading into our third quarterfinal of the day, Reject is gonna be the team we're looking at first. And as I already mentioned, they had a little bit of a roster swap. Communication is very important in any team. They had a couple of months to prepare, so I hope that Levi already fits right in.
I think he will. I expect good things out of him. I think after the result that Zeta Division had in the previous season, just some change had to be made. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it was him leaving, if he was politely asked to go. I don't know what the inside of those locker rooms look like. Regardless, though, I think a new start isn't always a bad thing. You've got Shu and Melty, who have now coming up on 3 years of being a dynamic duo, a very solid roster. Levi, I think, is going to fit right in. I'm not sure it's going to be as good as, say, Zeta Division or CR, but I think they're contending for those top 3 spots.
Listen, if you're leaving Zeta Division, there's worse places to go than Reject. They're a pretty solid team. They had a great year in 2025, and I think in 2026, Levi's definitely going to add a few things to that roster and make it that little bit better. On the other side, we're looking at Mamameshi, Nene, and Mizun, and it's a solid team. You know, they're not really going to be, I don't think, that much of an issue for Reject to kind of breeze past, but I think in the end, it's quite nice to see, you know, a few different names popping up here and there.
You're saying that now, but we've already seen an upset today. We also thought Rival would be the underdog, but they did take it 3-0 against their opponent in the end. Now I'm super excited for that only Korean team. That's very notable, I feel like. They're the only South Korean team that has actually made it through the monthly qualifiers to stand here today amongst the 8 best teams of this region.
I think it's a big deal too. I mean, it's always cool just to see multiple countries kind of get involved from a region. There's some where historically, South America, for example, Brazil's always been a very notable one, Japan notable in East Asia. So it's really cool to kind of see flares from other teams. Obviously, these players don't necessarily have the results of some of the other Japanese Yubidors in this region, but I still expect them to do good stuff. They've made it this far. It's one of those teams that, similar to Rival Esports, I thought were a borderline top 8 team, but they found themselves here. I've been wrong before. I would love to be wrong again.
Yeah, for me, we haven't really had a South Korean team that's created a dynasty for themselves. I don't think we've really had that many on the world stage since 3 Bears, probably back in 2019,
wow.
and I think they had. I think South Korea had a guaranteed spot in that as well. So this country has left a lot to be desired. Yes, they've got some real solid opponents, being from this East Asia region with so many of these really solid mechanical Japanese players. But I think if there's any year that South Korea wants to make a show in, I think this team's going to be able to do it.
We've talked a lot about Betterman already. Now in that Zeta Division roster, Levi coming into this roster, and maybe he was a bit in the shadow of his old teammates Chitampo and Suzuku. Maybe he can shine a bit more now on this roster. Reject is known to play a little bit more of a controlled, slow pace, and I think that is actually better for Levi.
I think it could provide an interesting contrast to what he's used to seeing, because somebody like Chitampo is an aggressive guy. I mean, it is what it is, right? And now with him moving on with Melty and Shu, I think there's just going to be a different dynamic. I think the way that they communicate with each other very different. You could kind of see it in interviews with something like Chasing Glory. Chitampo's an overly confident guy, ruthless in interviews. He's not afraid to say he's going to win crystal clear to you. And the vibe I kind of get from Reject, and a reason why I think they're fan favorites from home, is they kind of let their game do the talking. I don't think they're very loud when they're coming on those player cams. So I think this is definitely going to be a little bit of adjustment, but not in a negative way, just different as in a fresh start.
Yeah, I mean, they're a quiet, composed team, and I think that has its benefits and also has its weaknesses as well. You know, players and teams with big egos quite often perform well on those big stages because they really do believe in themselves and get the crowd behind them as well. This team being a bit more quiet, it might benefit them online when we don't have to kind of hype up the crowd and really play up to that occasion. But I think when we get to the bigger events, if they qualify, they're not going to be doing as well as some of those bigger teams.
Might not. Trev, we haven't really heard your opinion just yet. Golden Gulch is going to be our first map for this series. You've obviously watched the maps in the background already. What do you expect to come out from those 2 teams here?
Listen, I know we've been seeing a lot of buffy brawlers, and I think that's, kind of goes without saying, but, I feel like some of them are maybe even being overplayed. Frank, we saw it pop up in Golden Gulch just, I think it was last game, and I'm like, listen, there's times and there's moments where you bring these brawlers in. Frank, it's pretty much good everywhere at the moment, to be honest with you, but they really putting, I think, too much faith in that brawler and giving it too many chances where it can just be shut down quite easily.
This set was actually the one where I felt like, yeah, Rival is going to take this one. After the Brawl Ball set, there was still like, maybe SK Kalalas can turn things around, but they actually had Rico, Spike, and Mortis. 2 Buffy brawlers, and one, if not the best outside of Buffy Brawler at the moment, and they did not make it work at all. They lost that set even though they had the arguably best 3 brawlers for the map.
I think it just goes to show in terms of game planning, they're fully equipped to go for Buffy Brawlers. It's something we've seen a ton in the ban stages. We've seen Ems banned a ton. Spike showing up less than I thought, only because he's being banned more than I thought. So to your point, you know, even brawlers like Mortis, who got these huge downgrade and balance changes recently at a pro level where the mechanics are so high, they're still running it.
You mentioned it quite often today that you feel like Spike is going to be the most picked brawlers today. I did see that he was the most picked brawlers in scrims at least, so you were right with that. But yeah, so far he has been banned out quite often, Trev.
I think that's the balance as well, right? Spike might not be kind of all around the top brawler, you know, overall, but because he's kind of sliding under the radar in a few, we might see a few more picks. As you said, in scrims it's been picked up quite a lot, but banned out a lot here today. Maybe people are kind of getting a grip with the brawler and being like, no, we don't want to play it. And also in East Asia, it's a more aggressive region, right? So they're more inclined to play these assassins, these tanks, things that Spike's going to be good into. So that might be the reason we're seeing that banned out just that little bit more.
Very good theory there. I really liked the comp we've seen previously from Rival here with the dog and Jean. A bit of a new idea we haven't seen in a while, and I feel like it's always good to see if those creative ideas actually get success. Trev, do you have any underdog pick, any wild idea that you would like to see in this map?
Listen, I've heard Arc throwing Globa around a lot. Maybe not on this map, but I think overall I'd like to see him come out. I think there's certain kind of pairings that you need that brawler to have, which makes it a bit of an issue to play in quite a lot of the circumstances, but I'd love to see that brawler come out. I don't necessarily think it's going to be the best by far, but if you get that right matchup at the right time in the draft, you're going to be having a pretty good time.
I think Ring of Fire would actually be a perfect map to bring him in there together with a Frank. He's kind of the same as Poker, at least that's my personal opinion. I feel like his healing is super good. His damage, not the best, but yeah, together with a Frank, with a mech maybe, on a map that is hot zone, it's going to do super well.
Ring of Fire of all maps makes sense to me just because the one thing that stops Globert is if you walk around a corner, you can no longer make a connection. Well, Ring of Fire is just a wide open zone in the middle of that map. So pairing it with somebody that's a popular brawler like Frank that you're saying is kind of coming in a little too much, possibly on modes like Knockout, that could be the time for it to shine. I think Globert is really good. I think he's an excellent pocket healer. I think he's very niche right now. I think he would have to be a stronger overall brawlers for these players to really take a chance on him.
We did not know a lot about WWL coming into today. I still want to highlight those two players that we've already seen last year. Nene and Cookie have been playing on Gen G and Nira respectively. Do you have any memorable moments from last year that you feel like they've actually showed us that they might as well beat this quarterfinal today?
To be quite honest, I don't really think they've proven themselves yet. I mean, this was players that, one of them very new to the scene, and for Cookie and Nene, they're players that were borderline top 8. They missed a lot of monthly finals. They don't have those marquee victories yet. And even some of the finals that Cookie made it to, he lost in that lower bracket, disqualification, so got the bump. I mean, I think there's still just a lot to work through. They're kind of in the same spot I see them in last year. It's just players that were at the same threshold then being recycled now to a new roster.
We want to head straight into the action. Quarterfinal number 3. We want to get it going on Goal Arm Coach. Multi, Shu, and Levi versus Cookie, Nene, and Minzen. I really look forward to this match. We just had an upset in quarterfinal number 2. Might as well get another one here. Reject definitely the favorites here. Get your predictions in. I'm sure that, yeah, it also is a bit one-sided, just like the casting does. Trev, we all said Reject is going to take this one.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption at the end of the day. This WWL Esports roster might be a combination of the best South Korean players that we have to offer. But at the same time, it's Reject. You really can't put much past them, and I think they're a team who usually gets to the semi-finals, if not the finals. So the divide between top 4 and kind of bottom 4 in the monthly finals in this region, the gap does seem to be quite big, and the majority of teams do sweep through. So I think we expect to see that from Reject here. As far as bands go, the Mina, Gigi, and the Grey from the side of Reject, Rico, Mina, and Jean over the other side. So good bands across the board. The first pick was the Pierce from Reject, and that's a very solid brawler at the moment. A bit more of a versatility superstar one from the WWL side as they take RT, going to be good at range. And when that gas closes in, it'll be solid as well.
I think those are my top 2 safest first overall picks, especially considering these bans. I mean, green light moment for Pierce. It's already what I would say is borderline the best brawler in the game, despite not having a Buffy. And then on top of that, somebody like RT has a great hybrid of defense, whether he can drop the static in those closing moments and get frags up close, or he can get the distance, multiple utilizations of Gadget. Really love where RT's out on this map specifically.
Personally, I like my comps well balanced. So yes, having something for the beginning of the match. Angelo is going to do super well in that long range. And then RT as soon as he is super, maybe even a hypercharge. Nobody can withstand him as soon as the smoke comes in. Brock is now coming in from the left-hand side. Makes a lot of sense to open up the map whenever Pierce in your hands. They are now missing that element that I was just talking about. Once the smoke comes in, they need some tankiness. Maybe an Ollie could do well for them here. Trev, what do you see?
Well, I mean, we're gonna see the spike, which is decent. It's well-rounded. It's got mid-range, so at the moment it's going to be outranged by both the RT and the Angelo, but they might be thinking themselves about bringing something a bit more aggressive. So the spike's the mid-ground, going to be decent in the late game, going to be, you know, okay and fair in that long game.
I just feel like it's a bit squishy overall, Kenny. What do you feel?
I think in this situation, I don't mind it. I'm a big believer in Spike overall in the game, but Life Plant...
We mentioned it like 80 times.
I know, but I think in this specific situation, Life Plant's actually an excellent way to go about these single-shot brawlers, especially doing RT and Angelo. And now there's piercing possibilities with something like the Byron, which is maybe why they bring this in. But this is 3 sharpshooters against somebody whose Gadget counters that out entirely. I think this is well-rounded, like you mentioned, too. They now dictate wall break with bringing Brock under their side, either to take it away or just use Rocket Laces and not give the enemy team a way to bring it down Pierce. I think this is an excellent choice.
I think the way you put it is actually perfect. On the right-hand side, we have a well-rounded comp, probably the one I would go with. On the left-hand side, we just have a lot of DPS with that Spike, Pierce coming in. So if they're not dodging great, I'm going to say Reject is going to take that one with ease, Trev.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see how this is going to go. The rocket fuel already on the left-hand side, breaking through the bush rather than trying to break up the map. They know they have a bit of an issue at the longer range now with the Spike being one of their 3 brawlers, but the Pierce should be able to excel if it does come down to that long-range matchup. Still a bit of a stalemate here at the moment, but RT tried to pivot down this right-hand side, but was quite quickly blocked off by Melty. We see a bit of those walls coming down now on the Reject side.
Smart choice, I think, to break open the walls on their side specifically. It gives them more space to maneuver and dodge, just allowing them to move around quite a bit compared to single-shot brawlers on the other end. Sure, Angelo can traverse over water. That's nice. RT and Byron, though, gonna have to really get those peak shots to make them count. So just a slow build-up. Love that Rejector just occupying space.
Yeah, absolutely. This Brock matchup here against the Byron should be able to keep him at bay, and Pierce through the middle against the RT, doing a good job as well. The slowing effect was there, but didn't go for any more follow-up shots. As Pierce, you kind of need to be able to guarantee a good few hits. Spike coming around and doing a lovely job up top. Mizun going to be slowed and taken down. There's the Pierce super as well, which I don't think found a connection, but the gas along the way did trickle down the Angelo. And that's going to be a pretty convincing first game for Reject there. It seemed a bit 50-50, but as soon as the Spike got round, it went all Reject.
I like the decision out of Melty to take the Angelo head on, and now that we've changed the way that Buffys and Gadgets work, he can just toss that Light Plant as far as his eyes can see, essentially. So it builds him space as well. Now he can sprint forward, catch up on the distance, and then once that fog started closing in, had a super to throw down. This is exactly what he's going to do once again. Of course, Byron's going to be able to get a piercing shot. That's why they made this rotation. So WWL making live adjustments in our eyes.
Yeah, really solid. Good connection there as well from the Byron, as you say, with that piercing ability. But Angelo not having the best of times here against the Brock. Shu does manage to collect his super on the way. The rocket fuel follow-up shot will try to make a connection, but I think the Angelo just jumped down to the bottom to evade that and is looking pretty healthy again now. Another life plant was thrown out diagonally towards Mizun, but quickly dealt with. And this seems a bit of a better position for WWL as they've got a better pinch here.
Bottom left side, wide open, but fog closing in. Low HP, and 2 Reject members fall immediately. Great response coming out of WWL. I think something that really changed the pace of that game was going Byron onto the Spike, because now they can't take advantage of that life plant as much. That meat shield can now be penetrated due to Byron's choice of gadget, or excuse me, star power.
Can't fault them in that situation there. Real solid pinch from WWL, establishing themselves in this game nice and early on, not letting Reject run away with it. But Melty does have a hypercharge now as well, going to be able to obviously affect his regular shot now, given those 2 bursts as well as the extended size of the super. Levi playing through the mid, honestly not having the best of time, which you'd expect him to be completely fine against the RT, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's certainly manageable. Once again, seeing a slow pacing at the beginning. Melty this time occupying the bottom of the map, trying to face off against Angelo, throwing up a life plant just to block a few shots, but they're still being worked backwards. Definitely the positioning advantage for WWL.
Well, Melty going to throw out the super, and some good shots with the hypercharge as well. The heal's not finding RT, and he gets hit by yet another curveball. Melty cycles the super well, and the Angelo going to be able to evade that Pierce super once more. Now the super comes down again from the spike, and the Brock going for the pinch, but a really nice kill down the bottom for WWL. Hypercharge popped up top, and Melty 1v3 gets hit by the hypercharge of the Byron, and WWL surprisingly taking game 1.
Low HP all around, but they were still able to manage. So impressive stuff, especially after round one. I really felt like that was going to be a strong start. Some good adjustments in terms of lanes, and the open map didn't necessarily give the advantage I think that Reject were hoping for. They still had the space, but the other end has some pretty big sharpshooters as well, so it's kind of a net neutral. I think it's just easier in those beginning games to kind of get the middle of the map a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I feel like if Reject can just stay in the fight and stay healthy until that gas forces them in, the Spike's going to be able to do so much work. I will say WWL doing a great job just spacing out, not letting those curveballs and supers affect more than one person, which I think is really solid from them, but Reject need to change things up, change the game plan, because that really didn't work there in game 1. And as I'm saying that, it is clearly working in game 2 again, but it did in the last one as well. 2
brawlers for WWL disappearing off screen, so for now Reject with a huge advantage here. Alone Angelo shouldn't be able to do much here, especially with the green fog closing in. It's going to be a concession here in that round 1. So once again, Reject taking the first.
Yeah, well, this is kind of what we expected them to do and just carry on doing through that first game. But WL was definitely had a bit of a turning point in the second round of the last game and changed things around just a little bit. Reject get the first round here again, and Angelo pushing down the right-hand side. They're trying to pivot a few things around. Rocket Fuel going to be used just to deal a bit of damage. I think it took 2 walls down there, but not the most influential wall break.
Need to see Pierce be a little bit more of a factor. His super can be deadly, so pushing these brawlers into the enemy side, something like a spike super can take space as well. Just giving yourselves as much positioning advantage as possible and forcing them into the fog earlier on will give each team an advantage.
We've seen a couple of wasted supers as well from Levi throwing it out onto the Angelo on the right-hand side here, and he just jumps away and evades it. So might want to think a little bit differently about who he's targeting now, and a few of those ammo shots really doing a good job, just homing towards the opponents, and Mizun going to get caught again in this super from the Pierce. Some good heals along the way from Nene, avoids those curveballs, but they're just pinned against the wall, and Levi will pick up another one, gets the super off before he dies, and his teammates will finish the job. Great reaction from Reject in game 2, as now they even the score.
Much better accuracy from them overall, I'd say. Look, these sharpshooters are really good. Pierce, arguably the best brawler in the game, but you still have to land your shots. I mean, if you're missing, you're not recycling ammo, and then he's kind of a sitting duck. So it's easier said than done. These pro players, though, oftentimes you're going to be able to rely on them to do that. In game number 1, I feel like it was a little more lacking. Again, easier said than done, but that game number 2, they thrived. Connecting with a lot of those shots, the contact was there, the supers were a lot better aimed, I think, like you mentioned too. Somebody like Angelo who can just dash away with a jump makes things a lot more difficult to land those shots. So I think just better intelligent decisions and mechanics overall there from Reject.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the decisions along the way that are getting it done. We didn't see a lot of game 1, but that was a very dominant bounce back from Reject there. Really solid stuff now. And Levi trying to continue that job, but does trade a couple of blows with Mizun, who will get some heals off Byron. So tough matchup for Levi here with the backup of the Byron onto the RT.
Typical start of what you're going to see in something like Knockout, each side not wanting to give up a member. They just want to charge that utility, so the more shots you're landing in the early game, the better you're setting up for those later stages.
Just trading blows in, not finding too many connections, throwing shots back and forward as Mamameshi in some good positioning down the bottom can go across this water as well, but Brock gets a hit back in return. He has to jump away, and a super's there for the spike, and they're all pinned. A beautiful Pierce super to add to the mix as well, and Reject now looking really solid. After going down in game 1, they bounced back with 3 rounds on the trot.
Deadly needles coming out of Spike, and that's part of the appeal, I think, for grabbing him on this map. I talked about the life plant a lot, but we've seen multiple times now where they wait to use those supers till the very closing moments. The gas is pushing them one direction, and they're walking straight into pins and needles. It just makes it an impossible situation. So Reject playing this super well with that.
Yeah, shoot, hit there, and does have to back off, giving Mamameshi a bit of ground down this bottom, pinching Levi now, who's going to have to find some shots and can't really get any connections. Shu and Melty left alone as the 3 of them continue to pinch. Pierce ammo's still lingering on the floor, but he's nowhere to be seen.
2v3 situation. Spike super going down, low HP. Oh, finds the kill off screen top left. Immediately falls, though. Now in the 2v1 situation, Shu able to combat this. Not a lot to work with. Has to buy as much time as possible. Unfortunately, it's a 1v1 against an RT. You see he has that super available. This is one of the reasons that people draft RT so highly. He's going to be able to draft a static if he really needs to and just boast all of those health points in that Jackie-esque super performance. Dead, though. Shu finding a way to space the floor, gain some distance. The longer this goes, though, the more deadly it's going to be. Missed shots, though. Shu giving himself a fighting chance, but ultimately can't close the distance.
Yeah, Mizun just taking the chance to close in there. A couple of missed shots, and that's all he needs to take advantage of that situation. So it all comes down to this last round to see who's going to take the first set. Will it be Reject or will WWL start with a bit of an upset in this series?
Reject sending two members to the left-hand side. Grass being torn up, a life plant going down to try and gain some visibility and a little steps. Oh, Melty just getting hyper-aggressive, uses that hyper-charge, and Spikes, especially with those buffies, is so deadly. Giving themselves a 3v2 advantage. This is going to put Mduin in a difficult situation. Rocket Rain going down, a jump away, but Angelo once again not set up for success. He's going to be forced all the way to the corner as a single-shot brawler into three enemy sides. I don't care how much healing he's got. He doesn't have a chance in the world. Great closeout there coming in from Reject.
No hope for him in that situation. A real strong start there as well from Melty, I believe it was on the spike you pointed out. Just going hyper-aggressive, popping the hypercharge, running it down, and getting that early kill puts him in a great position. We did see Brock having to pop the hypercharge, just kind of run away and stay alive, which in that situation you're not going to mind too much. When you're 3v2, you don't need as many abilities to get the job done. This is how we started things off. Reject came out the gate swinging, but WWL answered quite fast. But Reject stayed calm, stayed composed, and they managed to get two in a row.
I just feel like positioning, if Reject had any sliver of it in those end games between life plants, Pierce supers, Spike supers, there's just so much they had to control the map. And I think that's why it made it difficult in those end game scenarios for WWL. A lot of the times when they won, it was because they got an early frag, which makes sense, right? 3v2 situation. You can see in the kill feed, it was decently close. I mean, 10 total kills coming out there, especially if you're going 3 games. That's a decent number, but at the end of the day, 6, 6, and 5, I mean, that's just plenty to work with in terms of when KD is quite literally the only factor in this game mode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of kills, we see that Reject have got a lot more. They've got like 7 more overall, so clearly winning the rounds that they get a lot more convincingly than what the opposing WWL side are. So Reject looked a little sketchy here and there, but when they kind of got their heads down and played their game, got the right matchups, they managed to come away with it in a couple of decent games towards the end.
There's Levi on screen now, and definitely one of the fan favorites alongside him. I think a lot of people have fallen in love with Melty, just a presence about him, this calming, always happy-go-lucky, smiling, despite winning or losing. I feel like Reject are one of those teams that don't waver. And like you mentioned beforehand, there's advantage to that. I think when you're in the comfort of your home, that's one thing. But now that these teams have had a couple years go by and they've been battle-tested on the stage, I think there is a chance where Reject take a step forward. Like I said earlier, sometimes just a change of pace is good, especially when you're scarred. Somebody like Levi, who's, whether you want to call it blamed or not, he's the one that's not on Zeta Division anymore in terms of roster moves. He was dropped from Zeta Division or left Zeta Division before he was picked up from Reject, so just kind of putting 2 and 2 together there. I think this is an opportunity for him to prove he's not a weak link. He can be a strong factor in a roster, and obviously WWL is a team they're very favored against, but especially as we progress throughout the day, he's a player throughout this region I want to keep my eye on.
Absolutely, and listen, sometimes rosters do just fall apart. Like, it's not necessarily his fault mechanically or through the draft. You know, people can just not really gel together and not make it as a team, so just because he's not on that Zeta Division roster anymore doesn't mean that he's kind of not capable of competing at the highest level. Because I think, if you're capable of joining Reject, then
you got to be pretty good.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty solid. And I think this team's going to go quite far this year. As I said, I think at least the 2 core players of Reject have been a very good force when it comes to online, being consistent, getting to those semis, getting to those finals, but just not really had their kind of breakthrough on the big stage.
Yeah, I think Reply Totem have knocked them out now 2 years running. Shu and Melty have worked alongside some of the best players in this region as well. Badaman last year, they were here before that. Milk Rio, who's now a world champion. So the fact that Levi was the next man up, the top dog for them as a pick, I think goes to show the confidence they have in him too, despite maybe not working out at World Finals. I think it's safe to say that this region is still looking at Levi as a great player.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at the other side as well, WWL, they're a team who we don't expect masses and masses out of, right? They're going to be a quarterfinal team. They're going to be kind of on the brink of quarterfinals or qualifying around there. But I just think the gap in this region for the top 4 against the next 4 who are trying to make that breakthrough is just too large at the moment. Not saying that WWL can't do it, because they just put a very good showing in that first set and kind of gave me some faith through the first game. But, you know, Reject are a very solid team, and I can't really see WWL breaking them. Poco going to be picked up first here with Spike, Gray, and the B going to be banned out from Reject. Over the other side, Ems, Mina, and Pierce banned. And after the last one, who can blame them for wanting to get rid of that Pierce?
No, don't blame them at all. I mean, this is a map that's wide open, so Pierce is going to work. And even though it doesn't make as much sense for somebody like Ems naturally, it's just such a good brawler to the point where I think you have to consider it. Now, Meg's somebody that's new to the stage here today, at least. Amber, we saw a little bit earlier. I actually like this combination. I think especially into somebody like Poco, if you're just kind of DPSing him down, you can keep the distance with Amber. You can have somebody like Meg up in the faces. Obviously, a baseball bat of a swing can swipe away several thousand HP. So I think this is overall a good start. And on top of that, Meg has a second life. I wouldn't say this is a frequent flyer in Hot Zone right now for the pro players, but it's certainly in the rotation.
I think Meg's a good brawler, you know, for the WWL side, but I think you've kind of got to argue the fact that they're probably going to try and take it away from the Poco side, because if they give them kind of Meg and Frank along with the Poco for their 2 and 3 picks, it's going to be a real tough time getting that amount of HP down with the Poco healing them as well. So I think there's, you know, a bit of both. Meg's going to be solid regardless for them, but they're taking it away from Reject as well.
So Buffy Brawler Frank going to join that left-hand side, and that natural tandem of Poco the healer going alongside Frank. The longer they can preserve his life, the more aggressive they can be. So Poco will play those back lines, and Pam will be there to assist. That's so much healing going down in that team. Ooh. Now, an interesting counter option. So Colette, certainly not at the top of tier list. It's not somebody I would run in your everyday rank. This is very circumstantial, though. Colette's main mission, she is the ultimate tank counter. She's going to be shaving health points in half for somebody like Frank, Pam, healing stations, Poco. I actually think this is an excellent answer in the matchup, so let's just see if it's a good enough brawler to get him a win.
Yeah, Kenny just ensuring that his ranked randoms don't go and play Colette.
I'm just sprinkling some advice.
Trying to save his mentality when he goes back home and plays some ranked. He doesn't want to be seeing any of that Colette, and honestly, for the most part, don't play it. But when you're against the tanks, it can definitely be a bit more viable. It kind of changes the matchups a little bit when you've got the Poco heals along with it, though. It makes it kind of a lot harder to get that 2-tap and super kill.
It's going to be really hard to walk forward. Healing station and Poco is going to have to be used to get Frank up this map. Otherwise, Colette, I think, is going to just stay glued to the Frank. Look at this. Several shots going down, cut in half. A super going down. Oh, a double going through 2. Brutal stuff coming out.
Well, Pam Station up now, and it is only 9-9 as well in terms of percentage, so it's not like WWL ran away from it while they got that kind of control. Melty going to pivot to the left-hand side now and will meet a puddle of amber fuel. And another super from Colette here, but he does get eradicated quite quickly, and Melty round the flank, just walking it down. Going to be able to pick up this amber with a lovely pullback towards him. And this is the positioning they want, and Mameshi going to be wasting a super there. Sorry, Mameshi wasting a super in that kind of tough time. You need those in these situations.
Yeah, I think that was a really interesting call out of them, because Colette gets the victory on that right-hand lane, and instead of just staying back and following Frank, she actually just stays lurking and allowed Frank to just walk forward, and now we see the result of that. Up 20-something%. They're nearly at a team wipe. Megan knocked out a mech. I think that was a decision-making error coming out of WWL.
Yeah, I think you could have argued at that point as well. It might have been better for the Meg to go down a bit earlier and get back into that Meg sooner. But Melty absolutely dominating the back lines here. As you said early on, that Colette absolutely destroyed him. But as soon as he changed those matchups, he got control, and now they're, 60% down, and Reject are going to take this one so comfortably.
Yeah, at 90%. Plenty of HP to go around between the healing, Pam, Poco, Frank, beefy galore. I just think that was a poor decision there. Look, this composition is going to rely on positioning to a degree. If somebody like Frank gets up in your face, it's hard to deal with no matter who you are, especially as good of a brawler as he is in our current meta. So I think that's the only adjustment you really need to make. They had a flying start. It's just they kind of lost the train of thought along the way. I don't think Colette in this matchup is necessarily supposed to be somebody in the front lines in that grasp. I want to see Colette glued to somebody like a Frank, constantly killing him and giving that 2v2 interaction that I think benefits Meg and Amber.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I'm not even sure Frank even got a single percentage on zone there. He was kind of just wandering about the map freely, getting so many. I mean, that is yet another questionable super. Melty's broken a few walls, might make his time a little bit hard on the right-hand side, but desperately need those supers to be able to kill these tanks, and he's wasting them to try and evade it.
I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that that super was meant to be a dodge, not meant to engage, but it was not timed well. Thankfully, it all works out. So 20-some-odd% ahead for Reject. WWL trying to claw their way back, but Colette just has to be better. This is a brawler that a composition that depends on Colette. This is, like I said, not a top of the tier list meta. This is very meant to be a counter matchup. If you're not getting the counter matchups, you're not getting the kills, you're not doing your comp any favors.
Absolutely. Well, Shu just slotting into this Poco healing station now. And the Scrap Sucker being used by Levi. Trying to get a few shots in. That's going to be a miss super for the Frank on the left-hand side, but he doesn't go down and actually kind of like, here, go back to your PAM healing station. Take some heals. On me, it's free. Don't worry about it. But a really nice super there with the hypercharge from Nene. And Levi has to be kind of healed up there by Shu with the gadget to stop him from burning down. Melty coming forwards now, and a big hypercharge will get rid of the Poco, leaving both... get rid of Frank, leaving both Levi and Shu in the backlines, and the percentage is pretty similar.
Clever gadget choice out of Shu to kind of preserve the life a little bit longer. Those flaming effects won't be nearly as much. A misconnection there from Melty, a dive in. Ooh, so close, but Colette ends up getting the frag. As a result, they can branch out a little bit. Poco doing an excellent job, though. This is not a brawler that's seen as aggressive. He's not built to be that, but with the recent balance change he got, especially with a hypercharged shield in his hands, he really can just march up the map and be a one-man band.
Yeah, Reject moving this healing station up now, choosing to stay aggressive for the rest of the game. It seems there's the hypercharge in the rear, though, from Mameshi. Gets some good work done. Going to be able to take down a second there as well, but can Melty stay on the zone? Gets another one, and 2%'s all they need. Reject close out this set and move 2 up against a really solid WWL side. They're fighting for this one, but just can't seem to get that last point on the zone and take these games home.
I think despite the result, I really feel like there was a strong chance WWL could at least contend with that. I don't know how pros would feel about that. Again, Colette, not somebody at the top of my mind a lot of the time, but considering the matchup, I think that was one that they could win. I think that's one they let go. This is a great Reject composition overall, but in the face of something like a Colette, I think they had a strong chance there. I mean, look at this. We saw a great start out of Colette, and then when Colette became the aggressor, and as that progressed, we saw a lot of mistakes. Supers to dodge, supers not connecting to the Frank. Frank kind of having his way. That's not something you want to see. If you're going to make an anti-tank pick, you gotta be an anti-tank, and it just wasn't enough.
Listen, Colette's getting in these positions here and doing some good work, but it's kind of just too little too late in so many of these scenarios. Melty managing to get 9 still against that composition. Obviously, Shu and Levi just being the two that are kind of propping him up and keeping him in the mix, allowing him to go into those back lines. And he really did disrupt that very nicely for WWL there. They had their moments, they got some really solid kills, they got some control, but they're just not able to get these games on the board.
I think these stats really just speak volumes itself. If the Frank gets more kills, then the tank counters with Ember and Colette on the other side. Frank is just too good in the meta. You can't really counter him with a measly Colette. We don't like to see that, right, Kenny? Yeah, I feel like overall, Reject is also in top form today. I feel like Levi fits right in there. He obviously always was that mid player. Now on the PAM, looked super good. Those double heal Frank comps have been in the meta. I think, Trev, that was back when we still were professional players. So that's a long time ago. Yeah, now it's back because of the buffies. I love to see Frank back.
Yeah,
in the meta,
it was a nice meta for me as well, I'll tell you that. Just being able to walk in a straight line and hope for the best. Definitely made my my playing days a lot easier.
I was always the poker in those comps. I like to be the person who brings everything together, just like here in the desk as well. We're repeating history.
Everyone needs one of those people. Yeah.
We're having Frank back in the meta. I really like the draft so far from Reject. I like what I see from Levi. I feel like Reject is going to be a team we have to keep an eye out for also in the coming months.
I think one thing to note is just there's been no signs of a step back. It looks like the same Reject that we had last year, despite cycling a new player, despite moving into a new meta, despite moving into a new year. They still seem in top form. And WWL, again, are not the biggest test, I would say, for this region. But when I'm looking to see if a good team is great, well, great teams should be dominating the teams they're supposed to be. And then when you get to the Zeta divisions and the CRs of the world, it makes more sense that it's a little more competitive, but they're not hesitating. This is looking like it very potentially could be a 3-0. WWL have had moments, but I haven't really seen them stand out, take a step forward.
And we now finally get to see Bridge to Far, because we only have 3-0s today. We did not yet. And Bridge to Far is a super interesting map, because if you win your lane, you win the game. Chuck is going to come in first. A brawler that is very often banned out on a map like this one. You don't have anything to to obstruct his way in mid, so his setup is going to be done fairly quickly. And Chuck, I like to describe him as sort of a timer. He will do damage to your save eventually, slowly trickling it down. So you want to do more damage quicker than your opponents. And I think Ember's already a great pick for that.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take the Cordelius as well for the side of Reject. So have a defensive measure. You know, if the opponents go something aggressive, so, you know, they can go the Melodies, or they can just kind of run it down with some more tanks. But I like the bans that they've picked out as well for the side of Reject, getting rid of the Colt, getting rid of the Pierce, the Angelo, the brawlers that would usually be the first picks in the heavy damage dealers or ranged brawlers on this map. So I like this from Reject. I think the Cordelius also, you know, just take it away from their opponents as well. They're still going to roll it with the Melody, though, regardless of having that Cordelius on the other side and a Spike to go along with it as well.
Melody has been very much a part of the current meta for pro players. Chuck kind of achieving the same goal. I like that you described it as a timer because it's inevitable. That's why they pair it with Cordelius. It's one of the few options that could shut down Chuck. If they want Chuck to excel, they need to make sure they're removing those options that can do well into him. But this is very well rounded from WWL. They've got Spike, who's got DPS, Amber with DPS and defensive capabilities, and Melody is going to be in the front lines just trying to get to the other end.
And as I said, you want to do more damage quicker than the Chuck on the other side. He's a timer, so I think, yeah, it really shows us that WWL follows the same strategy. 3 DPS bowlers on their side. They also took away Cordelius, which Trev is the main counter to Chuck. So they felt like, okay, we're just not going to defend him. We're just trying to do quicker damage. Belle going to come in last there. She's a pretty decent brawler at defense. She wouldn't have been at the top of my list, honestly, though, Trev.
Yeah, I just kind of think they're looking for something that's going to be able to outrange all opponents, maybe try not to feed Melody so early on, you know, still outrange the Amber, outrange Spike. If he's pulling in Life Plant as well, you're going to be able to bounce a few shots back and forward. They're just going to double this right-hand side and let Amber kind of have free reign on the left, which won't be too easy for Levi here as he's pinned back on defense. And Reject not going to be able to match the same damage early on.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a fair trade. I mean, I think it makes sense to make sure they're blocking out Melody, who has even more potential, but yeah, they've already punched through that first high safe lair, and Reject haven't made it to the other side. This is a composition that strikes me as very control-oriented. Chuck is really their only and main source of damage, where on the other end, if any of them win those lanes, like Sunny said, they're able to just get free damage, and a lot of it at that.
Yeah, super defensive stance here from the Spike, but he didn't even really manage to get done there either. He got the kill in the end here, but forced to use a super 2. And you see down the bottom, 50% already gone, and the first crack not even taken by the side of Reject. Much better from WWL, and this allows the Spike to now stay in a bit more of an offensive stance.
Yeah, they're just winning the countdown. I mean, Chuck alone can't deal with all the brawlers on the other side. Belle, as good of a player as they are, it's just not going to be enough when there's 3 brawlers incoming, especially when they go on 3 separate lanes. The bounce shot doesn't get as much value. Amber can just cycle in her life. They've got such a head start that they should win this. Nonetheless, Reject are putting up a fight.
Almost a really good defense here, but I think that's going to be game regardless. A really, really good game there for WWL, stopping them from kind of being swept. You don't want Reject to be running away with these ones. Can't let Chuck set up so early. They took advantage of them kind of doubling down on the right-hand side with Chuck, got that first crack down nice and early. Really solid stuff, I think, from WWL there. I think they played that game exactly how they should, forced the Chuck to do some defensive stuff as well, and then when Spike's kind of cleaned up, he can go a bit more aggressive because they've got that damage lead.
I just see Reject's path to victory being much more difficult. They have to win the kill counter and then also do damage on top of that. But the other side has any combination of brawlers that can really punch through that high save. So now Melty establishing these little train stations so that he can roll up to the middle of the map once he's going. That sets up the offense for Reject, and it's just left to Shu and Levi to play defense.
Well, he's going now. He's going to want to find another one of these supers to place it down behind the safe. Going to be able to go back and forward quite nicely now, but Spike is on safe. Melody in the realm here, and Cordelius not really able to do too much. He's just going to go for the base race decision, and that doesn't seem too smart with the amount of damage they're going to be able to rain down. They've got everything on the safe. They've got the Spike, the Melody, the Amber. Surely this is game done and set to them. They're not going to get the defense. And that is a risk that didn't need taken by Reject, I feel. They seem so in control of the series that I think they just overstepped.
Poor Brawl math. I think just the ultimate thing to say about that game number 2. There is no reason that Chuck could possibly outrace the other 3 brawlers, even as good of players as they are. Expecting them to play a perfect defense is not right. I think in hindsight, especially after we've seen it. This Bell pick was just a little too control-oriented and ultra defense. Chuck alone is not enough. It's a really annoying brawler to play against, but as long as you're winning your lane enough times, as long as you're sending maybe 2 brawlers for 1 Chuck, they're just ultimately going to win that fight no matter how you spin it. I just feel like Reject had to win the kill counter. They had to find ways to do lots of damage, and that just wasn't easy to do with their composition.
Super well managed, really, really solid stuff. Just didn't allow the Chuck to go very, very aggressive. And it was just all around really solid. Stopping this sweep here as well, Reject doing a good job to get these first 2 sets, but in the end it's just kind of a sweep stopped short in my opinion. I think Reject will get back to their winning ways in the next.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Chuck did as poorly as he did. I mean, you can see it there, 88,000 damage onto that heist safe. Only 1 kill to show for it. But nonetheless, it's just one of those things where I just feel like they didn't have the right approach in the draft. Control only goes so far in this game mode. Somebody like Bell is a good brawler. Cord is nice when you're pairing it with the Chuck, but it's not getting you any heist safe damage at the end of the day. Sure, you might get a few kills, but I'm not as interested in that. How did they get to the other end of the heist safe? Chuck was the only solution to that.
I think they really just followed the recipe there. If you have a Chuck against you, you can leave him open, let him slide through the band stage if you have the right answer for it, which is do damage faster than your opponents, and it worked out perfectly. I don't want to say I said so. I said it anyway, so we went that way. We're now heading over to our next map, so we finally don't have a 3-0 on our hands, folks.
Yeah, just something a little bit different here. I think we'll write that one off a little bit for Reject. I just think the strategy just wasn't in place there like I think you'd hope to be, but those opening 2 sets were still convincing. Nice to see WWL get on the board, take care of business, win a draft that I think they were expected to win, and now moving into Hard Rock Mine, one of these old-timey Brawl Stars maps. I want to see how they handle this. Another blunder by Reject, though, would put this at a set 5, and then things would get real spicy.
Yeah, they don't want this to get out of hand now because they seemed so comfortable through the first 2, and then a little bit of a mishap, I think, in terms of draft in the 3rd has given WWL this set. But they start things off a bit more composed here. They're going to take the spike. I know you'll love to see that, Kenny. It's just a brawl that's super, super well-rounded, can do well in the majority of matchups, very strong at the moment. Lily, on the other hand, throws a bit of spanner in the works. You know, it's kind of a little bit more unpredictable. The hypercharge can be placed onto the gem carrier, and that can flip the game with just a press of a button.
I think Kenny and me are already happy. Kenny gets his spike. I get now Lily. Let's see what WWL is now picking. Maybe for mid already. Charlie's gonna come in. We have seen her before doing quite well on lane. Maybe even as the gem carrier. I wonder if they're gonna come in with some more aggression on the side of WWL later on, or something with a bit more control. We have Rico banned out here almost every time. He's super strong in the map. There's one other brawler that basically does the same thing as him. It's Ruffs. And we haven't really seen a lot of him. Last year, I feel like it was Ruffs on every single map and mode, Kenny.
Ruffs is somebody I was definitely expecting to see more today, and I think this Charlie pick on that right-hand side is a bit of a hybrid, depending on who they lane up against. Charlie definitely could play mid. I see it all the time in scrims across the world, but if they want to go for a more traditional one, depending on what they see out of Reject, they can certainly react to that. Having a Cocoon and somebody like Ali is certainly useful. Ali is a very pesky brawler to deal with, especially with all the grass on this map. The leap that she has, that swamp swipe, super annoying to deal with, especially in a good player's hands, can be really frustrating to go against.
Yeah, I think they'll make the decision whether or not they want to mid this Charlie, depending on what Reject take next. If they continue with some aggression, they might need someone who's going to be able to be a bit more secure on those gems than the Charlie. You know, the Frank, solid brawler, surprised to see it left all the way to the end, to be honest with you. Lily's going to have, you know, I don't want to say a tough time, but you need so many shots, so much damage to bring that Frank down. It's not going to be his #1 target, put it that way. And I just like this Reject comp here. Spike mid can be a little bit of a liability sometimes, but Trunk's going to round out this WWL roster.
I was kind of waiting for this pick. Yes, they already have the Lily, but Charlie, as we mentioned, can play gem carriers, so to double down on the aggression definitely makes a lot of sense. Spike on the left-hand side, I mean, he is super strong in the current meta. Kenny's smiling from ear to ear seeing him, but he's a bit squishy as a gem carrier, I feel. So that Trunk and Lily comp is gonna be fairly dangerous to him, despite him dishing out a lot of damage.
Y'all are really selling this whole Spike. Yeah. I just thought he was going to be the #1 pick. I like Spike, one of the brawlers I've mastered in the game. But you know what? At a pro level, sometimes you get a pick, sometimes not. Two hyper-aggressive compositions coming out. The bolstering Frank on the left, Ali, the sneaky brawler on the right. Going to be met with a giant tree full of ants and Lily who can drag someone to the Shadow Realm. I think Charlie as the mid here was the right choice. I think ultimately when you see the lineup of the other end, Spike very untraditional, can be squishy, has the light plant available, but you just need somebody that has a gadget to protect themselves as a cocoon, as a defense mechanism. I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, bear in mind here as well, we're seeing Fertilize, not the curveball as well from Spike. So going to be a bit easier for the opponents to dodge the shots, but he just has that little bit more capability of staying alive when people come aggressive. I say that as he dies, and he provides a lot of gems over to the WWL side as they have 7. And Ali just kind of in no man's land. He's not doing a lot, he's just jumping about.
Tremendous timing out of Lily. The one issue is that Lily is holding those gems every time she makes an engagement. She's going to be risking those gems, so it's going to have to be a little more passive-aggressive than just simply aggressive. Melty now working this left hand down, and the flash of an eye, Ali can just get across the map. Such a mobile brawler, such an aggressive one, but nonetheless, it is going to be shut down. Good news for Reject is they gain map control off the backs of it, and they have a lot of gems to make up for.
Yeah, Levi's going to go for a super here, the hypercharge, and find the connection onto Minzu, but I think he missed a shot in there. Gets another one down as well, but the hypercharge in the back lines will take the Frank into that cocoon. Hasn't quite gone down yet, and they're still having to use so much to bring him down, but getting him out of those back lines was a big necessity, and I'm going to respect the Mameshi for going for that. Now the hypercharge on the right-hand side, Melty should be able to run away. Nene coming really aggressive, but dealt with by Reject in their backlines.
They've got brawlers everywhere right now. Ali is just willing to go on the backlines despite dying just to distract. It allows Shu to move up, but a cocoon will seal Frank's fate. They're met with Trunk, who has a hypercharge available too. Doesn't elect to use that super quite yet, just playing this patiently. They need to hold on to these gems. If they get a reset, there's enough gems in the middle, and also they get steal from the other side. Any idea of that, though, immediately decline. Trunk extending, grabs the kill. Now Lily with a hypercharge and a super available. Just making contact there is enough for them to win this game. Excellently played by WWL, and we're starting to see signs of what could be a set 5. What was so convincing out of Reject in those opening 2 sets, now all of a sudden, it's really starting to feel like a shift.
Absolutely, like if it carries on like that in the next game, or even the next 2, it's, you know, probably going to be a set 5. We're going to see some big changes from Reject here, and Ali just seems so useless. Not that he's playing it bad, he just can't do anything with the brawler in this match. He's just jumping about, trying to get something going. He's going to go really aggressive now, and the Charlie will cocoon herself just to try and stay out of harm's way, but found a spike shot upon return.
Ali as an assassin is built to take down squishy brawlers. So what do WWL draft instead? They draft these beefy brawlers. Somebody like Trunk is a perfect matchup into Ali, because Ali, even with 3 shots, being able to hide, it does not matter. You can't push the Trunk alone. Look at this. Just a huge advantage. Gadget cycled, and now a super available for Trunk. That interaction is going to go the red side every time.
Charlie has a cocoon again here as well, so ready to fend off any aggression that's going to be put forward by Reject. Nice super there from Minzu, through a shot of the Frank, and there's a good kill from Melty eventually. Might be able to get in these back lines now, goes for the super and invis, but can't really find much back from it. Trunk staying really aggressive, getting some nice hits, and a good pull there from Frank, but he's just cocooned in the perfect time.
Excellent response, and now met with a Lily super as well. Going to be able to defend against that. Frank somehow winning it, but nonetheless able to tie things up with the gym count. Reject still have a strong presence in this mid, though. I think at this point, if you're Melty, you're just trying to cycle your life as much as possible. Be a nuisance, because you know you don't have favorable matchups.
Yeah, it's 5-5 here, and Cocoon is available, but Frank just backs off, trying to defend his teammate here, but he's going to be under so much pressure as everybody seems to be coming forward towards him. The hypercharge shot's not going to have the same effect without curveball, because they're a lot easier to dodge. Now, Mameshi, 7 over his head, 7 over the spike, but control in the hands of WWL.
Tense moment and a very important one for this match. WWL with potential to extend. Reject, of course, could end it right here, right now in this set. They certainly don't want to see any signs of a set 5, but unfortunately for them, this Trunk Pit has been a thorn in their side, and finally a thorn will be the thing that brings them down.
Yeah, well, Melty was forced to pick up a gem there, which he won't like the look of now, has to stay alive, 9-9. And a hypercharge super is going to be missed there from Mameshi, and he gets pulled in and supered as well. Cocoons himself to stay alive and does a good job of that. Now super here from Nene, and really nice stuff to be able to fend that off. 10-10 and it's 2v2 in the mid.
Those are great stuns. Shu now able to survive, brings Levi back in time. 11th gem being picked up. Of course, the mid one now going to spawn on the other end. So this is going to be a back and forth until a team either establishes overwhelming control or finds a kill. Until then, it's just going to be a back and forth affair. Each side going to be grabbing a gem. Oh, what a bounce shot! Lily with a perfect angle and now dashing for the hills. It's WWL looking to go to a set 5. Reject were so comfortable early on, but now they're fighting for their monthly finals lives. Perfect cocoon lined up there. Shu up the middle of the map, and the squishy spike not enough to combat the red roster. For the first time in 2026, we're headed to set number 5.
It's going to be a special one. Reject's going to need to pull something out of the bag now to stop this momentum that's on the side of WWL Esports. This would be one heck of an upset if they managed to win this one. 2-0 down, what looked like a convincing game or series from Reject quickly turned on its head here and brought to 2-2.
And we talk about it so often in the East Asian region, but I think this once again comes down to draft. I loved what we've seen so far from WWL. They're the perfect solution to chuck and reach too far. And now in this one, Kenny, my Lily wins against your Spike. Just wanted to put that out there.
It's nice. I wouldn't claim Spike as mine. I just think he's a really good brawler. I do love the little guy, but unfortunately, having Spike as your untraditional mid carrier just didn't work out there. One of the benefits of Charlie and why I think it's a very viable strategy is what we see in these replay camps. A lot of the times when Frank even landed those pull, Levi does everything in his power to land those mechanics, whether it's a super, a pull. Charlie has a cocoon. She disappears. She all of a sudden just gains a giant shield to prevent herself, and now you have Trunk and Lily as these bodyguards almost to protect her when she pops out. I just think the team play was really solid out of WWL. Everybody doing their role. Charlie is not meant to be a killer here. 1 kill, some nice DPS, all the gems in the world. Meanwhile, 8 and 10 for Trunk and Lily. Just a great tandem there, especially for a team that's more new in terms of they haven't played with each other nearly as long as something like a 3-year run now with Reject. I'm super impressed. Even if WWL dropped the ball here in this set 5, I think this is a successful showing.
It's so funny. Yes, it was a great team play, but in the end, Lily with 10 kills, Minzun did a phenomenal job. It's funny to me, Trev, that Kenny hates to be put on the spot like that. If we want to put him on that Spike pick all the time, he's like, no, I'm not doing this.
Listen, you should see this guy's face light up when he sees Gale. That's the real Kenny.
I will light up if I see
He'll start dancing if we see a Gale.
Okay.
That's what I've heard. He told me that beforehand. He was
right?
like, he'll start breaking it down if we see a little bit of a Gale pick today. So,
so if you want to make us happy, please pick Gale so we get to see Kenny dancing.
I'm being exposed to all angles today. My ranked gameplay, my Gale pick, I just can't win out here. It's a tough showing for day number 1.
I'm glad I'm not being picked on. It's a rarity. This is usually aimed all my way, so I'll just sit here and enjoy it whilst it lasts.
Yeah, you take one.
Yeah, true. Trevor's back at the desk. Sorry, I shouldn't even target you, actually.
Okay.
But yeah, we're now heading into set 5. As you said so beautifully, it's the first set 5 of this year. We've only seen 3-0 so far, so this is very refreshing. And honestly, at this point, even though I said Reject is going to win this one in my predictions, also on the website, I do want those icons and pins, but WWL, you got this. I believe in that.
She's pivoting. She's pivoting. Listen, you've got to stick with your guns. And Reject all the way. And Reject all the way, baby. They're my Valentine's love. They're going to go all the way. They're going to make it to the final, and they're going to win it. They might have a bit of pressure against them right now, but I'm sticking to my guns. Reject all the way.
That's respectable to buy stock right here, right now, when the pressure's the highest. So you know he's
and they've just lost 2 in a row as well. So
you're a true believer, though, and I respect that. Look, they could certainly turn it around here. I think Reject are still a powerful team out of all matches to go to a set 5. I thought this was going to be like a semifinals, grand finals kind of thing. Instead, we're getting it right now, which is awesome. But you talked about it a lot earlier. In this region, coming into it as a preseason analysis, it really felt like we had a top 4, a top 5, and then everybody else, whoever makes it through the monthly qualifiers, makes it, congratulations. Maybe they make it next month, maybe they don't. Instead, though, now we're seeing back-to-back matches where these surprise teams and rival in our previous ones in WWL now, they're putting up a fight. Maybe the strength of East Asia is just better than we anticipated.
That is actually true. Yeah, we usually talk about that in EMEA, for example, where all of the top 8 just rotate. We only had 2 teams in EMEA that actually made it consistently to every single monthly final. I think in East Asia, the competition is there now. All of those teams that you even called WWL, they're a quarterfinal team. They're not going to make it. I think they're here today and showing us a completely new region almost.
Prove a point. Prove me wrong. I'd like to see this region become more competitive, because I've said a few times now, as you just mentioned then, I feel like it's a very 4-4 region. The 4 teams who are usually, guaranteed to be getting to these monthly finals and guaranteed to be getting to the semi-finals, getting past these, the usual quarter-final knockouts. I really want to see this region do more, have more competition, become more competitive as a whole. And, we've compared them to EMEA, who we do see kind of like anybody can qualify, anything can happen. And I'd love to see that happen to this region as well.
It is a little funny that we're saying we want to see the whole region become more competitive when they do have 3 world champion titles under the belt. But it's been just the top 4 every single
heavy.
No, I agree.
Top heavy. That's the perfect way to put it. We're heading over to our last set of this matchup here. We're heading into Brawl Ball, a fan favorite, and we're kicking things off here with Pierce actually left open. A lot of tankiness and assassins banned out from the side of Reject. They want to probably double down on the more slow-paced match like we usually see them do.
I'm going to default to Pierce as my mid of choice, and also it's just an excellent brawler. We saw this earlier as well. You just can't pass up on Pierce if given that opportunity. Shade Gone makes a lot of sense. Out of all assassins, I think he's the most frustrating to deal with on this map. I'm seeing Cord. I'm assuming they're grabbing something aggressive with it. And Max, not necessarily that. I would say a brawler that can be aggressive with a super, but Max oftentimes is enabling another brawler. So I think this is just a setup for whatever tank or assassin of choice they want as that 6th pick.
Yeah, and they're taking Cordelius as well. So, if Reject don't go something, aggressive, then they've done a good job of fending that off. And then as well, it kind of leaves them with a lot of options for their last 2 that Reject won't be picking now. So I like the strategy that Reject went for, banning out these kind of more unpredictable brawlers, the mean as something aggressive, Shade something aggressive, Frank being as strong as he is. I like the way they're getting rid of those and trying to calm this game back down to their level.
I'd like to say Kenji, I feel one of the only aggressive brawlers still left open here. What we usually see quite often is Cordelius and Pierce picked together, so it makes a lot of sense for me that WWL picks him up themselves. Max also just a perfect answer to any long-range brawlers, can dodge those shots a little bit better. Willow, a brawler I would still love to see, but breaking open the map is the key to success here for Reject. They also already have Pierce. Sandy's obviously going to struggle a little bit against Max, and maybe even another long-range brawler is now coming out of WWL if the map is completely open, but I feel like all in all a well-rounded comp from Reject.
WWL certainly have some things to think about now. I believe this is close or nearly an identical one that we saw earlier, so I think with that wall break going down, you have to abort. No, kind of the best of all worlds, though. This is a brawler that is aggressive, but more importantly for me in this mode specifically, he can rotate in that super rather quickly, especially if you get into his form where he can burrow underground. He pops up in front of your face, and now with extra max speed alongside that, I feel like there's just plenty of goal-scoring opportunities. I like that they zig. This Cordelius, I fear, is going to have a tough time, especially if these walls come down. There's no tanks on the other side, and traditionally Cord going to be an anti-tank brawler. I don't know if this is a shoe-in for something like WWE, but I feel like both of these sides have equal validity in terms of winning.
Yeah, I mean, I just really like the strategy and the draft that Reject kind of managed to get a hold of here. They maybe baited WWL and taken to this Cordelius so that they couldn't pair it with their Pierce. Didn't go any tanks, and I think they played out really nicely, but it doesn't seem to be going too well for them so far. Pinned in spawn here and just trying to keep Mameshi back. A lot of ammo laying on the floor here for Levi to pick up, but doing a good job of now backing off Nene. Pushing back up this map into a good position.
And of course, opening those walls can be very beneficial for Pierce and Grip, but if they're in their bottom spawn, they can't use those piggy banks on their goal side. That would just open up the net, and that's certainly something they don't want to expose. So mid-control, still going the way of the red roster. Max speed going down. Cordelius has to find a way to close that distance, so rotating in those max supers is crucial for them to win this matchup.
Good slowing blow as well there. Stopped them in its tracks and made him back up. Shu is going to break a bit of their home turf on the left-hand side here, and a good stun from Melty. He wants to work towards these sandstorms. Cycling those is going to be a big part of winning this one. Nice super coming in from there from Nene. And Levi getting some great shots into. This might be a really solid defense here from Reject. Nene getting one shot in the sandstorm will allow them to pick up that kill and establish control here. Should be able to get a piggy bank on the right too.
Yeah, now Reject gonna have a counter opportunity to move up the map. It's them with control, a piggy bank on that left-hand side just to open things up. So Pierce is going to have his way, especially into somebody like Cord, who's just gonna basically have to rest on that top left-hand wall.
Yeah, sitting in a pretty similar spot to where we last saw it as well here. Some good aggression on the right-hand side from WWL as Mo coming forward. Gets the super onto Levi and the kill will be there. Griff and Sandy have what it takes to be able to stop this one. But some good shots coming in here and a super from Shu. Nice stuff. Melty, I'm not sure if it used a little gadget down there, but would have made sense to stop that in its tracks.
despite how aggressive WWL have been, they've definitely had time of possession in this one. They haven't been able to punch one through the net. Now Shu opening up this bottom right-hand wall is an interesting choice. It does allow them more space to make those sharpshooter shots, but it's also more opportunity for a goal. Now a hypercharge from Moa, kick over to the right-hand side, one takedown, banks it off the bottom right wall. Melty overwhelmed, doesn't have enough damage to deal with an entire roster of WWL. And as a result, they're put one in the net early.
Well, Reject's going to have a lot of reliance on this super here. The Sandstorm coming down, and this should get them some control, and they need a bit more than control with only 15 seconds left. Still a goal left to be desired. The piggy bank is going to break that up. Some good shots coming through. Max the only one on the line, but he can't get the shot off onto the Max, and that will not be a goal. Well defended by WWL, and that's going to put them on match point against one of the region favorites of Reject.
Reject were the #2 seed last year, and obviously making a roster change that had many of our attention. Levi is a great player. After 2 sets, they looked unstoppable. It did not look like WWL would be able to sniff a set 4, and instead, they're now the ones on match point. Real potential here. That East Asia is just in a new era. Nobody is safe. It can't rely on results from 2020-25. 26 is a new year, and WWL is certainly showing that they're built for it.
Missed super there. I believe it was from the Cordelius in that situation. So a wall break on the right-hand side, changing his stance on things here as he's getting rid of the right rather than the left early on this time and tries to take control of that portion of the map. Cordelius will be following Melty over to this right-hand side to try and take that matchup. But Levi not managing to find too many shots onto Minzoon here as he's playing a bit more passive.
Some of these walls being broken open on that right-hand side. It makes things a little more challenging for somebody like Melty, but when you're going against Cordelius, who has the least amount of range on the map right now, I think this is an okay matchup. It's going to be a trade, though. Red roster taking advantage now. A dive in for Mo, up in the faces. They clear the way, and another one in the net. WWL just 1 goal away from moving to a semifinal.
Now don't even need a goal either, so can just play a bit more defensive. The super from Levi's, don't think it really made any connections there. Unsure if I missed one onto the Max. He is healing up a little bit, so might have found the connection. Ammo now recycling, trying to find these homing blows onto the opponent through the wall. Shu moving up, with some breakable walls standing in between them still. Melty wants to position himself to be able to get this sweet dreams and shot off, but backed up quite well by WWL, who just need to hold on for a minute.
Reject have to take advantage of this opportunity, though. They have possession of the ball. They have control of the map. Now they just need to find 1 to 2 frags. Maybe something like a Sweet Dreams gadget to put one in the net. The Griff up in the faces, piggy bank available, gadget popped. It should be a guarantee. Yes, it is. Melty ties things up. Reject still have legs in the match.
Really waiting for the moment to get that off, and there's the super coming in from the Cordelius. Leaves it in a 2v2, and this might not be able to be stopped here as the hypercharge is available. Super dash there from the Max, and he got a little bit antsy with it. Rushed into that situation, and a Sandstorm used defensively will push the Cordelius and Mo back. This 2v2 will re-establish Reject in the mid and put them in a good position to bring this one back.
Guns a-blazing. They were really aggressive off the start of that respawn, and now they were forced away. I think it could have been even worse for them. Thankfully, Reject don't come away with too many kills. They're able to maintain possession, but this hypercharge is something to watch out for. Mo now in the enemy lines. Now a purple button for Max as well, juggling multiple brawlers. Face shift, Melty the last line of defense, but WWL have cleared the way. East Asia's new era starts in 2026.
Absolutely incredible from WWL. Big upset in the quarterfinals. What we thought might be one of the more convincing quarterfinals Reject's way. They go 2-0 up and then get destroyed from that point out by WWL. Incredible drafts, great gameplay, and an all-round very good quarterfinal for WWL.
I'm rather impressed by this region. As somebody that really thought this was going to be a kind of a top 5 and everybody else, I'll throw ABC, who we'll see in this next match, in that mix too. I'm just surprised in all the right ways. WWL stepping up, especially after we were quick to criticize as just another top 8 team, somebody that I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't see him next month. Instead, though, they're moving their way up the leaderboard now that Reject have gone down, that SKC have gone down. This doesn't just shape up our current monthly finals, this also has implications for future seeding in future months. They're making their road easier. That's why I'm so pivotal on these first months going well, especially with the Brawl Cup on the line as well. I mean, this whole region is just completely shattered.
They've truly established themselves now, and this also marks a very important moment in the history of Brawl, we have the first time ever a Korean team making it out of the quarterfinals. It's lovely to see that they are now standing in the semi-finals. It's not going to be an easy task for them. They need to face off against either Crazy Raccoon or ABC. But yeah, looking at the stats as well, the Cordelia's pick really helped them out on the right-hand side with a 9 kills on Cookie, Mamameshi. So yeah, I really loved what I saw from WWL. I really loved the draft. The mechanics were there. But yeah, I kind of feel like the draft was the important part in this one.
Absolutely. It seems to just have gone their way from that third set. As soon as they managed to kind of take a little bit of a different route than the norm, base race that Chuck, keep him off the safe, the momentum really just flipped. And I think, as you say, the draft along with it as well went their way time and time and time again after that. So really solid stuff from WWL. Reject, they're a great mechanical team with very good players, and I've got high hopes for them throughout this year still, regardless of this big upset in the first round of the first monthly final. But WWL, a well-deserved win.
Solid stuff from all of these underdogs today. Not from us, though. In terms of predictions, we're doing pretty shabby. We're now down to 30% correct, guys. But we went with what probably the whole region thought as well, right? We went with the obvious choices. But as I've mentioned before, I'm happy either way, because either the obvious choice wins, my prediction is correct, or the underdog wins, which my heart is always just pumping for those underdogs. I'm so happy for WWL.
The X on the graphic just hits a little harder. Am I not wrong? It just
I
the check mark feels
that.
so good. The X hits home. I'm feeling the pain of predictions right now, but it's been a joy to watch. I mean, truly, my expectations have certainly completely shifted in this region. I really thought coming into this we were going to have roughly 5 teams at the upper echelon. You know, on any given month I could see them winning, but instead we're getting some of these unproven talents just break through. I think it's awesome that you mentioned it too. The South Korean team doing numbers in this region is a big deal because it's been so Japanese dependent for so long. I love seeing a little change of pace here in 2026.
This so far was my favorite match of the year. It has very high potential to be the favorite for a long time now because it had both a 3-2, which I love to see, and the underdog one in the end. So I'm super happy. A reverse sweep, it had everything. So lovely to see WWL now in the semi-final number 2. Super excited to watch that one, Trev. They're gonna have either the reigning world champions Crazy Raccoon against them, or ABC, the winners of the Icebreakers, also a very established team.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's not a big reward for beating Reject, is it? You're like, okay, I've beaten Reject. Just give me an easier opponent now. Something a bit more chill for the semi-finals. Like, nah, you know what? We're going to put you up against the 2025 champs. So not the biggest reward for being able to beat them, but at least they've made it to the semi-finals. I'm sure that's probably further than they thought they were going to get. But if predictions carry on going how they have been, so kind of not easy to predict, then maybe Crazy Raccoon aren't even going to make it out the quarters.
Oh boy. I can't even go there right now.
We'll see at this point. Maybe we need to change our predictions, folks. We've been pretty bad. I hope you've been doing better at home. You can still look in your predictions for that 4th quarterfinal now over at eventobrawlstars.com. And talking about it already, it's Crazy Raccoon versus ABC. It's a 3-time champion Tensai versus 2-time champion Choppy. Moya is playing versus his former teammate Kenji. There's a lot on the table for those 2 teams. And yes, as I already said, for the first time in history, we have a 3-time world champion, and he's playing in a few minutes.
Yeah, I think Crazy Raccoon's tone really shifted last year, and I think that's mostly due to Mocreo coming into this team. I feel like they're more jovial, they're more willing to cut up. That's something in Chasing Glory that I've certainly seen on player cams you see all the time. I think it's why he's a big fan favorite. This team just feels a little bit different. I think the expectation is higher. Last year, they kicked off the year by winning a monthly final, and then the rest of the regular season was not great. They finished the year as the number 4 team. So my point is this. It's something that I probably should have absorbed a little bit more, but no team is safe in this region. Despite them winning a world championship, they still had to go through LCQ. As good as they are, there are other teams that can match. So I want to be careful with ABC. Should Crazy Raccoon be favorites? Absolutely. They're the defending world champions, but ABC in their own right have some great history too.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, they came 4th last year, Crazy Raccoon, as you've just said, so it's not going to be an easy run for them at all. It doesn't seem like they've got that same power online as they do in person. I don't think we can forget on the other side, though, we might have 3-time champ Tensai on one side, but 2-time champ Chape on the other side as well. Hasn't really been able to match the same results as he did a little bit earlier on in the Brawl Stars esports ecosystem, but looking to try and get back to winning ways in 2026.
And yeah, the matchup we mentioned, it's basically a remixed version of the 2022 World Grand Finals. So seeing those those two facing off against each other again is super exciting to me. That definitely was the quarterfinal I was looking forward to the most, I feel. Well, we already had my highlight of the year in quarterfinal number 3, so let's see if this one is truly even better now. Crazy Raccoon had a great run in the World Finals. At LAN last year, the only team to ever beat them was Remnant X Spark. Now, in this region itself, it feels like they're a lot more uncomfortable than on the big international stage, actually, as they had to go through LCQ. They didn't even make it directly into the World Finals. And also coming into this month, they struggled against Rival in the qualifiers, beating them 3-2 only. Is this just their kryptonite, their own fellow East Asian teams?
I don't really have a good explanation for it, to be honest with you, because on that LAN setting, they've just been so good for so long. But now that I'm revisiting these qualifiers, we've seen Rival win a match here today. That 3-2 feels a lot better now, knowing that Rival are better than at least I thought they were. ABC with a 1-3 loss to SKC, however, now does not age as well, and you can't really use the transitive property in Brawl Stars, but it's certainly something to keep your eye on, especially when we have so few results.
Yeah, I was going to say something along those lines as well. It does make you rethink it. They only managed to just scrape past Rival Esports, a team of this caliber. But Rival Esports have just proved to us, who they are and how good they are getting to the first semi-finals. So I think it makes you rethink kind of the rest of the group as well. So I do think this is going to be an incredibly close one. Crazy Raccoon coming into this one as the favourites, and I think it's slight favourites, to be honest with you. It's just a question of whether or not these kind of 3 players of the past, I want to say, in ABC, are going to be able to get back to those heights.
Talking about players of the past, I do want to highlight Kenji a bit more. He kind of retired in 2025, semi-retired. He did play every now and then, but Acekin didn't take it as serious as some other teams. He then coached Rival Esports at LCQ. They did not make it through, but he still decided, I see something in IC, and I want to team up with him this year, actually, and play alongside him. So from coach to teammate, now IC and Kenji on the same roster.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, regardless of how you spin it, it's safe to say that Kenji took a serious step back. And for somebody that's been a part of this region for so long, to flirt with retirement and then make a last-second decision, you know what, I will play. Kind of the reason that we had so many roster shifts in the region, Kenji coming back, is why Ryohei is where he is. And I'm really happy for Ryohei that it worked out, because throwing together a roster that last second and getting a quarterfinals victory is a big deal. ABC are a team, though, that have legacies. I mean, IC, for example, not nearly as much as a Chappie, who's a 2-time world champion. Kenji, 2022 runner-up. Since then, though, they have not made a single World Finals. I think there's certainly room to grow, redeem themselves. These are players with legacies, but if they want to take it a step further, if they want to be known in the history books of Brawl, they have to find a way to bounce back to that level.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it kind of shows the faith that Kenji has in this roster. If you're on the brink of retirement and then commit to another year of Brawl Stars when you haven't been having the biggest successes over the past few, I think it just goes to show the confidence he has in this roster. And I think that's a big thing for a player of his caliber, to have confidence in a roster and commit to more Brawl Stars when you're on the brink of retirement. It's a big thing, and I think this team can do some serious damage this year.
So let's see if ABC managed to de-rust Kenji and they can actually take this one. Again, we all voted for Crazy Raccoon. That just means that ABC wins, right?
It probably does.
Probably.
I'm not going to bet against the world champs, though, in the opening one of the monthly finals, especially against a team, like I mentioned, that hasn't had the best of results. They haven't been bad. I mean, a lot of these players have been on the LCQ brink for several years in a row now, but that's the final stage of their every year, it feels like, for multiple years now. We haven't seen them kind of move past that. Will 2026 be the difference maker? I'm not sure. This match will tell us.
I do have on the websites 8th Division and Crazy Raccoon making it through to the grand finals, so let's see if at least that's gonna be true in the end. We are ready now with the first map of this one. Let's hope it's not another 3-0. On paper, this is going to be a very close matchup between those two teams. It all comes down to 2 factors. Has Crazy Raccoon figured out the current meta? Was World Finals just their meta? Now with the buffies, they might struggle a bit more. Draft is already halfway through here. Finks is going to be my top pick on this map, so I do really like ABC's pick here. On the other side, Crazy Raccoon with Ember and Draco. Ember was a big talking point coming into this monthly final. Played in many scrims. Also, the icebreaker was full of Ember.
Yeah, and I like it. It was two very fast back-to-back picks as well, so they've got a lot of faith in this brawler as well, knowing what they want to pick coming into this one. Probably predicted that early pick of the Finks as well with the bans that they provided. Lumi going to come in as well then for ABC on their side. Took a bit more thought, that one. I don't mind it by any means. It can be very solid, but you know, you've got to be extremely careful of this Draco running riot in your backlines.
So far, Draco's the one that stands out to me the most. I mean, Draco's just not nearly as meta as he used to be, I would say. This just kind of feels like a Crazy Raccoon comfort pick. The reason it's shown up historically in Hot Zone is mainly due to the gadget. Obviously, you get extra life. If you pop it, you can remain on 1 HP for a longer duration. And because of that, you can spend more time in the Hot Zone, which is the ultimate goal. I'm kind of curious if they go for a last-second Gray pick with this, because pairing that with somebody like Draco just makes a lot of sense to me to get him on that Hot Zone immediately.
I had 3 brawlers noted down here that I felt like we were going to see either way. That's Finks, Poco, and Mina. I think Mina is showing up now in the bans. Poco nowhere to be seen. We actually have a lot of new brawlers in this draft overall. Brawlers we haven't seen on this map whatsoever.
Yeah, very different from the pace that we've seen on Ring of Fire several times today. And several brawlers that you mentioned make sense to me in that ban stage. I mean, Poco, like you said, good enough to be in the ban stage. Mina, somebody that's out there. Imps is so good. Yeah, and Pierce goes through as well. And I think seeing Draco, again, it's just interesting. This feels like a very Crazy Raccoon-style pick. I think that's something that worked for them so well at the World Finals. Just comfortable in their own shoes. The meta fit them. The question is, in this month, in a new year, can they get back to doing the same thing? The regular season was the biggest obstacle they faced just 1 year ago. Obviously, the ceiling is a world championship, though, if they can escape.
Well, Milcreo starting well and then quickly got turned on there on the back lines of ABC. Milcreo doing a good job with these dancing flames, getting a few shots in. Tensai still sitting in a decent position on the right-hand side. Will be pinched down now, and a good super coming in on the backside as well. Locked him down in place and did eventually get the kill. Melody coming forwards now, but doesn't choose to use those supers and just waits it out, ready to come back again.
Milcreo taking advantage of the dancing flames, a defensive mechanism that Amber has in her back pocket at all time. For now, it's Tensai releasing the Dragon's Breath up in the face of the enemies. They'll go from the stun from Lumi and Ali there to be a cleanup crew. Milcreo, though, not doing a thing. This Melody pick, also another unique one. I'm really only used to seeing Melody played on Heist right now, but it seems like the spinning notes, the hypercharge, are certainly going in their favor. Unfortunately for her, she got shredded right there, but I promised earlier she was doing okay.
Yeah, decent until it wasn't. Now the hypercharge coming through from Melody, straight into the back lines. Seems to be just holding that super again and again when going down, ready to bounce back into action. And another gadget used there by Tensai keeps him on the zone for a little bit longer, but it seems like he wants to use those in more aggressive positions rather than when he's just locked down on the point. Really nice super coming in there from Milcreo, doing a good job of burning down those players. And that's another kill again, and a 3-piece for Crazy Raccoon here as they bounce back into action. And now with this control, should be able to close it out.
That's a fantastic team wipe, especially considering that Finks used a hypercharged super, so they're able to get through that and now take complete dominion of the entire map. This is where things get scary. Milcreo, a brawler on Ali who relies on that grass. It's going to give them a Game 1 win, and if that continues, the second Crazy Raccoon gain that positioning. Now they play the sneaky game. Ali is somebody that is full of mental tricks. When you're hiding in that grass, she can pounce at a moment's notice, or she can just straight up go invisible. You have to keep your eyes on her at all times.
Yeah, it looks really good there as well, and the Melody always saving the super to kind of just bounce straight back out of spawn rather than using it while surviving and trying to survive a bit longer on the zone. So we'll see if that's the stance she takes again. Going to be going down the mid, and the ice already used just to kill Milcreo back and stop him from backing up his teammates, but it seems like at the moment they don't really need it. Milcreo doing a good job here, and Tensai will get the kill on the, well, through the mid actually as he pinches into Milcreo's lane.
Tensai just occupying space, doing his best to dodge out, and now that there's several brawlers respawning for ABC, his job got a lot trickier. Thankfully for him, Milcreo there to defend. Not successful though. What could be a double takedown? The gadget preserving his life. Wow, ends up surviving. That's a huge pickup for CR.
Yeah, it's massive, and obviously, as you said, surviving as well, even on that 1 HP. And retreating back, now fully healed, ready to get back on this dragon and breathe some fire, pushing Melody to the left-hand side, and also Ali's going to be able to get a kill as well. Good pickup from the Melody in turn. They're getting some good percentage on the zone for how little control they've had, but Crazy Raccoon running away with it now.
Attacks from all angles out of Crazy Raccoon. Tensai holding onto the mid while Ali is up in the faces. Milcreo just so aggressive. Kill after kill. Kenji knows they have to do something special and grabs a insta-kill with that hypercharge. The stun goes through. It branches out to multiple lanes. Not enough to take control though. Chappie and now Icy have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, Milcreo going huge again, getting the double burn. Achape throwing down this super now, but with Draco able to breathe fire so kind of widespread, it's hard for him even with that super now to avoid it. They get it up to 98 and Milcreo should be able to just walk on, and that he does. Nice work from Crazy Raccoon and Milcreo as always, giving us a nice emo afterwards, and a great successful first set for Crazy Raccoon.
I just feel like since Milcreo joined this roster, it just looks like Crazy Raccoon are having more fun. And I think it's very easy as professional players with such high stakes and these big moments where thousands and thousands of people are watching you at all time. I think it's good to get lost in that, just to have fun playing the game, to be in a room with your teammates and kind of throw the rest of it aside. Just be you. I think there was a more serious tone beforehand, and I'm not saying there's a right or wrong there. I'm just saying I think this is a welcome change. I think Milcreo joining this team was a huge part of the formula, especially after the expectation of replacing somebody like Shitapo was so high for him. Obviously, he's fit in like a glove.
I've also just realized there's 2 Milcreos. How didn't I see that during the game?
Yeah, that's really going to throw us off. No, yeah, I mean, we're telepromptering it. Yeah, that's not okay.
I did not see this throughout the game. They're not making our jobs easy, I'll tell you that right now. But we'll try work through it. So it looked like Moya was the alley and Milcreo was the amber. But, you know, honestly, I was just giving Milcreo a lot of credit on 2 fronts.
That makes sense. I was like, he's playing the best set of his life. Okay, so Milcreo was the one on amber. That's devious. That just can't fly on the casting desk, setting us up for failure instantly. We'll have to see if there's any differentiation on the name, but that time I'm going to give a lot of credit to Moya then and appropriately place that, because Ali is somebody who was definitely a key factor in that one. I always felt like Ali was flanking on multiple angles, using that water to get up the map. Really impressed with Moya. I still love Milcreo, but that was a Moya one for me.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you who it was, to be honest. I'm still unsure. Yeah, that's
too much.
That's
fun.
a vile
line.
It's a vile trick to play on the casters, I'll tell you that, and going to make our lives a lot harder. But we'll try our best to guide you through it, as the Crazy Raccoon, regardless of having 2 Milcreos, are 1 set up, expected for the 2025 champs. But ABC, I would have thought a bigger fight was going to come through.
Yeah, maybe 2x Milcreo is just what they needed to get
too
the
much
win
power
here. Yeah, it's just too overpowered. ABC, it definitely wasn't as much of a fight as I thought it was going to be, to your point. But a very interesting draft overall. I mean, Draco getting in the mix there, Melody showing up. Again, not brawlers that are impossible to show up in that map or just the wildest thing I've ever seen, but I would say more irregular compared to a lot of the scrims that I've seen, especially in regions like EMEA and NA are ones that I'm typically prone to watching just at home. So now we shift over to something completely different. I would have expected to see Melody here. That's why we see her in the band stage. No Chuck allowed. So a couple of those high damage brawlers, the ones that have easy access to that high save, removed early.
Makes this a bit more entertaining than last time, I feel. It should be kind of the distinctive 1v1 matchups across the 3 lanes, which I feel like that's kind of how they designed this map to be. Angelo's still on the table to be able to go across that water. Same with the Eve as well. 2 brawlers that can do that really nicely. Colt and Otis, 2 brawlers that dish out masses of DPS, going to be banned out the way. Brock available as well, going to be able to do a decent job against that slow-moving 8-bit as well, and still be able to get some DPS on the set.
Curious if they go something like a Bell that could give that damage amplifier plus the bounce shot. I think there's a few options. Amber can keep her distance, high DPS. You gotta find a way to shred through 8-bit. The biggest thing is, as long as you can keep him on the other end playing defense, he can't progress up the map and do the massive amount of damage, because it's a 2-edged sword. He does an insane amount of damage, but his Achilles heel is he's the slowest darn brawler you ever did see. So moving up and marching down that map is hard. And they're counting it with Miko, one of the brawlers that has easy access to the other side. A few hop, skips, and jumps away, and he's killing your high save.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, we're going to see this 1v1 lane matchups at range. We're probably not now, because Miko's just going to be beelining towards that safe, the same as Chuck and Melody would be doing, dealing so much damage and really hard to control that brawler as well. So, although we thought maybe the long range, the Bells, the Brocks against the 8-bit, that's not the route they're choosing to go so far. Still might for their 3rd and final, but we'll see what ABC pick for their next 2.
A lot of choices still out there. Carl going to be something very different. So this bridge too far set compared to what we saw just a few matches ago. Going to be a different change of pace here. I think this one's going to be very much aggressive. Get down your lane, make sure you're doing damage, because Miko has no interest really in 1v1ing like you alluded to. He just wants to brink it for the high safe, get a few chunks of damage in there, and then rotate on to the next life. I really like Miko in the game for this game mode in general. I think this is really the only one he excels at, to be quite honest with you. But I almost like Miko a little bit better than Chuck. I just think there's a little more potential with him.
Well, Pierce is going to come through. Long-range brawler and a very solid one at that at the moment. You're able to cycle out so many shots on the likes of on the likes of Amber and possibly what they pick as a third. It's going to be harder to find those connections against the Miko. It's a question if, he wants to trade the one ammo for one and just jump over your shot.
Calme-toi.
And Charlie going to come in then as the third for Crazy Raccoon to round it out. They've got that defensive measure now and can stop people when they go towards the safe. So I like that. And the Cocoon as well, really solid to take people out.
Yeah, if Carl is trying to use a flying hook or a tail spin, obviously instantly stopped in its tracks if Charlie drops that Cocoon. The Spiderlings for the single projectiles of somebody like Pierce. I see it definitely working out. It's just more of a control brawler. They have to rely on Miko to get that high safe damage. 2025 champs and Crazy Raccoon already up 1-0. 2 Milcreos on the map. We're going to see what happens. I don't know which one of them is going to do better, but excellent players nonetheless. This is going to be contrasting to what we saw on Bridge Too Far earlier. It's Tensai taking off that left-hand side. Miko up the middle of the map, gonna bounce to the left and just try and do his best to dodge as many shots as possible. Even 5,200 damage just for that effort is great.
I mean, he just makes so much room as well. Yes, they might have to kind of double down the defense for that Amber and the Charlie especially, but he can open up so much room and force people back in situations where they don't want to be. Might be able to pick up the Carl here and survive on. He does, but Pierce with some good shots. He's just going to go and get another 5.2 on safe, but still, not much compared to what the 8-bit just did, but they've defended and now got control.
That's where it gets really scary, is if 8-bit can make it across, especially with a super, he can do so much damage. The extra credits can rain down as well, so plenty of potential for damage here too. It's just easier for Milcreo to move up that map. Despite that, though, very evenly matched overall.
Well, he's just missed the burn on safe, I think, there as well, which would have added a few more percentage. There's the 50% crack for ABC, and much more controlled effort from them rather than Milcreo just running up the map time and time again, getting the damage, which should be able to get the crack here with a couple more ammo slots. But down the bottom, Crazy Raccoon are just walking away with it. This damage booster still there. Tensai's eventually going to be able to pick up Kenji here. And it will get the damage booster down as well, but they need to be very cautious about letting this Carl go now.
Huge advantage, too, because they're up in terms of high safe layers. So Achapi even getting a few extra tags is nice. They're going to let Milcreo go, just knowing that they have the advantage. 8-bit turret down, extra damage goes through, and ABC, really solid showing here in the game number 1.
Yeah, very good way to bounce back there as well. We'll say, they kind of just left people, let them go, have the 8-bit do the damage booster doing its work as well. I think it was boosting the Carl at that time. It was just going so aggressive and not letting the Miko just run away time and time again. There was always someone there defending him, stopping him from just going for pure damage.
So changing up how they initially start, Tensai going up the middle this time alongside Milcreo. They're going to leave 8-bit alone. That's a brawler that I would be scared to let trade off, because now Kenji just has free reign on that height save. So sure, they gain 16% out of it, but Kenji, of course, going to be a huge distraction. This opens up a lane for Icy. A tailspin goes through, no Charlie Cocoon available. They have no way of stopping that.
Well, Milcreo just doesn't care. He's going again, wants to get some more damage, and Kenji the one on the defensive side, so quite easy to miss a lot of those shots at close range if you're kind of able to strafe out the way a lot. But Milcreo wants to go up, but yet again just can't.
Achapi, of course, going to have the distance on somebody like Charlie, where that yo-yo goes back and forth. So if Pierce is hitting shots, he's going to be able to cycle those tags a lot more quickly. IC still working this right-hand lane. Kenji doing his best to be a stalwart on defense, and on top of that, now he can transition to fully offensive. He's got his turret down in the mid, firing so many shots with that turret boosted. It's over 1,000 damage with every single one of those hits. It's adding up so quickly. Now they're striking through the safe even more, way down below that 25% threshold, and you see the anguish on Tensai's face. A little frustration as that one got away from him.
I mean, that was just dominance from the side of ABC. Much better from them. I do feel like the Miko really didn't do much. Yes, got a few jumps on the safe here and there, but against an 8-bit who's just going to be able to do so much more when left to roam towards that safe. He didn't really take that into account and just kept on going up again and again and again rather than trying to get a kill on his way. He was just kind of ignoring people on his way up.
I'm curious to see what the stats show here, because 8-bit is somebody that I think was playing defense and getting frags a good bit, but on top of that, I'm curious to see how his damage matches up here against somebody like Miko. It's actually pretty comparable, so the fact that 8-bit was able to get additionally more kills, and you see the DPS in Milcreo as well, the strategy is not for him to get kills, but if somebody like 8-bit is playing defense, getting more DPS, and doing roughly the same amount of damage to the safe, I think that's all you need to know. It was just always going to go ABC's way in that case.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely. You're looking at it and you're kind of thinking, oh, well, Milcreo's got more damage than the 8-bit. They're the main two damage dealers, but you looked across the board and it was pretty even across the ABC side, around those 60, 70,000s. Whereas I think the Charlie hit 2 shots on safe total with 3,200 damage for the side of Crazy Raccoon. So not really where they wanted to be in that situation. You see Tensai, they're never really going to be creeped out in a 1-1 situation. we were watching, I think it was Chasing Glory, and he was like, we were down, but we looked across the way and they looked flustered. And that's just something that Crazy Raccoon never are. They're never flustered. They always feel like they're in a position to come back and win. And it's only 1-1, so they're not even backed against the wall yet.
It's a team that they've proven no matter the situation, they can still find a favorable result. And I think that was a huge learning for them, especially in something like LCQ, where there are multiple moments, especially against a home crowd like Casa Brawl, and they still find a way to pull off that reverse sweep. That's something that I'll always remember from 2025 especially, and in the legacies of all three of these players. I think it's something notable. I think there's something commendable about them never giving up. They're still super chill. I mean, there's not a lot of talking going around in that room. I'm sure it stings a little bit that they got kind of thumped in that set number 2, but plenty of room to still grow. They have plenty of experience, and that's what makes them so difficult to play against. They're so hard to give a final kill. They always just seem to find a way.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it kind of slows down a bit again, get back to Crazy Raccoon tempo here as we are on to Hard Rock Mine and Gem Grab. Definitely a different route. You can't really be expecting to just be running this one down. I mean, actually, you can. We've seen so many run it down comps in Hard Rock Mine. It's a different meta to how I guess it would usually be played a bit more slow, calm, composed. Spike going to be the first pick coming in from ABC then. And then that's what we saw last time as the first pick as well. It's just so well-rounded.
Rico escaping the ban stage as well. We haven't seen a lot of him on Hard Rock Mine today, but I think it's a valuable brawler historically on this map and in the current meta. Sound effect, couldn't quite tell what it was. Looks like it's Charlie, though. Charlie's been a more valuable mid in the pro scene as of late. I do feel like there's a plethora of mid choices, though, especially in this region between brawlers like Max, Gus, Crow shows up a good bit, but when I see Spike, some of those brawlers you can no longer work with, and obviously they have to adjust a little bit for these ban stages. Some of the like Crow, of course, thrown out there. We haven't seen Tara a lot today, but of course, with the super is somebody that can reclaim gems, get those last second kills that you need.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they're kind of readying themselves for offense from ABC, I feel, here as well. The Charlie being able to do such a good job of shutting down aggression, cocooning herself when in perilous situations. And Tara's going to be able to get so many supers off, the lighter the mortises, the more aggressive people coming forward. So we'll see if IC can manage this brawler well. We saw it, I think it was in the first series, the quarterfinals number 1. We saw Mortis come down on this map, and it did a very, very solid job. But we'll see if IC can match that.
Spike currently should be playing lane most of the time, but we saw him earlier be a mid option. So curious what ABC make with this 5th pick. Because if they go with something aggressive, something tanky, they're obviously going to be dictating Spike into the middle of that map.
Sandstorm!
Yeah, I think they are going to send Sandy on that side lane there. I think Sandy's intention is going to be to play against that Tara, because especially if they wanted to go with something like the Tara spawners and the pets, Sandy can pierce through them. Traditionally, Sandy's just going to be a good one-on-one matchup in the Tara.
Yeah, I mean, the support from Leon's just going to be useless against Sandy. Sweet Dreams shutting people down as well, get a lot of Sandstorms. If they pick something aggressive, they're going to be able to get through, as I said. The support from Leon, the Spiderlings from Charlie, they're going to be able to burn through so much just with that single projectile from Sandy. So I do like that pick from them. Leaves himself a little bit susceptible to something a bit more aggressive, and the Trunk is coming in yet again on Hard Rock Mine.
Anticipated the Trunk, it's usually a 6th pick kind of brawler on these maps, and when I see Mortis and Sandy, I feel like especially on those side lanes where you now know that Spike is going to be playing the mid, they're going to be trying to put that Sandy on the Tara. So in a one-on-one matchup, I like Trunk's odds against both of those brawlers. Sandy, of course, can get a stunning gadget down that puts you to sleep for a moment, but Trunks has so many health points and a gadget that can replenish his health, and Mortis is somebody that's an assassin, likes to deal with those squishier brawlers. I don't think he's going to have the easiest time in this set. I kind of like Crazy Raccoon's odds after this draft.
Well, we'll see if it plays out for them or if ABC will take another set and go 2-1 up. It's Fertilized yet again, no curveball, so a bit easier to dodge for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Mortis just going straight in, going to gadget over towards Milkrail. Gets his super, and you'd have thought it had died about 5 seconds ago, but he was still going for so long there, and Sandy doing a good job against Tara as expected.
All things considered, that was a great transaction. It bought them time. ABC were able to claim 3 gems. I know Mortis doesn't get any kills out of it, but they're still playing the objective a little bit. If Ken G can just be a nuisance, I think he's doing his job well.
So no support from Beyond. It's going to be the Psychic Enhancer then for Milkrail here as well, just to scout people out in bushes. He's going to be coming out on top of the Mortis here, gets the good shots in, and the super is available too. Might throw it out to the Sandy, but chose to hold on to it in case the aggression comes forward once more. Sandstorm placed, and there's the predictive super, and actually, it's not going to pay off for him at all.
Yeah, a little too much there. I think you really want to make sure you're seeing the enemy's eyes before you drop that Tara super, because if you can get those kills, you can steal gems, and in that case, just give yourself an opportunity to preserve the mid. Thankfully, Milcreo doing great. Tensai survives. All things considered, Crazy Raccoon come away with multiple gems in that interaction.
Yeah, not a good gadget there from Kenji. Puts himself, I think, even in a more perilous situation. But it's 8-3 here, and the next gem will be spawning on CR's side too. Kenji hypercharging the back spawn of Crazy Raccoon, so that's got to be very careful here. He has the super. Cocoons himself instead of just getting rid of Kenji, and I'm not sure how he's not survived that. Real nice stuff, and Kenji just retreating all the way. Super comes through from Trunk, and Daylight robbery for ABC.
That's one Crazy Raccoon would want back. Crazy Raccoon should have had that in the bag, and now Milcreo just has an extra super lying around that he's not going to get any use out of. Excellent job from Kenji overall. I mean, that set, he was able to dash forward. I really do feel like that's one that got away. The blue side should have had that.
I just don't know why he cocooned himself rather than just cocooning the Mortis.
Yeah, it might have just been one of those, you know, insta decisions where you have to just click a button and go with it. I get it, but I think to your point, why save yourself when you could just put a cocoon on Mortis? I think you're right. That was just not the right decision.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what kind of stunned him in spot. Did a spike gadget hit him? I wasn't sure in the situation, but he couldn't move. He couldn't do anything after he came out of that cocoon, so not the best in the back lines there for the side of Crazy Raccoon. What should have been a game goes the other way, and ABC probably feeling pretty good about that one.
Not sure whether to blame Moya or Milcreo as well, because both of them are named the same thing. So we'll find out later down the line who made that mistake. Nonetheless, CR is still a team effort, so it's going to be the blue side that's penalized for it. Now able to progress up the map. That's a nice steal. So in Gym Grab, spawns are going to be on opposite side. When we'll go on the CR side, like you just saw, they stole one from ABC. The more gems that they are stealing, the better odds you have of winning this one.
Milcreo's burned a lot of ammo shooting through his bat there during the gadget, and that's yet another mistake. Super available from Kenji yet again, just lurking in the backlines, keeping Milcreo on his toes. And now Milcreo Tara gonna have to use that Psychic Enhance to get the super off here, but a super through from Kenji, he'll secure it. Hypercharge there, and the gems are surely stolen here. Tensai in the backlines trying to make something happen on the other side. Has to go and claim the 3 from the mid, but Kenji yet again walking away with all the goods.
The cocoon saved her, but it also was just a nail in the coffin. You can't pop out of it early, and if the other team just sit around and wait for it, they didn't make a move. They knew they had her dead to rights. And as a result, it's got to be Tara making a big play with a super of some kind or using this gadget to find the extra frags. Tensai, of course, carrying 4 gems. He's leading his team right now. As Trunk, you want to be aggressive. You want to be up in the enemy's faces. Crazy Raccoon have to play this more conservatively and more uncomfortably with their composition now.
Well, it is close in gems, regardless of that kind of big flip around that we just saw ABC take a lot of Crazy Raccoon's gems. Milcreo going to need a super in these circumstances to try and flip this game. And they're going to get it, but Kenji will take him down, and that might allow them to get this 10th.
I see branching out on this right-hand side as Tensai is forced away. He has to be passive-aggressive. That's not something you want to see out of your Trunk player. You want Trunk in the front lines, and instead now they're facing a countdown. They have time to get this from the mid. We'll see how aggressive ABC get for it. I think they know that they're not going to have an insta-kill here. Kenji, though, trying to make a move, uses a gadget to teleport to that left-hand side, grabs a frag as well. So now it's a 3v2. This is the moment for ABC to push forward to try and claim gym number 11.
Countdown starts for Crazy Raccoon, and Tensai 4 over his head, so he can't stay in that aggressive position that he wants to. Kenji going in, super missed by Milcreo again, and a hypercharged Sandstorm placed down will allow them to start the count now. Tensai going in, and he'll fall as well, and Kenji with 10, popping off every chance he gets. Might be securing this set for ABC.
Now it can be a full defense out of Sandy. Sacrifices their life, but it's 15 gems on the other side. ABC with plenty of mobility to work with in Mortis. That's one that I feel like CR let go. ABC taking the lead in our match.
To me, it just seems poor. As you've just said, they've let it go. It seems poor from Crazy Raccoon. I'm not saying ABC are playing bad by any means. They're playing well. But Crazy Raccoon are letting these slips so often. I feel like they could have had a couple of games quite easily there without a couple of slip-ups. But ABC, deserving of the set. You've got to take advantage of those situations when they happen, and Kenji loved it.
Just a toughie overall. I mean, we're going to see it in the replay here. There are several moments where Kenji's able to grab kills that he probably shouldn't have. But you know what? Credit to them as well. They kept fighting, and despite maybe being in a disadvantageous position, they were still able to find ways to win. And to somebody like Crazy Raccoon, that's awesome to see. Credit to ABC for winning. I want to see better out of CR. I'm used to a standard being higher for them.
I said it all comes down to whether Crazy Raccoon has figured out a meta or not. And right now it seems like not really. It doesn't work out quite as they would have hoped. I feel Kenji on that Mortis with a whopping 10 kills. Icy did pretty well on Sandy overall, I felt as well. Not got as many kills as needed though to truly hold up against Tensai, Moya, and Macreo on the other side. I feel like, yeah, in the end, it all just came down to the Mortis. Really good pick from their side. They spiked it really well, Kenny.
I was happy with Spike. I really feel like Mortis, though, was kind of the star player there. I really liked what they did with him. I think having 10 frags, obviously a big deal. And then towards those closing moments, he was able to be a gym carrier, which is something rare for him. For CR, I think you could see it in that kill count as well. The gyms were very even. To me, that screams they had potential to win that. It was just those last second steals that kind of evenly distributed that. I do feel like that's not the standard I'm used to seeing out of CR. I think that's the set that they would want back.
I think it was funny that the main question we were coming into this one asking is Kenji going to be able to de-rust in time? And he's been by far the best player in this series. So clearly didn't have that much rust on him to start with, but he's playing incredibly well. And if he carries this on, I can see this being yet another real big upset. They're 2-1 down now, which isn't what you expect at all in this situation, but Crazy Raccoon are making mistakes and ABC are taking advantage.
That's right. We had two questions coming into this. Can Crazy Raccoon figure out the meta by now?
I don't think it's been
It's
bad.
not
The
bad.
comps aren't bad, I don't think. But
It's not great
it's not
either,
good,
though.
yeah.
And then on the other side, can Kenji do Ross? That we can answer with yes so far. I also want to apologize because is this the caster curse working on right now?
No, we
Our
got the first
predictions-
one right, where it's not us. It's not an us problem.
We're
Our
not going to be
predictions
0-4.
so far
We're not going to be
in
0.
shambles, though. If ABC wins that one, we're going to be 3-1. Only one correct. Not great.
Not a hot start, but you know what? After World Finals, I'm kind of used to it, and it just feels like this is an awesome appearance out of East Asia, a region I think that many of us saw as being predictable. You could see it in our predictions alone. I mean, just if you paneled us four, but a lot of Brawl Nation doing the same thing. I don't think we had any hot takes coming out here. I think the 4 teams we picked were kind of the 4 teams for a reason based on past results in past years. Instead, though, it's all these other teams, the ones with a lot to prove, that have been getting the job done. I don't want to see CR get complacent. I don't think they will by any means. I'm sure they're trying their best. That's not what I'm meaning to say. It's just, I think you have to watch out for all these teams. Every opponent must be taken seriously.
Spike into Frank's not going to be something they're going to be too mad about, to be honest with you. 2 of the buffy brawlers facing off, and to be honest with you, if they can keep the kind of brawlers like Spike, they're going to be able to keep Frank at a distance, close him down, be fine when it comes to overtime. If the map's broken up, they'll be okay as well. So depends what route they're going to choose to go. Serious Brawl is going to be banned out as well. The M's, I like that being banned out. We've seen Meeple sneak in here and there. Mina's super annoying. Shake, you don't want to be seeing that either. And the thrower of Willow is a great shout to be rid of too. Mortis coming in again. If it works, why not do it again?
Love to see that Mortis. Willow, usually a brawler. We see banned out here Shade as well. You already mentioned that, Trev. Now on the side of Crazy Raccoon, we need something to address this Mortis. He's gonna have a field day so far also against the Frank. Can't just dash through him due to the delay of his shot. We'll see what Crazy Raccoon picks up here. I would feel Cordelius here, not gonna lie. The slip through the band would be super good against that Mortis. Throwers, yes, but not against Mortis.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we get somebody. Yeah, I was gonna say anti-tank.
There he
Otis and Cordelius were kind of the two that I was thinking about as well. All right, we're 2 for 2.
Look at you guys.
Look at us. We're wrong on predictions, right on drafts. I'll take it.
At least we get the draft correct.
Yeah, 1 for 2. At least one of them's good.
Yeah. Oh, we'll wait until this last brawler and ask you which draft's going to win, and we'll see
No,
if
you
that
take
goes
that
well.
one. I'm 1-1. I'm just gonna sit that way.
Yeah, just take it whilst you're ahead. Honestly, I'd be doing the same. But yeah, really solid picks. You guys both just mentioned. We're expecting the Cordelius, expecting the Otis. Going to be able to try and shut down this Mortis well and stops them from going even more aggressive too. So might have to take something a bit more well-rounded, just like the Spike, to see if they can balance this one out. They're going to go the Mo.
And we already mentioned how well balanced this brawler is overall. The best of both worlds. He's a tank, but also can deal some damage from afar. Probably is going to take over lane here. And it's not too bad against Cordelius and Lotus. But yeah, Kenny, you mentioned those 2 brawlers. I'm really feeling the draft from Crazy Raccoon in this one.
Yeah, this is just very contrasting to what we've seen earlier. I mean, Otis is going to have to be mid here, but then you've got Cordelius as the anti-tank. Frank is the big, beefy brawler. I think CR are still in this. Again, we talked about it a lot even when they were ahead. This is a team I'm just never going to count out. So despite ABC, the underdogs, being up 2-1, still plenty of work left to do. After all, the hardest one to win is the final set. So Crazy Raccoon with an opportunity now. There's that battle that we talked about before. Frank getting the victory this time, and CR with plenty of positioning to work with.
Well, I like what Milcreo did there, back against the wall, just ensuring that he's not going to be able to dodge those shots by dashing through him. Nice stuff again as he gets this early wall break and predicts the dash through to shoot backwards. Milcreo going for the ball, but will be quickly shut down by the Mo. An overkill from Achape as he throws out a super as well.
Yeah, a little backup to help the low HP Mo. He's going to be dribbling the ball. Kenji back in action. We've seen what he can do on this Mortis pick. He is threatening. That previous set was so good out of him, but this time he's got some difficult matchups. Something like Cordelius, Otis, not a fun time as Achape's just been kind of spawn locked here. Milcreo up in his face looking for a super. I see dodges, but will finally go.
Well, at least he got another shot off. Should be a bit closer to that super once more, which is the real driving factor and goal-scoring ability that Mo brings to the table. Kenji going to try and get the multiple back hits. Milcreo just pops a hypercharge. Doesn't even use super. Just use it to obliterate the Mortis and get that attack speed up. Still in a defensive stance, though. ABC just waiting for their turn to go aggressive.
Despite CR definitely winning what I feel like is the KD category, they haven't been able to grab this ball very easily. Great puppy guarding coming out of Mo, and they have a hyper charge kind of in the back pocket if they really need it. Out of the spike, a cutoff on the left-hand side from Tensai, a light plant necessary, a dive forward. IC survives, that's a big one as well. Tensai kicks this ball to the left-hand side. Don't know if I agree with that choice, just kind of had to get rid of it quickly, but now it's the ABC side who can take complete control with it.
Yeah, well, Kenji does his maths wrong by 30 HP there. Thought that the super and gadget would have been able to kill Tensai and give him a chance to score, but they're in a good position now. Hypercharge almost ready to go for the side of ABC here on the Mo. Needs to get this super to be able to use it really successfully and try and score, because we've seen that a few times today where the Mo just gets hypercharge, gets the ball, and the ball is in the back of the net. Still, it's still 0-0, so yet to make a move either side.
Frank gets transitioned from being fully offensive to a stalwart on defense. He is just waiting around by this ball, has a super available. If anybody from the red roster dares make a move forward, he will be there to smash them with a hammer. Right now, though, as overtime approaches, it's something that the CR side has to consider. Both ends looking to make moves here, dumping that ball off. Hypercharge being popped. Icy elects to go for it. Low HP will survive. This could be a great flank for ABC.
Yes, amazing timing to get a kill there, but it's turned around and they get two on the other side. Crazy Raccoon trying to move this ball forward. Hypercharge used just to get in the position to pass this forward. Milcreo goes for the super, but caught off the line by IC. Achape still standing tall here as well. Couple of mushrooms collected. Kenji trying to get the super, throws it out, gets the connection onto Milcreo as well. And a 1-2-3 pass of the ball might get this one in the back of the net with only 10 side left. Needs to get a super, and he's going to go for the shots instead. The shot goes left, and Milcreo's there to collect.
Rushed it a little bit, and now they have a super available for two brawlers. They've spaced the floor. A kick over to the right-hand side. Oh, that had to have been an auto-aim. Nonetheless, though, Frank makes up for it. CR grab a win, and a much-needed one. For a scrappy game like that, for them to come away with game number 1 victory, I think is a big deal.
Yeah, well, a slight overcommit there, I think, defensively and offensively from Kenji. Not the best position to be in to try and score that goal. I mean, I thought they were going to be able to pass that one straight up and get the goal, but a very well-timed hypercharge from Tensai kind of fended that off in the end.
Close calls for both ends. It's CR who persevere, lobbing a life plant up the middle. It's going to be Frank, either Milcreo or it could be Moya, no telling, but one of the two is at the top of your map right now, while the other, rocking the Cordelius, outranged by a mile. Mo can just keep the distance and keep poking away. It's going to take a lot of prowess of mechanics to move up this map.
Curveball not finding the desired connections for Achape. Life Plank going to be paced down, and there's the super coming in. Tensai slowed. Kenji moving to the right-hand side. Wants to get his super here off the Frank, but he'll go back against the wall. And Milcreo's got that locked down. Every time Kenji wants to make a move, he ensures that he can't dash through him.
Super available for Kenji, but this red roster is just kind of hanging around. They're actually going to rotate him to that other side. Gadget pierces through that wall. Not enough to get a kill. Cordelius able to recharge a little bit. This is where it gets scary, though. A takedown on that right-hand side. 3 brawlers walking their way up the middle. Kenji dribbling. A meat shield of Achape trying to do his best. A gadget goes through. Oh, and they get the shutdown just in the nick of time. CR survive.
Yeah, just about, with about 500 HP apiece for the two defending brawlers of Milcreo and Tensai. And a hypercharge available from Achape again. Fast spot to use on the left-hand side, and Milcreo just waiting behind this wall. Can't be baited here as Kenji trying to dash through. Needs the super to be able to survive this one, get some good heals off the double connection. Goes for the gadget and gets supered himself. The slow and stuns there, but a Charpeel refrag.
Spike hypercharge is just too much to handle for poor Frank, despite having one of his own. Just not enough. Slowed down, the DPS goes up to 1,000,000 when the purple button is popping. Kenji right back in the mix. I don't know about that one. Kind of just dashed into multiple enemies with easy lineup of shots.
Yeah, well, the super from Milcreo again won't find any connections, and a hypercharge available for the Mo on the right-hand side, but he gets picked up quickly. And Kenji not going to be the best in this situation against the two remaining brawlers on the side of CR. Tensai gets hit, and Kenji dashing forwards, yet again, miscalculating the damage that gadget's going to do.
Supers available for all members of ABC, and now they have positioning of the map. They're just forced to throw Frank at the enemy sides. He's dribbling, gonna dump this in the top left-hand side. Anything to just make the red roster have to regroup and readjust how they move forward.
Kenji, hypercharge there, and he's gonna use it. Not really to the best of his abilities, I don't think. That would have been much better served in the overtime situation that we're about to go into, especially with Milcreo and Tensai supers and hypercharges in hand. IC going to need to work for one of his own. Milcreo just going for the walk forward. Knows that the Mo wants the super, but he's not even going to at all. Now he'll go for it as well. This could be a huge turnaround. They get the kill. The curveball's not finding Tensai. The hypercharge super kills him. Kenji goes forwards, and I don't think this is going to be a goal.
Both of these sides making clutch defensive stances. This just got a whole lot trickier for ABC, who almost had a shoe-in. If they don't land that stun, this is definitely over. Now, as a result, CR have an opportunity to at least progress. 30 seconds is all that remains in overtime.
IC really going to want this super here and does get it. Charpy gets one of his own as well, and CR looking dry in terms of supers. Kenji should be able to pick up Milcreo here, and a Charpy holding on to his. Might want to use it for a pass. IC can go forwards and wait for the ball that a Charpy can provide, but at the moment they're not synchronizing it well. Kenji needs to go in, free up some room. Now IC comes through, and the correct decision was made, as this is a big game for ABC up next.
We've seen CR persevere in some difficult situations, but after being your 2025 world champions, I don't think a lot of us would have expected ABC to push them this far. To call it early, if you will, not even making a set 5 would be a disastrous result. Crazy Raccoon are a team with high expectations. Many expect them to win this entire monthly finals. Instead, they're fighting against a band of brothers with a lot to prove. None of them have made world finals in a long time. A kick forward, just short. Easy catch up for a Choppy here. They're gonna be able to play clean up, a dodge onto Frank, a nice tag. Tensai maintains, but nonetheless, red roster still hold on.
Kenji saved by his teammate there, and Charpy doing a great job, and he'll get another kill up the top as well. Ball just being placed over the right-hand side, seemingly wanting to play this one a little slower. Kenji dashing through, can't find the double back connection, but IC will get some great charge off it.
Now a dive forward. Mo goes underground, will pop up right in Frank's face. They're gonna have to dash this ball onto the left-hand side. Kenji, now knowing the Shadow Realm is where Cordelius is, can safely grab this. Has a hypercharge available for Mo. And instead of taking off, gonna strategically place it on this right-hand side. Oh, but a great tag out of Frank. Now he's got a super available. Sees Tensai with a possible button as well. Instead just goes for the hypercharge. The pure stats enough to walk him in. CR match with a goal.
Yeah, surprising to see him commit a super to that as well. I thought he was just going to accept that Crazy Raccoon were going to score there. Big game now as it's 1-0 up for Crazy Raccoon. They're wanting to drag this to a set 5. Kenji misses his first dash, but finds the double back connection. Milcreo will be his next target, and in goes IC with the hypercharge. Finds the kill and gets some good shots in as well.
Good on Frank to at least get rid of the ball and make them move for it, but Achapi's still holding plenty of positioning and a purple button in the back pocket as well. Now Frank with a super available, flashing it constantly, just hard to work with that distance. Now slowed down as well. He's just a sitting duck, nothing he can do. Mo with a quick TP forward, goes underground, burrowing his way up. Now the net wide open. All 3 members of ABC punch one through, and it's tied up here. 1 goal away, and ABC will take down your defending world champions.
Just 1 goal away from the 3rd upset, and we're only in the quarterfinals. Huge moment for ABC as Achabi has the super. Tensai, hypercharge of his own. Milcreo needs to work for a super to make use of his. Milcreo just waiting in the wings on the left-hand side. Kenji going aggressive, and he gets pulled in. Can he get the double back off? Hypercharge found out of nowhere, and he'll get the kill on the Frank. Now moving forwards as Milcreo forced to pop the hypercharge and go aggressive, but he gets killed by the Mo. And positioning power with ABC.
Tensai in a brutal spot. The 3-timer now has to play full-on defense while Frank and Cordelius respond. It's ABC in prime positioning. Tensai putting his body on the line. Can't dodge enough, though. Super goes down. Takedown available. And Cordelius nowhere in sight. It's upset number 3 for the day. The defending world champions have fallen.
Absolutely incredible from ABC. What an upset. That's 3 out of the 4 quarterfinals have gone in arguably the opposite way than the majority of people would have thought. ABC going huge here in the East Asia region, shaking things up. What a moment for them. Incredible, incredible performance.
Kenji was moments away from retiring, from never setting foot in this game again. And what does he do in his opening debut? Absolutely pops off. Back-to-back Mortis sets where he was a key factor. He shook up roster mania in this entire region. He put teams on new rosters. You know what? He just earned his spot. He took down CR. He's very familiar with these opponents. I'm thoroughly impressed. This is just resetting my entire expectations of what I thought East Asia was going to be.
I mean, yeah, expectations definitely being shook here, despite Kenji, being maybe a little rusty. But as we established before, I think we can answer that question if he de-rusted with a definite yes. His Mortis, an absolute menace. A Choppy and Icy also doing super well. It shouldn't be as surprising as it is to us, honestly. ABC did win the icebreaker, the kickoff event coming into the BSC season, yet still, it's Crazy Raccoon. They're 3-time champion Tensai. We definitely thought that they would at least make it into the semis.
It's tough. It really is for Crazy Raccoon, a situation that we did not think was going to happen coming into today. But then again, you know, you look at the other side. Yes, they may have not have done as much collectively as the members of Crazy Raccoon. They've just won World Finals. But you look at their achievements over the years, and you're like, is it that big of an upset? Like, was it that unthinkable when you look at Kenji, who's been incredible over the years? You know, IC was a huge up-and-coming talent who kind of got pushed a little bit aside, but really fighting to make his mark in this region. And what a way to start 2026 for them, getting the world champions taken down in the first quarterfinals.
Even though Crazy Raccoon are the reigning champions, I feel like this quarterfinal number 4 was the closest one of the upsets we had today. But now we're heading into semi-finals, and we have 3 teams there that at least none of us expected to be there. I hope your predictions at home are going better. You can still head over to event.brawlstars.com to get those icons and pins. To make sure to lock in your predictions for the semis. And both of those are quite juicy, not gonna lie. I don't know where to go with just yet for my prediction for semi-final number 2. The first one is gonna be Zeta versus Rival. And what do you guys feel? Who's gonna take this one?
I think this is a hard one to call. I'm going to stick with Zeta. I picked them in the preseason to be the number 1 from this region and also picked them to win here today on the event site beforehand. I think it's going to take a lot for me to change my mind in that. I would feel much more regret if I switched my prediction halfway through and then was also wrong. That'd be a double whammy, and I've already missed enough predictions today, so I'm just holding the line. I'm holding the line.
I'm praying on Zeta. Otherwise, my event site predictions are complete chalked. Like, I've got Zeta going all the way to the finals and winning it, so I'm heavily relying on them now.
Yes, so I also went with Zeta, but I would also be super happy for Rival Esports to be in the finals. Having that big of a shakeup this year and today as our very first monthly final of the year, I think that would be super awesome. Rival Esports, have they been in the grand final of a monthly final before, Kenny?
I mean, it's going to be a tough one for WWL to get through with this. I think ABC I much more expected, but it's kind of awesome to see somebody like Zeta Division on the top, who I fully expected to be here. But on the bottom, it's just 2 new rosters. Rival Esports coming in the mix. These are the ones that I would expect to be these underdogs. Awesome performances overall. It jazzes me up for the semifinals. I love seeing something new.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you look at Zeta Division and they're going to be smiling from ear to ear looking at this bracket, seeing their biggest opponents who you'd argue throughout the year. You're looking at Reject, you're looking at Crazy Raccoon, both of them their biggest rivals when it comes to this region as a whole, at least on paper throughout the last couple of years. And now they've got a bracket where they can leap so far ahead of them if they go and win this. And don't get me wrong, Zeta, regardless of all the upsets, are the favourites coming into this one to go and win it all now. And that puts them so far ahead of their competition, which will be incredible for them.
Kenny, you and me both had Zeta Division to win it all today. Rival on the other side, though, they did take Crazy Raccoon to a 3-2 in the qualifiers already. Now winning against SK Kalalas 3-0, I think we might have just underestimated them, and Zeta might not be smiling as much as you said, Trev, because Rival is just looking super strong today.
Yeah, I think in fairness, I obviously am going to take Rival way more seriously now. I think they've earned that credibility. I still think Zeta Division should be favorites of all months, especially when defending world champions and top seeds of last year are out of the equation. This is a month that you have to get it done. They could take this is a huge opportunity for them. They were already borderline favorites, I would say, coming into this one. And now that we have 3 teams that weren't expected to be here, this is a must-win month for me.
Well, we're going down semi-final number 1. Zeta Division versus Rival Esports. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, well, Zeta Division in a position, as we've just said, to extend, I mean, it's the first month, I'm going to say extend their lead, but they are the favourites coming into this one as a whole, I think, before it even started. But with all their opposition, or their main opposition throughout the year, out of the way, they're in a position to really, really take a big lead when it comes to the future months. Shitampo Suzuku and Batterman here, ready to fight this one out. But as you just mentioned, Sonny, you know, we can't write off Rival Esports. They've come today as the underdog in their matchup, swept, and I think they're a team to be taken very, very seriously.
The draft looked pretty solid. They're now drafting against none other than Memeshi, also a new addition to that Zeta Division roster. It's Rohei, Totor, and Utopin. And Ryohei here playing with 2 newcomers, 2 tier 2 players that we haven't really seen in any of the big matches coming into 2025 this year either. So yeah, we're gonna get Kenny a quick break, a well-deserved rest after he just rushed through all of those quarterfinals, and we get Ark back. You watched those matches. How are your predictions looking?
Let's not talk about that for now. There's no need. We don't have to dwell on that, but very jealous for Kenny. I mean, like, having those 4 quarterfinals for a day, I mean, of all times, what a crazy, crazy start to 2026. Absolutely nuts. But it just goes to show the level of competition. It's taken a real step up.
We're taking a step up here with actually being in a studio, and the players seemed to, deliver today as well. We had so many nice matches. We had 2 3-0s at the beginning, so I was kind of like, is that going to be our day today? Kind of sad, but yeah, you're right. Now the 3-2 for WWL. I might just actually side with them now for the semi-final number 2. I think they're going to take it all today.
It's a bold one. It's a bold one, I will say, but they've proven themselves very heavily. They have, and to be fair, everybody in these quarterfinals has as well. I think we've seen 3 underdogs win, so that, especially the lower part of the bracket, is anyone's game now. The upper one, I'm still thinking Zeta Division are going to come into this one as the heavy favourites, but Rival Esports absolutely have more of a say in this than we'd have given them credit for at the start of the day.
We've seen all of those teams now already on different maps, though, because we are swapping those out. We're now in Shooting Star, Double Swoosh, Pinhole, Punt, Bells, Rock, and Safe Zone. We've seen those 2 teams. So do you feel like Zeta Division today, because sometimes it also depends on the day, is looking stronger than Rival is? They've looked so good against SK Kalalas.
It's a really tough one to call for me. I mean, I did think the Zeta were going to make that first quarterfinals look a bit easier than it actually was, in all honesty. Rival, again, didn't really count them to do much today, and then they completely exceeded my expectations. There is a world, a very real world, in which this goes the way against Zeta. And I wouldn't be opposed to anyone who wants to slow a Rival here. They've got that momentum, that wind in their sails, and sometimes that's all you need.
And Trev, for you, we have new maps now. Anyone in particular looking forward to? Maybe some new brawler picks as well on one of these maps?
Yeah, listen, I love me some Double Swoosh. I think it's a map where a lot of brawlers can be picked. The map can be molded to certain, different qualities for different brawlers. I love how bushy it is, how unpredictable it can be at certain times. I think that's a really solid map. And we've been seeing a lot of sharpshooters regardless, but I think Shooting Star really brings that out. And as the first map, we might see a little bit of a different, less aggressive vibe than we have been throughout the rest of these first quarterfinals.
Very true. We had a lot of long-range maps already, like Bridge Too Far, one of the heist maps that just demand to have some long-range bowlers on your side. Now with Shooting Star, another long-range map, I think Zeta Division is gonna play quite well into that because they are mechanically gifted. We like to say that very often. They like the aggressive playstyle, so Not sure if we're going to see some mix-up here, not just Pierce, Angelo, Nani, Piper, all of those long-range bowlers, but maybe a super aggressive comp Max, some healers.
That's what I'm hoping for. Give me the max on Shooting Star. It's a classic, and it's got a great amount of aggression behind it, but also great counters into a lot of those brawlers that you mentioned already, like Nani and the Piper examples like that. So for me, it's the perfect region for it. It's the perfect brawler that we've not seen necessarily come to the forefront yet today so far in terms of the meta. I think for Shooting Star, it would make it very exciting for me.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. Listen, I'd like to see it, but I prefer a nice, sharpshooter off, some long-range poking, a bit here and there.
Sounds a bit boring, does it not? Like that sounds by far not nearly as exciting.
It's a great description of long-range mechanical skill art. And that's what I like to see. I like to see, a nice little Piper Nani matchup, maybe some Bell shots in there, a Pierce here and there. Listen, that's my kind of Brawl Stars.
I honestly love the duo of the two of you. Whenever you both are at the desk, Trev gets bashed. I love that. Anyways, we're going to head straight into our first map of semi-final number 1. It's Shooting Star. I hope you're ready. Let's see if they're actually going to listen to Trev here or can give us a boring poke comp on both sides.
I mean, put it this way, if they listen to Trav, then they're destined to lose and destined to fail. Rival Esports playing it safe to start things off, bringing in the Gene. Certainly the heal's going to be quite key here, but the bans being the Pierce, I like that from Zeta. The Nani, the Mortis, the Kaze, the Bell, the RT on the side of the Zeta division also. Byron and Mina. Now, Mina's going to be able to dance forward. Having those Byron heals behind it as well is definitely going to elevate her into a strong, aggressive position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shout bringing in the Mina and the Byron along with it as well. Ruffs, I can't say I would have expected, but going to be able to farm quite a lot of those drops off the Mina, who's going to be coming in aggressive. And then you can power up the Genes, whatever they bring in as the third, to be able to do a bit more. And you want the longevity in Bounty. You got to stay alive. That's literally the aim of the game. So having the extra damage, extra health, it can go a long way in the late game if you do stay alive. But against Zeta Vision, it's going to be really hard to just keep on your feet and not get sent back to spawn so much.
Gus, Carl are two brawlers I'm still looking forward to. We are seeing a great mid brawler. Maybe pick up that blue star in mid. Frank coming out of Zeta Division. So it's definitely safe to say that we're not seeing any long-range poke comp from either of those two teams. On the right-hand side, we have Gene as the healer, and then Ross and Gray that really just support him. Gray, the only aggression they really have. And then Zeta Division, a completely different story. Two aggressive brawlers with a healer in the back. We're going to see a super aggressive playstyle overall from Zeta Division, which isn't too surprising. That's literally their thing.
If you told me coming into today that I'd be seeing Frank in Shooting Star, I would have said, what year is this? Is my time machine quite working? Like, this is not the place, but in the hands of Zeta, with the Byron, most importantly, I'm looking very much towards whoever is playing on that particular brawler because they're going to have their work cut out. But it's going to put Rival Esports in a very tough spot. I mean, the Gene can do chip damage, it's got the pull, but already, look at Tampo, already right in the spawn side with 4 stars. He's already going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's expected when you look at this, right? Like, how much health he has, how little damage the opposing team have. I mean, that was a little bit of a poor super from him, but he just stood in their face and surviving. He got six stars now, and he's still alive. They haven't got the DPS to bring him down. He's like, all right, pull the Byron. I won't have the heals, but I've just destroyed you for like 45 seconds straight.
Literally absolutely disgusting, and I don't really feel so far like Rival Esports have got much of an answer for it. Suzuku is staying on top, and what a double pull! Unreal! What a team wipe! Zeta just absolutely snowballing their way forwards with Frank on Shooting Star. This should not be working in any other year, in any other meta. This would be the most mismatched draft I've ever seen. That's ridiculous. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, just as we were bigging up Rival, saying they've got a big chance in this game, they get squished as quickly as that. All 3 of them going to bunch up on the left-hand side this time, place these sandbags down. And we need to see this Frank getting the heals. And that's going to be Rio Hey surely falling nice and early on, and Shitampo still getting the heals, and Suzuku can just sit quite comfortably behind.
I can see now why Shitampo coming into this game was looking so incredibly happy. A nice takedown though, there from Totoro. Batman will fall. Tampo now in a real tough spot between 3. Oh, I just couldn't quite get the heals from Suzuku in time. He will fall, and that puts Rival Esports in the lead by 1 star for the first time.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-3 trade. I don't think he'll be that disappointed about it as long as he can start getting some big plays coming nice and soon. Mina coming around the left-hand side. That's going to be the Gene and the Ruffs both up in the air, and surely should be able to get the kill, but Stampo just knocked back by that Ruffs power-up, and that's still going to be lingering on the floor. Good kill there from the Gene as well, but 11-11 remains the score. Tied in stars, but blue is with Rival.
Yeah, great timing there from Totoro there with that block there. That one Frank hammer hit would have sealed his demise, and that blue star therefore kept out of the grasp of Zeta. Now they're going to push deep back in the spawn. Ray falls. Zeta Vision absolutely making this look easy. And as quickly as that, they claim the first set in spectacular fashion with one of the wildest drafts I've ever seen on Shooting Star.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. See, Ark, you can't be wanting that. Like, you actually can't.
I'm kind of sold. I'm not going to lie. I mean, this is a new era for Brawl. I mean, this is what Buffies can do to the meta. And, I mean, I got to say, it's going to make teams have to think their way through things. Like, this is just a draft now that you've just got to think through all angles of.
Yeah, but realistically, are you telling me you want to see Shitampo walking in a straight line for 2 minutes straight, being spammed with heals instead of like actual mechanical skill?
Look, all I'm saying is you've got to prepare for this to be a potential reality. We've said coming into today that Frank was one of the best brawlers since Buffy's being introduced into the game. And it just goes to show that even in the most open map in the entirety of Brawl, you've got to bear that in mind. It's still a worthy ban because the pairing of the Byron and the Frank, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, really, really strong. And Mina doing the part as well. 6 kills for her. Went a little bit more under the radar, I feel, because wasn't just getting constantly spammed by the Byron. But Mina definitely doing a good job, pinching around the left-hand side, herding them up like sheep, ready for the Frank and Byron to deal with them quite easily. Looks like we're going on to double swoosh. Up next, I'm not even going to say hopefully be different, because it'll probably just be the same run it down that Gem Grab's been all day.
Yeah, Frank, first pick by Rival Esports. Certainly, the push here going to be quite pivotal to keeping Frank in an aggressive spot if Zeta really want to disrupt that, or if Rival wants to try to step up the Amber now. It is on the cards. If they don't, then I'm sure Zeta will be using it themselves. Shelly, they want to double down, have what is possibly one of the strongest tank counters on their side of the field. They're already playing Frank into the spike, so it's all going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to see the Shelly paired with it, to be fair. 3 Buffy Brawlers picked so far, so it's not like the most far-fetched thing in the world, to be honest, but surely they can just go some tank counters with a bit more range and kind of be able to deal with the Shelly along with the Frank at the same time. We'll see what the Zeta Division do go with. I like the Spike as a first, can play the lane, and we've seen it play the mid and Gem Grab as well, so versatile. They can pivot off things if they want to. Mortis still going to come in regardless of the Shelly being there. Surprises me, but he's just going to be targeting anybody but Shelly.
It's a wild time for Brawl, isn't it? When you're looking at a Mortis picked in to a Shelly, a Frank picked in to a Spike. I mean, the rules are just out of the window at the moment. It really is. And that's the power of the Buffy. Let's see what Zeta are feeling for their third and final pick. Trunk is the Spike gem carrier. Trunk going to be going aggressive, or potentially use the Trunk for a gem carrier. It's a possibility. You're going to have faster maneuverability with the help of the ants, so they do have some choices. One thing's for sure, you don't want to have the gems with that Mortis. I mean, I feel like whoever's on that Brawler is likely to run into trouble. But into the Frank, I mean, we've seen already today with Crazy Raccoon, it's a very, very tough thing as a Frank to deal with a Mortis.
Mighty meat treat that'll keep you on your feet.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
Do you want a hug?
No.
You feel you look like you're going through it, mate.
No, I'm not hugging you
sure?
on Valentine's Day.
I think this is the perfect day for a hug.
It's not.
It really is.
It's not.
We've hugged before.
We have, unfortunately. But
Wow.
that draft is, on one side, incredible. On the other side, incredibly painful to my eyes. But I feel like also Zeta Division have played into the Shelly quite heavily. Like, they're taking a Trunk and a Mortis into a Shelly. As you said, the rules are being rewritten with the Buffies coming out. This really surprises me. As always, fertilized through the mid here as the gem carrier kind of needs that extra survivability. And yeah, as expected, Mortis didn't really do a lot.
feel like already, it is just day one, no less, but I feel like this is going to be a year that is going to really cater towards whoever adapts fastest. We've already seen so many upsets today. Zeta Division do look like they are getting off to a good start, though, nonetheless. This entire right side now open is going to definitely prevent where Tampo and Suzuki can really lurk. Look at this cycling from Tampo onto Ryohei, who's really struggling here. Another super. Heals continuously coming in. But in the meanwhile, it's Totoro, who's really giving Batman a big, big battle in that mid.
Utapin going forwards here and has a hypercharge and a super, uses the super as well, getting some good shots in. Tampo going forwards, and Spike got killed by Shelly down the bottom. I've just realized that as well. That should be pretty much count for rival esports now, as Zeta Division aren't able to do too much and honestly have been making good plays but not getting the kills the entire game, and I don't think that's a skill issue. They just haven't got the DPS to kill these brawlers.
Spider-Man's putting in work. There is still time here with Suzuki, but forced back there by the shell shock. Is there a hot dog as well? There is. There's a lot of survivability available to rival esports. It wasn't necessary regardless, as Zeta could not close the gap in time. Definitely a tough ask with the way that Rival were able to just cater the map to their advantage. And like I said, Zeta didn't really have anywhere to go by the end of it.
I mean, also the fact that Shelly killed a Spike in the backlines too was quite surprising to me. I thought that he was going to be pretty secure in that matchup, you know, get the kill, move up, establish some more ground, which I think he, should be done. They're going to get Mortis gem carrying out by the looks of it. 2 in the middle instantly, and Batman playing around the left-hand side.
What did I literally say coming in? That's one brawler that you don't want to have the gems for. Maybe now it could be a play. They might have to adapt around this situation, allow maybe the Trunk to go on more of an aggressive stance to allow Batman as well to really rival this Shelly. But I feel like this is really defensive maneuvers. This is a plan B moment for Zeta.
Well, plan B doesn't seem to be working either. No. Shelly managed to pick up 2 kills there as well. Suzuki down the right-hand side, trying to make a move around the flank of rival esports. Super not really going to be as best as he accidentally hits the wall and ends up going the other way. Super from the spike as well, setting up the Mortis, but a Shelly just lingering there, waiting for the moment to kill her. He gets the kill, but then again, the hot dog comes through.
Big hit from Ryohei, but nothing connected. Batman trying to earn super off the back of this hypercharge prematurely, but it does slow the Frank, and now Tampo will come in, and that's a really aggressive spot. There's no real defensive maneuver here for the Doug, no hot dog available to hand, so they've got to be very cautious on the side of rival esports, and it will give Zeta a little bit more breathing room and a little bit more time to control this mid.
And there's a lot to ask of Batman on the right-hand side here. He's going to have to want to make people low, let the Mortis be able to go in, let the Trunk be able to make the moves. It's going to be really difficult. There's the pullback as well, so Shampoo slowed and can't stay in that interaction. There's the super as well. Dog, I think, gets the hot dog at the perfect time here to survive. He will get the Frank, but it's still 8-6, and it's a 2v2, so they can just continuously get these gems.
Batman, really, for me, is keeping his team in this question. Now a double slow as well. Totoro low, Utapin as well. Has hot dog, has hypercharge. That's a saving grace. And meanwhile, Ryohei is getting absolutely decimated on this right-hand side. That one gem will stop the countdown. Great there from Tampo.
Yeah, really nice. Just worked so hard on bringing him down. And that's 9-9 now. No countdown for rival esports this time. Hypercharge going to be used there as well. Tries to get the pullback, but Suzuki going in and surely just getting obliterated. Shitampo will get another one, pick up that 10th gem, start the count. Needs to try and dash for this next one, and Batman knows that and tries to open up some room for him. And a lovely hypercharge comes through. Can't get any of those gems, and the countdown remains even. And he's just cycling hot dogs. He can't die.
Batman is going absolutely crazy, popping hypercharge, ensuring the shots that follow do earn him enough to get the supers to land down in time, and then Statampo goes in when everyone is slowed. It's great synergy between Batman there and Statampo, and they're rewarded for it now with a countdown, but rival esports will be doing their best to ensure that they can do something around this. The hot dog will bring back then Utapin, trying to force then Zeta into the pocket corner. Is there a takedown? It doesn't look like there is time! Zeta just about hold on. It's neck and neck.
I mean, that is incredible. All members of Zeta doing their bit to keep them in that. Batman's got so much work cut out for him. He's got to hit pretty much every shot. He's got to get every super on them, get the kills, get them low, let Mortis and Trunk go in. Because Mortis and Trunk know they can't go towards a Shelly and a Doug when they're not healthy. or when they are healthy, sorry. It makes it really difficult for them, but Batman doing so much work.
So much work. He's so scary. Not afraid at all to pop hypercharge, but ensure the shots that he then lands earn him supers that rival esports are not seeing and preempting in that regard. Toro's gonna have to go in here, gets a nice connection onto Batman, low HP, but able to survive on as well and continuously tapping here. Great accuracy from Batman there.
Suzuki gonna get caught on this right side, but got a little bit of heal off it and got a kill in there as well somehow. Utapin on the right now, and they're actually looking in a worse spot for the first time in this set here, Rival Esports, because they looked in a powerful position regardless of kind of dropping gems here and there in the previous one. Suzuki ran the back, trying to make a move on the left here, and he gets a hot dog, and honestly didn't even really need it, but kept him alive regardless.
Well, Rival Esports now starting to settle in a bit more. Zeta looking a little bit flustered together, need to spread out just a touch. Batman there, great shots there onto Ryoheen, just cycling as well. Hot dog will bring then back Utapin, but straight into the hands of the trunk. The gems with the tempo. And the defensive measure there to Toro trying his best to earn utility, which he gets. A smash, a shell shock, 134 HP. As tempo goes down, it could be now Suzuki's chance to be able to maneuver around, keep these gems in their hands. It's not over yet.
I don't think Suzuki could have respawned any better of a time there. Great super from Batman here, and that's going to be a pickup as well. Hypercharge ready for Utapin here. Suzuki trying to go left. Can he escape these shots? He's able to survive so far, and they can't bring him down. Somehow, Zeta hold on, and Rival fall another behind.
Absolutely crazy. The drafts require a mad scientist. That is on the hands of Zeta right now. I cannot believe what I am actually witnessing. It's absolutely nuts, and I'm so thoroughly enjoying it.
It is what a game it is, to be honest, so far. I mean, listen. Ark, I've had my complaints, right? And we know this.
Are you coming around?
No. We're well we're well aware I've had my complaints. And I think my complaints are valid. I want to see a more mechanical Brawl Stars, holding your lanes, making the big plays at the right moments, not just scrappiness everywhere with kind of the more aggressive brawls, but at certain points of that, it was enjoyable.
I am all for the scraps. Give me scraps any day of the week. I mean, it's just, like I said, the rules are kind of out of the window at this stage in time. You've got to adapt. You've got to keep trying things out and not getting too comfortable. That is a dangerous place for me for BSC. I think it's great.
I truly enjoyed watching that match, especially Totoro and Utapin doing phenomenal on those two brawlers, but also overall, I really like what I'm seeing. But then there's Zeta Division. As you mentioned, their draft is just truly good today. Is it Memeshi? Is it the players themselves? Probably a mix of both. I feel like their solution today is just always come in with two super aggressive brawlers, add a DPS brawler, and it works out so perfectly. Now, I really liked the dog idea on the right-hand side. I don't know if it was enough damage to truly go up against that Frank.
Yeah, it was a tough thing. I think going back to your original question and point, I feel like for Zeta, they're just adapting on the fly. That's what I'm noticing the most. I mean, Batman there, you can see 676 DPS. He knew that he had to pull his weight more and provide opportunities for his teammates to whittle down the opposition to allow then the Mortis to come in and strike while the iron was hot. I think the Zeta are just communicating really well. And we had a question mark and a reservation how Batman was going to fit in this roster. I think that is proven a massive point here.
Yeah, well, Rico was the first pick then for Rival Esports on what could be their last map of this monthly final if Zeta Division continue this domination. And, I'm not going to lie, they're starting things off going very similar to how they have been in the previous ones. They've got that aggressive stance, they can take another, they can add the DPS, they can add the heals. Rival, they seem to be accounting for it a bit earlier this time. They're taking a bit more DPS that they can manage at further range without it getting too scrappy with the Rico. Really solid brawler at the moment. The Mo's going to go Zeta Division's way, which has a very good goal-scoring capability in Brawl Ball. Just pass forward, super forward, and then you get your super straight back as well. And it allows your teammates to make those connecting passes in overtime as well. So I think that's a great brawler for Zeta Division to have.
Against two aggressive brawlers, once again, Rival Esports needs something to deal with that. Cordelia still open. Otis would be a Brawl It Out pickup here. And Zeta Division keeps going with that solution of just bringing in super aggressive brawlers and then adding either a healer or something with a lot of DPS. Meeple is going to come in here with the right gadget choice. He does okay into the aggression that Zeta Division is bringing up against them, but I will double down here. I think they need something like an Otis or a Cordelius arc, otherwise this is going to be hard.
Yeah, Otis for me would be a really solid shout, but Traps are immediately happy, and I can see why. The Mo is so suppressive, and I think we've already seen today just how that's a brawl that kind of escapes the radar a lot of the time. You got to take it so seriously, especially in Brawl Ball, and can, really, upon an aggressive stance, when you're on the defense, ensure a goal. Meeple, it just seems a very, very common pick, and I don't mind it, but again, like you say, gadget choice, very, very influential as to whether they go with the Rage Quit or the Mansions of Meeple, and that's the first time, I believe, seeing Ziggy here today, a brawler which hasn't really kind of found its place so far in the meta. What are your thoughts?
I think for good reason we haven't seen it today, to be honest with you. I think I'm not entirely sold on the brawler as a whole in terms of it having a place in the meta. I think in this matchup, it can be fine, when you're playing against a Meeple, if she's using, the Mansions of Meeple, then you're going to be able to shoot out regardless, not be stuck and kind of partitioned away from the rest of the action. I just don't know if it's the thrower I would pick.
I'm kind of with you in that regard. I feel like it's going to have some suppressive abilities once you're able to earn super, hypercharge especially, but it is a bit passive and very hard to kind of keep things under control when you're being aggressed. But with the Mina on your side, that's going to be somewhat of a helping hand. Let's see now, it's an open door here. Should leave Tampa to be able to walk this in. Doesn't want to feed into Tara too much. Thought better of it. I think there may have been an opportunity there, though, for me.
I thought the same. Yeah. I thought maybe could have even tried shooting it. Because, giving up possession of the ball in that situation is not the worst in the world if you've still got control of the map in general. Ryohei's going to go down here, and now Shtampo gets a super, and this might be the opportunity they need to score. Totoro not going to be able to get anything off to stop this, and Yutupin taken down as well as Zeta Division take that first goal, and Rival Esports been pinned in their half of the map for the entirety so far, and Shtampo cycled super there too.
Fantastic storm out from Shtampo, and then putting Yutupin in a very tight spot in that top right-hand corner. Now with super, Robo retreat star power will give him additional maneuverability, and that will push back Shtampo even more so. I like that. That was good alleviation from Rival Esports, who've now got the ball. Low HP though, but it's only Suzuki to have to deal with on this goal line. That should be enough taps. The ball in, and Bannerman couldn't get it in time. Totoro scores it, keeps Rival Esports alive in this game.
Yeah, really nice there from Rival. Just cleaned up every single one of the lanes really well and left Suzuki all alone, and he's never going to be able to do much in that situation. Totoro again, going to be able to pick up the right-hand side with a little bit of help from Yutupin, but Batman trying to equalize this into a 2v2. Now going forwards, can Suzuki get the ball? It's back into his hands, but the Tara super stops him, and he just bounces it left of the goal. Shtampo being chased down by that support from beyond, and Batman having to back off. Hypercharge coming out to stop them from being able to evade these shots as well, but the speed of the Rico's doing a good job of it.
Yutupin staying alive there on 185 HP. Ridiculous stuff. It really goes to show how good that star power can be if you're able to avoid the shots. Now trying to take this left-hand side stance of Batman coming back into the spawn. We'll have something to say about that. In 25 seconds, these walls will be going down. And then I kind of like Rival Esports' chances.
Yeah, Batman going really aggressive here and times that final shot perfectly. Suzuki just pinned yet again by Yutupin, but the speed maybe also gets him out of the situation. He's going to go down, and that's going to be a team wipe. Just respawning now is Ryohei, who has the hypercharge, but I don't know if he's going to be alive to keep this goal out. The super comes in, he's going to be forced to use it or die. He does go down, super comes in now, and Totoro with the stun, but he hasn't cleared it far enough, and Suzuki will find the back of the net and put Zeta Division on match point.
Absolutely surgical towards the end there from Zeta. Really nice composure, and is ensuring that all that utility was placed at just the right moment, because honestly I was kind of wondering with just the Tara, could they have just popped hypercharge, ran the ball down the map, but there was a gravity to hand, so I think playing it cautious was the right move. And for me, Rival Esports have not really been in this game thus far. Now past Tampo, this could be another shot on goal. Just, one off the line. 2v1 now. Yutupin should be able to get it just enough clear to allow Ryohei to come back off the spawn, but that was a close call.
Yeah, Batman just going to play the ball to the middle here, keep in control of it. considering they've got control of the map at the moment and enough time for Stampo to come back up and pinch as well, is going to be huge. Here's the Ziggy Super as well. It's opened up so many avenues for them, and a great gadget on the right-hand side, sorry, by Batman. This might be a goal here as well, with Ziggy shots coming over the top. The shots now from Suzuki will find the Super, and that allows him to take the ball. Still, 1 goal required to take the entire series, and Rival Esports backs against the wall, need an entire reverse sweep now. And Shatampo, I doubted this brawler, but it's been working.
It's going to be a tough ask here for Rival Esports, but we have seen crazy things already today. Wouldn't it be poetic to see just 1 more reverse sweep? Ryohei has got gravity, Batman low, and now he's been doing his very best to continue to delay the onset. But it is just 1 goal need from Zeta. And they've got all the time in the world.
Oh, Ryohei's really not enjoying this matchup, is he? He's just getting pinned again and again and again, and another super available from Shatampo. Always seems to have a similar angle towards the goal, pushing them towards the other side of the map. Oh, what a connection that is as well. It shouldn't be too far off. Another one now, and he can keep this situation like this. Suzuki's going to be able to go forward. There's the hypercharge, and they don't even need it. Zeta put the nail in the coffin of Rival Esports and push themselves to the final.
Unreal from Zeta. And again, putting to bed questions of the roster, questions of their 2025 performance leading into this season. They are looking stronger than ever. And again, with the help of Meshi, their drafts are looking dangerous.
And they looked like they had so much fun doing it as well. Shatampo on that first map, Shooting Star on the Frank, just having a field day. Mortis just the same on Double Swoosh afterwards. And since it's Valentine's Day, I would love to play some Frank today. Trev, do you want to be my Baron?
No.
I shouldn't have asked Trev. I think he's not really buying into all of that Valentine's Day talk. But yeah, it really looked like they had a lot of fun. On the other side, though, Rival Esports had such a great showing. It has been one of those teams where we truly did not know where they would be standing coming into today. But honestly, Totoro and Utopin, I love what we've seen from them. Utopin on that Rico, an absolute menace.
Yeah, and it's hard not to love what they brought to the table today, especially when you look back to that quarterfinals and how we expected things to go. Again, our predictions completely in the mud. You know, your first real appearance in a BSC, they can be so immensely proud of themselves, can't they? I mean, they really, really can. It was always going to be a massive, massive ask to see them go to a grand finals position here today. I think they can still really hold their heads high, and really looking forward to seeing more from them this season.
And we talked a lot about those buffy brawlers, how strong they are in the current meta. We've seen a lot of Spike so far, a brawler Kenny has mentioned quite often. Frank has been the brawler, though, right now. Frank and Mortis both. Frank has been the first pick in both the first and second set, and now he has been banned out on this third set as well. Is he going to be that best brawler in the meta right now, Trev?
I mean, if you're looking at this, you kind of sold on it, right? Regardless of Ryohei picking up here and losing, it did its part, it did well. They got more kills, they just weren't able to hold on to the gems in certain situations. You know, we've been seeing a lot of Spike as well, and I think it's a more versatile, kind of more safe pick, but people are picking up Frank and having great results, to be honest, as well. And although I don't like the scrappier style of Brawl Stars, you can't deny that Frank has been the star man so far.
Killjoy.
I truly like the Frank, the Mortis, all of those buffy brawlers coming in. I really like the Rico just now as well. We'll see which other brawlers that might not even have a showing yet will have a showing later on. Talking about results, let's have another look at our predictions.
Do we have to, really?
I don't want to. I'm told we have to, so let's just do that now. And looking at the semi-final predictions, I actually... Yeah. We're going to talk about that when we see. First, let's head into our quarterfinal predictions that are in shambles. They really had to bring up that graphic yet again. Can we just skip that and go over to semifinals, please?
Is 1 out of 4 really that bad?
Yes, it's terrible.
Is it?
Thank you. That's what I wanted to talk about. Zeta Division,
not much better.
The clear winner. The clear winner for us for the semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2, I'm gonna stick with WWL. They truly gave us, the show of the year so far. It's the first monthly final, but still, it was phenomenal.
You found a forfeit, Sonny?
No? I think WWL is gonna take that one. You gotta believe in the underdogs.
At least it's a competition of Brawl Stars and not who can create like the least imaginative name ever, because WWL and ABC, they're really not cutting it, are they?
It's a little bit restricted, to be fair. But, I mean, a massive amount of talent on both sides. I mean, names aside, the talent speaks for itself. And, you know, especially for WWL, I got to say, looking at their performances last year and the rosters that they were on, they never really shone throughout those quarterfinals. It wasn't really a thing. So now they're going to be really put to the test.
First time ever having a Korean team in the semi-finals. I think that's a huge moment for them. And now they, of course, want to bring it all the way to the grand finals. And Trav, yes, maybe the names aren't the most imaginative. The teams are, though. As you said, it's a wild mix of players that have been in the scene for quite some time, mixed with players that we're seeing for the very first time. And at least you don't have to cast the double Milk Rayo anymore, right?
Yeah, how long till we get that changed? That was quite painful. I was like, Milk Rayo's popping off on more brawlers than one. Yeah, it was a little bit stressful, I won't lie to you. But yeah, it's going to be a huge matchup, this one. Both of them really wanting to get points on the board early. Because, listen, Ark's called me a killjoy, and I'm about to be a killjoy again. I'm not sure if I can... All right, calm down. I'm not sure if I can see either of these two teams, possibly even throughout the entire year, making a grand final again. So they need to get the points on the board whilst they're available. Both of these teams, I'm going to argue it's 50-50 in this matchup. They're going to want these points early on in the year because they might get semis, but I don't know if they'll get to the grand finals again.
I feel for me, like, it's such an early stage to really say for sure anything at this stage. I mean, we are just literally witnessing the world champions of 2025 exiting at the first hurdle of 2026. That's the reality that we're living in right now. As far as I'm concerned, anything is possible for me, for ABC. I just feel like they've just got a little bit more of an edge in terms of the experience and the credentials behind this roster. A champion's a two-time world champion. Kenji, runner-up in 2021. I mean, people forget that. Kenji has got a great amount of experience on that world stage and was this close to lifting a trophy himself.
I think they've already proven that they do indeed still have what it takes, not only to make it into the semis. ABC might very well go into the grand finals. Again, I'm rooting for WWL, but realistically, does any of those two teams have what it takes to beat Zeta Division today?
I honestly hope they do, because I would love more upsets. I would love for one of these teams to go and win the first monthly final when we've all predicted them out in the quarterfinals. For every team in this lower bracket, we were like, they're going out pretty convincingly in the quarterfinals. So if they were to go and beat, have an incredible run, beating Crazy Raccoon or Reject, and then going and beating Zeta as well, that really would put in my mind that this region has, swapped up who's top dogs and who can go and do well this year. I think at the moment it's just a little bit of a hiccup from the bigger teams until we see them, beat multiple of them in a row.
Exactly, that's the question. Is it just a hiccup from Crazy Raccoon and Reject today, or is it actually that those upcoming teams, that those lower four teams, as we talked about in East Asia, are just getting better and better, and now they caught up with the others?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, either way, though, what a fantastic message to send to the up-and-comers. It really is that, for me, that really encapsulates how today has gone. And that's the best part about Brawl Esports. It's that inclusive, that anyone could come in and knock out the world champions. That's the world that we are living in right now, and I'm all for it.
So yes, exactly. The message is, if you want to play in a monthly qualifier, you better pick up two friends and do so, because you might as well go into a monthly final. You might as well walk through the quarterfinals, land in the semis, and we would love to have you. The huge question is why this is even happening in East Asia at the moment. Why those bottom four teams all of a sudden seem to have caught up with the top. Is it the current meta? Is it the buffies maybe that brings in some unpredictability into the whole thing?
Well, our main question about Crazy Raccoon was how fast are they going to be able to adapt to this new meta? And I think quite evidently a few of these teams just haven't tried to at all. And buffies, don't get me wrong, regardless of if they knew the meta or not, buffies throw in an extra kind of element that can make it a bit more up in the air as to who's going to be able to win it. You might love it. You might love the scrappy Brawl Stars, but there's no denying that in a mechanic-to-mechanic matchup, Crazy Raccoon make it to the finals against Zeta Division. But these more scrappy brawlers, scrappy drafts, and that's part of esports as well. That's part of the game. They're throwing a spanner in the works and changing things up. So I hope that these big teams can adapt just like these newer teams have done. But I feel like coming off the back of 2025, they're just so confident in themselves, and they've won, a load of money. They've won the World Championships. They've won bragging rights. They're like, we're the best team in the world. Why do we need to kind of go and change metas and scrim to be able to beat a team who we should be beating?
Semi-final number 1 already done, because we had some of the quickest matches, especially in Shooting Star, we've ever seen. Now we want to have a little bit of a more stretched out semi-final number 2. I am hoping for a 3-2, and we're starting things out on Bells Rock. Or not. Safe Zone is going to be our first map. I think, yeah, doesn't matter. Colt is going to be our first pick here. Definitely another one of those super strong brawlers ever since Buffy's came to the game. And we don't see Colt too often. He's not as picked up as often as a Spike or a Mortis, Frank, but he's going to be super good on Heist. He always was. Ember on the other side, also just a huge damage dealer. And now they are coming in with someone that will slow down this race a little bit. Pierce just there to pick off anyone who wants to come too close to safe.
We were saying in rehearsals yesterday, or at least I was, that I really feel like Colt has massively got a place, especially since the Buffy, but it is going to be kind of limited mainly to Heist. But now that Colt has had that ability to have more of an edge, to be able to slow your opposition, to land more shots, to have more bullets available, it makes him so dangerous. It really, really does. And in Heist, that safe will be absolutely shredded. There's another brawler which will do just that, combining to this on the side of ABC. The Pierce, the Amber, I like it, but what ABC are cooking is much more than my taste.
Yeah, they're going for some serious, DPS from the Colt at range. Carl can get up close, and they've got the mobility as well. That's the thing. You're more than likely going to be bringing in Flying Hook, able to go across that water, put yourself in a more aggressive position, open the map for your teammates, and Colt can, absolutely shred the safe and deal so much damage. They're going to go with the Kaze as their third and final, so it's a definite aggressive mobility route that they're going to go for. The Fan Storm on safe can do good damage, open it up for the Colt. So I think I really like this composition. Cordelius over the other side clearly being a targeted pick towards that Kaze.
I feel like the splitting up the safe into having 3 shields now helped the meta on Heist a little bit, that you can't just rush safe, but I still feel like you just want to have quick damage onto safe. And if you look at those two comms, ABC's comms does that quite effectively, whereas WWL is looking to defend mostly. All 3 brawlers usually used for the defense. Maybe the Ember can go to refund, but Cordelius definitely just stays in the back. Personally, I think ABC is gonna win because of that.
Let's see how it unfolds. I'm kind of on the fence a little bit regarding the Cordelius. I mean, if it gets some value, then great. I think that it will be quite good both against the Carl and the Kaze. But now Kenji getting some nice amber damage on the safe, and this Nene who's going to be actually on the safe. So chipping away gradually, and meanwhile, kind of more worried on the other side of the field.
Yeah, well, they start off with a pretty strong base race, but he was dealt with fast there, the Colt and Carl as well. So wall breaks coming through. Don't want the Cordelius to have this positioning to be able to just sit in the bottom area of the map. The Pierce Soup coming through, and Carl will connect with it as well, and Cordelius round him and dealt with him fast. Percentage-wise, not masses apart. I'd have expected WWL to do more from that.
Yeah, some good Pierce shots now. On the right-hand side, the quick demise of the Kaze. And everyone from WWL just still staying together as a unit. A nice connection there as well from Nene, forcing Kenji into the realm, and a Chappie's low himself. When he comes out, he might fall very swiftly, and surely will here. Missed shots, bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing no Flying Hook as well, which I thought was pretty much a given on this map when you need the mobility. That's going to be a burn down though, and this should be the next crack the safe done, and it is. Still 70% on the WWL side. ABC got a lot of work to do. Here's the Fan Storm, but he gets taken into the realm, wins that matchup, and evades the Pierce follow-up shots.
Yeah, very, very tight rooms here is now Kenji and the Chappie forcing their way forwards, but they've got to make the most of this opportunity, and that is not going to be enough. Hypercharge now for Nene as well, and then the Kaze just completely taken out of the mix. Kenji trying his best to get some amber burn, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, this is going to be game to WWL here, starting really strong as ABC just weren't in it at all. Started pretty decent, didn't get too much damage on the safe. I think they risked an unnecessary base race early on as well, and were dealt with so swiftly.
Definitely feel like for ABC, Just need to slow down the pace a touch. Up the aggression, but make it more calculated. At the moment, it's a bit sporadic and a bit all over the place. Let's see, on the left-hand side, that's Icy pushing himself forwards, trying to get behind enemy lines and make some space for his teammates to push through. But Chappie can clear that right side, which he does, and allow Kenji some space as well. All three members now from ABC right together when it matters most.
Yeah, well, a lot more calm, a lot more composed is a good sign here then. And he uses a silver bullet to just be able to pierce through Mamameshi there and get that first crack done. For the control though, 26% damage really didn't cut it for me.
Yeah, they've been able to crack, and that's important to be able to ensure damage and not waste time. Kenji has got hypercharge as well. Might choose to just go straight for the eye of the storm down the map there. Chappie going to be dancing in this mid here with, I believe, Cookie. Now, damage being dealt on the ABC safe.
Yeah, needs to get this 50%. He does. Might even be able to get Mins on here in the back line, sorry. As he just narrowly survives. Nene not able to get too much done being so low here, and he does break up a little bit more of that map as well. Minzun can still win this here against the Colt, and he does with that slow. Only about 27% in it at the moment. Mamameshi having to defend. Kenji getting burnt and forcing himself down the left-hand side, but the heat ejector onto safe will deal some long-lasting damage.
Yeah, that's quite crucial. Meanwhile, though, there will be a countermeasure attack coming in from WWL. Now it's just Kenji. There's a safe crack there for sure. Nene is not done yet, staying firm, but Kenji gets the final say. Pierce shots onto the safe as well, though. And meanwhile, this should be a good defense here with the last little but Amber Burn. Yeah, that'll be Icy going down.
Yeah, well, I don't think he minds that, to be fair. And Amber Burn, when he's so low, is a fine thing. Now he doesn't have it going up, and we'll need to start from scratch to get this hypercharge. Good jump from Nene. They're narrowly avoiding that. And to be fair, Kaze going straight towards Amber probably wouldn't be the smartest thing in the world at the moment. Don't want to feed that super when he's got a hypercharge. Now the hypercharge from the Colt might be the nail in the coffin here, but a good super from Pierce will keep him back for now. Kenji coming forwards too, needs to earn a super to be able to make use of this hypercharge that he's popped, and doesn't get it anywhere.
15% left on the WWL safe, but now their teammates collecting in the middle of the map, trying to ensure that no one can escape through, but Kenji might be the man to do just that with a lovely burn on that right-hand side, and a follow-up there as well, pushing his way forwards, trying to keep the aggression on, but there's not going to be enough time here for WWL. Anyway, that safe needs to be cracked. That takes time, a time away from them. We'll be all tied up now in this first set. It's anyone's for the taking.
Much better and way better managed there from the side of ABC. Really solid stuff, I thought. They didn't kind of go out the blocks, fly in and, you know, do unnecessary trades, feed a lot of defensive supers, let the cord go. They just got the kills, kept control at the start, and then had a damage lead that was irreversible by WWL.
Already, Icy on the left-hand side, making a break with this Kaze pick, and forced back by Cookie there. And actually gets the kill off the back of it as well. Minzun in the mid, trying to tap these shots, gain something of the controlling factor. Both sides now learning from their mistakes, it seems, really slowing down the pace and looking to tap these shots. Really Icy struggling on that left.
Yeah, he is not getting anything done, and Kenji should fall here as well. Mamameshi just about surviving that matchup with 1,200. Fanstorm comes down, and that should be a big thing for IC to be able to get up. Mamameshi actually walks out of it and takes some damage. Now dashing forwards, and he still doesn't get it done. Kenji going in, can't get the kill either, and they're all one shot, but nobody's getting the kills.
Chappie finds one. Oh, a nice silver bullet. He finds two as well. Can he get the third as well for good measure? Chooses to go for the safe. I don't mind that choice at all, as now his teammates are getting some good damage, but the safe not cracked yet. Left on 76%, and a good defense nonetheless from WWL.
Yeah, that 1% might just change the tide of this matchup. They need to get that crack down to be able to get any more damage on it. Nene coming forwards, gets the super off and the jump over the water as well, but honestly doesn't find too much back from it and leaves his teammates susceptible. It's going to be a Chappie versus Minzun in the mid here as well, and that's a matchup that Carl should win and does. But some good shots, and there's 1% in it.
Yeah, nice amplified shots there from the Pierce. Collecting these shells, trying to keep back ABC. Hypercharge there from a Chappie. Decent connections, but it should be finished a bit swifter. He now finally does so, and that's safe. Most importantly, now cracked. That will give a little bit of grace, but it's only 2% in this. It can change very quickly, and that's going to break the safe from the other side as well. And it gives just a little lead as well to WWL.
Yeah, lovely kills from a Chappie, though, I will say. Kaze moving forwards, Fanstorm forwards, and honestly, I think like he could have clipped the safe with that one a little bit as well. Kenji coming forwards, doing a great job on both of them now on the left-hand side. 27 seconds left, and there there going all out for damage, and Nene's trying to do the same.
Kaze on the safe is a dangerous thing. Another safe crack, and it's Chappie with a valuable defense. It will buy some time. He's got a super as well, but he is slowed on that right-hand side. Pierce doing his best there to get continuous taps, but Kenji comes in. Huge aggression from ABC. And Chappie alone, but they should be able to get this safe down. I don't think Nene can do it all alone, and it should be ABC that take the set in a fantastic turnaround.
Much better from both teams there, looking really good in that third one. It was more calm, more composed, but ABC just seemed to kind of get the damage when necessary. I thought that 1% left on the safe from 76 to 75 might have changed it a little bit, but then the WWL had the same thing with 77% on the same side, had to waste supers and stuff to try and get that down. So a very well-balanced game, back and forward all the way through, and this could very well be a 5-set series.
It's very close, it really is. I did feel like, especially with the way that we kicked off that first set, that WWL had a bit more of a composed stance. You know, they really did. The Core Dealings was working out really well, and that's what I kind of noticed be diminished slightly towards the later stages. Nene was not getting as nearly much value in games 2 and 3 as he was in game number 1, and that's a bit of credit to ABC to be able to evade around him, communicate as to who's best to take care of him, keeping a Chappie on him more often than not. But a very, very close one. I do feel like you're right. This could be one that goes all the way.
Yeah, it really does seem. Now look how many kills there are from that side. Mamameshi with 26, Nene with 9, and Minzun with 14. And then the other side just aren't getting kills, but they're getting loads of damage on safe. And Nene did a good job, 86,000 damage on safe. That's great. But his teammates couldn't quite do the same amount. And I mean, especially with this amount of kills, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is a disgusting Amber game. Absolutely disgusting, but again, objective is where things matter. If the safe is not being cracked, you know, it's just gonna go against you. It's not a game of kills in Heist, it's all a game of cracking the safe, getting that percentage down and lowered. And at the moment, ABC were able to really amend things accordingly and make it count, but I think this is probably the most closely sided first set I've seen today. What we'd love to expect to see from a semi-finals also, so I'm quite excited for what's next.
Yeah, it should be a good series. This one, that was extremely well balanced. 2 good comps, getting good damage on the safe, playing defensively, playing offensively. That's how it should be played. And yeah, just all-round great plays in 2 very evenly matched teams. The next sets to come, got to see kind of similar level of drafts, because I thought both 2 drafts were pretty decent, to be fair, but we're going to take a different approach on things this time. We're not going to be seeing Ambers with 26 kills, because we're going into knockout. So a lot more slow, a lot more calm, probably will be the meta.
Wow. We said going into shooting style that it was going to be sharp.
Yeah, but
what happened there? What happened there?
What I'm saying is there's not going to be a 26 kill Amber, and I'm seeing a Byron, so I'm probably leaning towards the fact that it's not going to be a long-range matchup, but, you know.
Pairs well with Frank, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it really does.
Which is not banned.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And listen, I'm not even gonna try and oppose you, because that's likely what they'll go for. And then I'll just look stupid.
I mean, you already do.
Yeah.
Let's see what the first pick is from ABC. I do like the Rico ban, though. I think that's quite a wise Spike first pick. It's just always been a very safe pair of hands as a brawler, and has pretty much always been viable, no matter how strong he's been in the meta. Now with the Buffy, very much more in the forefront. And Ollie, a great pairing. First time that we've really kind of seen Ollie, and I think it's the right map and mode for it.
Yeah, he's had his showings here quite frequently in the past. A lot of monthly finals last year, and the postseason popped up a few times on this map as well. So not surprising to see Ollie come rolling on in. Considering he's got a fairly small amount of damage, though, yes, his Hypnotize is going to be good to be able to get them towards his teammates who do. But if they were to go something with this Byron, like a Frank, Ollie's not going to be able to deal that much damage to it.
Yeah, exactly. Cool this as well will take Ollie out of the equation. Certainly that will disrupt the Hypnosis as well. I'm looking really towards WWL there to land that at just the right time. Timing is going to be so key here with that Cordelius versus Ollie matchup. Now, do they risk it on the side of WWL?
Mom never misses.
No, playing it safe with the bell. I don't necessarily mind it. It's not as flashy, for sure. Marking up the Ollie is going to be quite crucial. A tank is something which you've got to really place a heavy consideration on. So now over to ABC for their final pick.
Yeah, we'll see what they do choose to go with. They did account heavily with this Cordelius for the Ollie, so I don't think they needed another kind of tank counter, but I was surprised to see them not go one themselves to pair with the Byron, but obviously Byron able to do damage on his own and kind of fend for himself at range as well, so I don't mind that either. Gus going to come in as well. Honestly, I haven't seen this too much.
Surprising,
surprises me.
Yeah.
It's been a very good brawler for a very good amount of months now.
Yeah, solid and good, great pairing. I mean, the Gus Ollie, I mean, what's not to love? You know, it's always been the perfect pairing, but it's the Cordelius that still worries me. If you're using your Gus shielding, placing it to the Ollie, Ollie goes to the Cordelius and then pushed into the realm, that's a lot of utility just completely wasted by that one singular brawler. So that's my reservation there. And if ABC can work around that, then all the more power to them. If they can maybe isolate the Cordelius and deal with him first, that might be a helping hand. But certainly, Ollie and Bell, Ollie and Gus, it's always been dangerous.
Absolutely. Well, ranged matchup. Pretty much down both lanes, but mostly on this left. Cookie on the right should be able to do a good job against the spike, but he's getting curveball down at the moment in the life plan, giving him a lifeline in the back side of things here. Ollie going to rotate to the right-hand side if Kenji wants that matchup, but doubling down in the mid, and it's just constant rotations at the moment, trying to enforce this Cordelius versus Ollie.
The tap there from Cookie in the mid on the Spyron pick, as there is a super to hand on the spike of IC on the right-hand side, and landing that at just the right time is going to be crucial. Life plant handed out, and heals handed over to Kenji. Chappie just holding himself on his left-hand side. Both sides not giving an inch.
Well, the only super to be seen so far is that of IC with the spike. It can go a long way to close off avenues that they will want open in these later stages. Doesn't want to use it on the court though, because he knows that he's going to get realmed as soon as he does. There's a good kill though for Kenji, and Cookie here on the Byron trying to get the job done, but it's going to be 3 survivors on the side of ABC and 0 for WWL. What a move that was from them, perfectly timed and dealt with very well.
Nicely done. But still, I feel it's quite balanced. This Bell pick can work really nicely between the spike and the life plant, but off the back of those hills will be aggression. Nice realm from Nene, but down to 100 HP. He's got to be cautious here. Playing with fire, really. As he comes out, he's got to be able to heal off. Kenji now going into the aggressive position. No mark there on that right-hand side from Minzun, so it keeps the Ollie at play. Dangerous. Hypercharge now on the spike. IC getting some taps. Could have got a few more, but does secure the kill nonetheless, making it a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, Minzun just couldn't run away there. I arguably thought off the start the spike had misplaced the super, but just stopped his retreat. Kenji going in, jumps over towards Cookie now. Doesn't actually get the hypnotize. Just really unfortunate for him, and that could have changed the tides of it. Byron will just be able to heal up now, and I don't think they'll lose this 2v1. It's possible, because Spike can do so much burst damage, and he has a super here actually as well, but the Cordelia is just going to run him down to stop the Byron from getting beaten. And this should be tied up as he goes straight into the smoke to stop the Byron from getting a super.
Really surprised, you know, to see the Byron come out on top against the Ollie there, to be honest. I thought that that wasn't the worst of decisions, you know, made by ABC. It seemed like it was pretty calculated to me, so credit to WWL here. Hypercharge though for a Chappie. That can change things on this top left. Will he combine it with Kenji, who's not got the hypnotize just yet? Needs to be able to earn that and really make use of that utility. Bit of a missed reverse polarity gadget there from the Bell, and these shots are going to ricochet between, Kenji and IC. They've got to be cautious now for ABC because they're dwindling down low.
Yeah, Minzun's going to be looking to hypercharge towards Kenji here, the most aggressive brawler on the ABC side. Good heals provided here by the Byron, as Nene's going to want to realm Kenji as well as the prime target for a couple of members of WWL now, and Gus pinned back, but going to have that option to kind of burst out with the hypercharge and the super as well. Still waiting on a life plant here, some good connections, and Kenji can't retreat as he's just going to be getting those shots onto the spike. Jump comes in now, and Kenji's going to fall. Can they get the refrag though, as IC gets some good shots? Now follow up, and it's going to be a 2v1 for Gus, and Cordelius and Bell should be able to take this one down. Chappie eating everything that they've got, and I don't think this is going to be possible for him. They kind of just bait him into the gas, and that's a good win there for WWL.
Yeah, Minzun there, I'm really impressed with how well and how patient he was with that Bell pick. That's really what sealed the demise of the Ollie and gave his teammates the advantage there. You've got to land those moments. Bell doesn't necessarily pack the biggest of punches, so having that mark and ensuring it and not wasting it, that was key, crucial. Now, WWL with a real chance here of taking a set. They can keep this up. ABC, though, did show great signs of adapting in the previous set, so let's see how they respond.
Yeah, we can see that ABC have tried to rotate lanes, but it's just constant following from WWL, and that's going to be a good kill there as well. Won't be able to refrag, might be able to get the pinch now. There were some wonderful heals yet again from the Byron onto Nene, and Achape can't do a lot about that. For how well they started in that first round, it's been night and day, really.
Yeah, imagine the sharpshooters prevailing, Trav.
Hey, there's sharpshooters, just top-tier brawlers, I can't lie to you, but it's not like the other side don't have them as well. Like, they've got the Gus who's, just trying to force a matchup that he's not being given, and he's having a real hard time.
Yeah, I see he's struggling massively. Another mark placed onto Achape. Nene just jumping over the wall, not afraid at all of the Gus shielding, and rightly so, stays alive. And now in a 2 versus 1, IC on this spike. Can't really do too much. Let's see whether he can bring some goods with this Buffy brawler to the table. I feel like now it's just a question of not feeding, go to the gas, save it, and just try to bring back and reverse sweep this set. That's all ABC have got now.
It's going to be so tough to get this done because no matter what ABC try, WWL have got an answer. So to be in this position, it's going to be so hard for them. They're trying Spike down the mid now and having Kenji just run it down one of the lanes, but Cordelius will just follow him wherever he goes.
Yeah, exactly that. And you can see already the shadowing of WWL is absolutely on point. Nice jump away. That could be a nice super there, just to kind of give some better positioning. Not going to do too much to their opposition, but give a bit of a stronghold for ABC. Kenji jumping away, still holding back this aggression. But as time goes on, if ABC can hold this mid, the gas will force the hand of WWL.
Yeah, well, it was a good jump from Kenji, evaded the super of Nene there as well, so he's not going to have any of that because he can't seem to get this radius within range of Kenji either without putting himself at risk of being supered on. Spike going down the right-hand side. Doesn't mind kind of a 2v2 in that situation because the curveballs will be flying when there's 2 there.
Now comes a preemptive hypercharge from IC. Not going to get anything off the super back, though. That's a bit of a waste, and actually goes down himself. A 2 versus 3. It's going against ABC now, as WWL really are putting on a great showing in this second set. Double hypnotize, though, from Kenji. Can't seal it, and that will be the set. WWL answer back.
Pretty much the perfect answer to what we saw from ABC off the start. They take the first set, the first round, so convincing. 3 members alive, 0 members of WWL. But then it just goes completely the other way, and we barely see ABC getting any kills at all. They're being followed across the map to not be able to get those desired matchups, and I think it's really well played by WWL there.
This is what we love to see from the semi-finals, back and forth. It's been the closest match that I've personally felt today so far. One that deserves to go the distance and really come down to the mechanics the way it should be. And all tied up as we go into our 3rd set. And the draft's pretty much on point for me. Gameplay as well. It's really just coming down to the adaptations, the small microcosms along the way.
I'm going to stick with them though. I still feel like WWL can turn things around here. They did have to make it a reverse sweep before. That's exactly what they need now again, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's strong plays, really. It is such a close game, and 4-4 and 4, 4-3 and 1. Like, obviously, it's a kill game, right? So the team with the more kills usually in knockout at least gets the wins, unless you kind of get a load in a round that you lose. But it's just not enough. IC couldn't really enforce the matchup against the Cordelias. They were just following people round. Kenji had his moments, but I don't feel like the Ollie pick was really warranted so early on. I feel like they could have definitely gone something a little bit more versatile because he was just the one being bullied by everyone.
Just looking at the picks so far, Ark, you feel like the set that WWL took, was that solely the draft, or what was it? Why did they start to turn things around?
Playing to their strength is kind of how I felt. You know, they just were able to really utilize the Bell, most importantly, a brawler which in this meta, as we've already spoken about, tough to make work. You know, it's really not that kind of flashy brawler. It's not the assassination brawler. The taps take time to really land the punch, and having that mark was crucial. So the timing for Cookie there, I think, as well. Again, we kind of almost forget a player that last year we saw in Genji. He's never made a semi-finals before. Like, this roster in itself is really, really excelling for me at this stage of the competition because they've never been here before, really. So making good decisions and staying calm under pressure, because again, this spot is not familiar territory.
Let's still say, though, ABC, a phenomenal roster. I feel like ABC means they're still FA, so you better go and pick those guys up if you don't have a roster on your own yet. ABC looking mighty strong. Personally, I'm rooting for WWL just so I can rub it in afterwards that at least I got one prediction right today compared to you.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal for us, I won't lie. I'm heavily rooting for ABC here just so you can't do that. And I won't even rub it in because I'm humble. Did you just put the word humble in the sentence? When it comes to predictions, that's what I am. I pride myself in being humble. I'd never flex anything like that.
I've never heard so much Coswalk in all my life. What are you talking about, you being humble? You're the first to put a medal on your own.
No, that's not true. I'd never do that.
We're on Pinhole Punt now at the third map here. Frank, Rico, and Meeple are going to be banned out by the side of ABC. All three of those brawlers we have seen on Brawl Ball today, so definitely makes a lot of sense to ban those out, especially if you have the first pick. You can decide the pace of this whole round. They already go in with a tank counter here, banning out the Frank. So I don't really feel like WWL have many options here. They're going to go with Mina anyway, despite the tank counter on the other side. So ABC was trying to prevent that, but it obviously didn't work out here, Ark. Mina, is that a bit too risky, or will it work out just fine?
It will work out just fine. That's just how I see Mina right now. I mean, maybe not, but certainly, I mean, if you're playing into the Otis, it's not going to be easy. That's safe to say. But a nicely timed windmill gadget, at just the right pinnacle moment to block that mute, it's definitely on the card here. But I think just the maneuverability. Mina is that brawler that very much for me now is escaping a lot of the bans. It's a first pick worthy brawler, and despite the buffies, really being the shining star at the moment in terms of meta, Mina is just that little bit beneath, allowing her to be more accessible more often than not.
Sounds.
Well, Poco coming in for ABC here to go along with their Otis. I don't know if they're just taking that away from the opposing side or if they're going to go something super aggressive now, because it's not like WWL have, heavily accounted for something tanky, something aggressive like ABC have. They've already got that Otis, so then if WWL goes something and double down, then they're still going to be okay. But we'll see if that's the case or if they're just taking Poco off their opponents.
The four most picked brawlers on this map in scrims have been Poco, Otis, Frank, and Meeple. And all four of these have either been picked or banned out by ABC, so they definitely did their homework on what could be good in the meta. Here, Kenji, on the other side, we haven't seen in a very long time. I feel like we haven't seen him at all today just yet. Coming in as the aggressor from the side of ABC. Can he hold up against Amina? I'm wondering. He does have a Poco in the back, so that's certainly going to help him. They have no range, though, whatsoever on the side of ABC.
I feel like it's going to be tough. I really like this Mo pick here from WWL. It's just very much... I think the win rate today is so high in Brawl Ball for this brawler pick. It just keeps the pressure on time and time again. And, when you're pushed up against the wall and Mo is chipping away, it's a matter of time before you can't hold firm any longer. It's going to avail to a goal no matter what. So I kind of prefer it to this Kenji. I mean, the Kenji can really be aggressive, dance around these walls, block shots and not feed, then it's going to have a great time of things. But Kenji, that Mo interaction, I mean, already, he's sped a lot over, and we've barely just started.
He did get the kill, though. I mean, that's better than feeding and not getting the kill. He's getting a lot of kills, actually, and Kenji going to be able to slot that one home. It seems like so far, so good for the Kenji here. Kenji on Kenji. And honestly, he didn't even really need heals. He did it alone.
Well, Kenji on Kenji has just fed the Mo.
Yeah, and died.
Now and died. So that may be a bit of a hole in the strat, but I like the mentality though, for sure, from ABC. Just really, really push aggressively, quickly, try to get things over fast. Nice there as well. Connections there to Cookie, who's playing on that Finks pick in the mid. Low HP, has to heal and regroup as Nene as well. Choosing not to outstay his welcome versus Kenji, who does go down. This could be an opportunity potentially here, especially now that Chappie's gone down.
Yeah, well, IC doing a good job. 1v3 here, actually. Very solid to keep them all low, but Nene will eventually get that kill. Kenji coming back up and trying to get some swipes off, get some heals, gets it through the gadget in the end and gets a kill out of nowhere again. He's always so low, but finding the heals and finding the kills out of nowhere.
Well, potential here as IC on the Poco has got hypercharge, and now Super to follow up as well. Does use it aggressively. That could be a mistake here, maybe. But then again, Kenji is still in play. All three members of ABC standing, and now Nene too low. This should be a straightforward goal. But off the wall, a fumble. It is scored, but that could have gone another way. Not easy breezy from ABC, but a game nonetheless.
Definitely not easy breezy. Pretty sketchy towards the end, but you know, for the most part, they were okay. They didn't really have to, they maybe had to fend off one attack. They had two pretty convincing ones, with Kenji really being the spearhead in a lot of those pushes. And he has to be. He's doing a great job of just running them down. They've put the Finks on it now, and I don't think he's going to fare any better than the Mo, to be honest.
Well, this time, Kenji on Kenji. Felt better of it. I quite like that.
Yeah.
You got Kenji on Kenji, got Icy, got Cooking. There's a lot of ease in this match. But this time round, just choosing to play it slow. There's not that much utility. He wouldn't mind a Poco heal in the back pocket either to go super on the aggressive. So I quite like it so far. But it's very much WWL on the defense yet again.
Yeah, it just feels like he's obviously healing now, but it just feels for the most part he's playing a battle Poco, like he's just running it as a regular brawler that doesn't have heals, and that's going to be a walk-in on his own. Lovely stuff again from ABC, who just seems to be running away with this one. We've seen WWL get out there half once.
It's definitely more sided so far, but time potentially still here. It's not over yet, but one more goal will be a set for ABC. Now playing a bit of defense. Kenji needs to make some space. But potential Poco heal as well. It will be enough to be able to defend here. Right-hand side, Cookie now muted out. Perfect timing from a Chappy, alleviating the situation. And that should be enough. They've got to be cautious with this Mo. There's the hypercharge, but now the high ground back with ABC.
Good position of this ball as well, just lingering in front of this front wall so Kenji can go aggressive, possibly get the backup from a Poco if he gets a super here and there with the Screeching solo. Nice move as well. Sharpie coming in, gets a kill there and follow up a couple of shots on Mameshi. And they need a goal, but every push they try and make is deflated instantly.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot to be in now. That was great from Chappy. I love that. Lurking in the bushes. The hypercharge connection is onto the move that had hypercharge as well. Taking him out the equation. Beautiful work now. The hypercharge from IC and now the Kenji as well. Combination. And there is the goal. ABC will claim the set in what was much more convincing for me. Much less back and forth as WWL with a bit of egg on their face there.
That was a wonderful performance from ABC, it really was. WWL, as I said, I think they got out there half twice in the entire game, and both of those pushes dealt with very easily by ABC. So a wonderful performance yet again from those guys, and now only one away from meeting the Zeta Division in the Grand Finals. And I don't think either of these teams would have thought they'd get to the semis, never mind probably go further and make the finals.
I feel like that's a fair assessment, honestly. At this stage, it could well go to a fifth. There's definitely the mechanics and the skill. The talent is with WWL, no doubt about it. But so far, ABC have been adapting every step of the way. And that was the most convincing set I feel so far in this series.
Mechanically, I really like what we're seeing from WWL. They did push it to a reverse sweep in their quarterfinal. I feel like they can make it to set 5 here as well. Kenji, on that Kenji, looked very, very strong with the Poco in the back that, yeah, as you said, was playing more of a battle Poco, not really healing him too much, but still enough for Kenji to just almost never die and get a lot of kills along the way. On the other side, Finks, I was hoping he would have a bit more impact for WWL here.
Just seemed like he didn't really have any good matchups at all, to be honest with you. Every matchup he went in, he was losing. Poco couldn't really miss against him. Kenji just ran him down with too much, HP and occasional heals from the Poco. But I do feel like Kenji was just, fending for himself, like as you just mentioned as well. As I said, the battle Poco healed him occasionally, a few good hypercharges here and there with the Screeching solos, but like every member of that roster was just kind of doing their own thing. Yeah,
it wasn't really kind of combined. It was just every man for himself. That doesn't work in Brawl. It's a team game for a reason, and it's about a bit disjointed, not really working out too well. Whereas you saw in the comp that we saw in sort of ABC, good synergy with just the draft itself, but also the team mates working much more as a unit.
And Ark, it's been a huge talking point coming into today. Kenji kind of retiring last year, then coming back as a coach. And now, all of a sudden, he is standing here today and he's performing super, super well. Is he just back like he's almost never left, or do we still see him shaking off some of that rust?
I kind of feel like, regardless as to how many years pass, if you've been on the world stage and made it to the Grand Finals, with that just comes an exterior of steel. Like, you know, you're able to stay composed. You're able to be a leader as well. I think that's really quite relevant here, and it's been working out. I think that everyone in Brawl can relate to the idea of, like, you know, on the pro scene, when you're out, they love to pull you back in. That's just kind of how it goes, and Kent today might be onto a winner.
He's been playing incredibly well, to be fair. A lot of these brawlers have been his comfort brawlers, and I think that's kind of the best way to get back into esports if you've been out for a while. Play things you're comfortable with, and I think, luckily for him, the meta is definitely catering to what he likes. You know, we've seen him playing the Mortis a heck of a lot. The Kenji there is a brawler that he would have played anyway. Listen,
I'm happy. I'm happy.
For the most part, I'm quite happy as well, because this is giving me like some serious like 2020 vibes. If they take a Tara now, this would be the perfect rounded out thing I've ever seen.
Gene?
Exactly.
That's the classic. That's the classic.
There's just few things in Brawl Stars, like what you mentioned, Ark. You can't ever really leave. Either you come back as a player, you turn into a coach like Mameshi did, or you turn into a caster. Like,
whoa. Imagine.
Why did you make that sound like the worst option?
What were you
I mean, I did the same. I did the same. So I'm here still as well. So yeah, that's just the thing that happens. And Sandy and Max is also something that we've seen ever since Brawl Stars was a thing, really. We're seeing it again here from ABC. They're not going to pair it with Jean, which was the age-old comp. They're going to pair it with the Mortis here, which I like a bit better on Double Swoosh, honestly. Max is the mid-gem carrier. Sandy would honestly work just as well. Both of those have been used at that in the past. And then a Choppy, maybe Kenji again on that Mortis to bring in the aggression. We do have a lot of answers though on the side of WWL with both the Spike and the Otis. Mortis isn't gonna have an easy race here. Lily gonna come in as last pick. Do like her in Gem Grab. I'm not sure though if it's gonna be enough. I really like to come from ABC.
It's really going to depend, in my opinion, heavily on what this Lily brings to the table. It can make a comp, it can break a comp. It's that kind of brawler. I feel especially when you're looking into the barrel of a Max, which is going to have a lot of range against you. This Mortis interaction, more often than not, with the help of the Buffy, will probably favour the Mortis, especially now with the combo spinner. So there is a reservation there. I feel like Nene's got his work cut out and has got to bring home some goods.
We're heading into the game now, and my fingers are crossed for WWL. You can be sure of that.
Yeah, my fingers are crossed for ABC. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Actually, I just want to see the best game possible. At the end of the day, my prediction being right would be nice, but so far, IC doing a good job getting a lot of this supercharge here off the Lily, who's kind of rotating back and forward and doing ABC are in a wonderful position already, but good shots from them. And WWL find a couple of kills.
Yeah, Minzun there coming in just the right time, because that was definitely going to be a perilous position to find themselves in. Great fat splatter there from the right-hand side of Cookie. And there, Kenji goes down again, not able to secure these kills. And a hypercharge, the buffied hypercharge available in this mid on the Spike. So, yeah, it's not really working out too well so far for ABC, despite the gem lead.
Yeah, well, they're getting some control back now, and a surprising attack from Kenji might see him getting out here. Lily not going to be close, and he's going to pop the gadget. Countdown starts, but Kenji's got to be back safe along with the Max here as well. Otis flanking around the right-hand side, and Lily will pick up a kill, but waste the super.
Massive steal. That was pivotal now. Can WWL do something here? There's a hypercharge coming from the left-hand side. Minzun doing his best. Kenji's susceptible there. A fast spot that Shoving falls. Gems are dropped. It's a reset. There's a chance, a real chance here of a steal. But the stun. Can Minzun make it out alive? With the Max, no. Shut down. It's a scrap. But the Gems back with ABC.
I thought that Lily was going to have a gadget to get out there. He just picked up a few gems and dipped, but he couldn't quite get it done. Otis knows he needs to use his super on the Mortis to get up, but he can't use it because he needs it towards the later portions of the game. Lily coming forwards and yet again pinned in. Super's there, but he gets the kill. Kenji's getting ready to get the refrag and does. Still no gadget there for Nene. And once more, the countdown restarts.
Oh my word, Chubby did save the phase shifter until just the last moment, but it wasn't enough. He still went down. And as time goes on, surely for WWL, it only gets harder and tougher. There's a hypercharge for Nenny, but he can't land it. The dashes are there. And ABC move on to match point. Only just.
To be fair, for the most part, they didn't seem like massively in control of the game. They just had a few gems here and there, and then they, managed to retrieve a couple, dropped a couple. Such a scrappy game in those back lines, reset after reset after reset. But ABC managed to hold on, putting themselves on match point, and WWL have so much to fight for, but need 2 games in a row to drag this to a set 5.
Kenji already behind the enemy lines here. Goes down very swiftly there to a popping pinkish, I believe, of Minzun. Now Chappy getting aggressed by this Lily of Nene. Sweet Dream stand out, Kenji for support, but ABC got nothing on the board just yet in terms of gems.
Much better start for WWL here, and 3 members of ABC all on the right-hand side. Can't really seem to find a matchup that they like. And Kenji just dashing around the place, trying to get a super, making something happen, but he's getting shut down every time.
Nene's lurking, looking to try to find that connection as soon as he can get a firm grasp on either Icy or Chappy. Bit of a stalemate. No one wants to move first. A bit of a game of chicken. Nene could not get the pickup. And Chappy there still weak, holding 2 gems, bringing everyone together for ABC to ensure his survival. Now in the mid, Minzun's on 6, now potentially 7. And got to be very cautious because there could be an attack from this right-hand side very quickly from ABC.
Yeah, waiting for the right moment to play this Sandstorm, and they still left a bit of grass over the left-hand side unattended, but now they know where they are. Nice mute coming in there from the Oaks as well, but that means Kenji knows he doesn't have another. Nene going in, does find the kill, but still didn't get any gems back from it. Invis is once more into the realm, trying to find IC, but he just backs off.
Not sure that was actually even a body block from Kenji potentially here. Nonetheless, ABC are starting to slow down this pace, get some gems, start to work this map. The 9th gem potentially here, stolen by Kenji, but that is going to be keeping them split. He can't really go as aggressive now at this stage of the game with the gems so close together. He doesn't want to hand over anything. Now 8 over to ABC as well. Nene's lurking. We'll probably find IC, but the Sweet Dream stun is there, keeping him back and now muted out. Everyone going the aggressive. Nene goes down though. It's traced back and forth for the countdown with WWL.
Yeah, Kenji with a super, and I can't imagine he's going to be too far off hypercharge either. There's the 9th, but they're going to need another one now. I think it's off their side, so not too much of a risk, but Kenji got to be careful as Nene still lurks there. Misses his super, though. That's horrible from him. Nightmare and a super to follow up as well will make it a 3v2 to fight for this next gem, which they get off WWL's side.
ABC cannot leave this mid. They need to contest this still. Nene's dangerous with hypercharge, but it's missed again. A huge whiff, and ABC retreat back into the spawn side. It's down to the body blocking potential. And Chappy's low. He's got to heal. Kenji there for support. Can WWL make anything of this? No! It is going to be a grand finals appearance for ABC. Wonderfully done. What a semi-finals.
Can't ask for much more than that. A wonderful performance from ABC. And with who they've taken down today, extremely deserving of this grand finals position. But next, their biggest opponent in Zeta Vision is going to be a very, very tough one. But if they win that, no one can say they didn't deserve it.
After those 2 semi-finals, I'm truly looking forward to what the grand final has to bring. ABC versus Zeta Division. We have one last look at the match we just witnessed. Kenji once again popping off on that Mortis, looking mighty strong. And overall, WWL at least make them work for it. It wasn't an easy gem grab match whatsoever, especially in that first set. We had like 3 resets in a row. WWL really played well. In the end, they just couldn't hold on to the gems.
Yeah, it was a real scrappy affair. You can see there the timing on the phase shift just not quite there for Chappy. Just a little bit premature, and that's what sealed his demise, but so incredibly close. I mean, it really was. I would have loved to see it go to a 5th and final set. That was the one for me that deserved to go the way, but I mean, hugely entertaining nonetheless.
We can only hope that the last one goes to set 5 then to make up for it. The grand final set 5 would be perfect. These 2 teams, a lot of champions going into this one as well, and I think it's going to be an absolute banger of a grand final.
I'm truly looking forward to it. Now we have Zeta Division that has played very aggressive today. They have shown us some double tank comps all day long, really. And then on the other side, ABC, they love their spike, their Mortis, but other than the Mortis, not really much aggression.
Certainly, yeah, with Kenji a little bit coming through in Brawl Wall, but the Mortis is dangerous. There's no doubt about that. You know, there's definitely a danger that Zeta have got to be prepared for. My reservation coming in for Zeta today was, you know, is it the time after the back of the downfall of their performance at the World Finals in 2025? Is it the right time to come in with a mad scientist behind the helm of those drafts today? Clearly, I am wrong. The answer definitely was yes, because their drafts have been wild, but fantastic.
I mean, when I've lost a look at our predictions as well, once more, you can still vote over at eventofbrawlstars.com to lock in your predictions for the grand finals. I believed in WWL today. I'm sure they're going to be back next month to prove us wrong once more. We all didn't believe they would even make it through the quarterfinals. Now, yeah, as I said, they at least made ABC work hard for that win.
So what is your forfeit today, Sonny? Because looking at that, you can't actually win. You are officially our loser for today. How does it feel?
Unfortunate that we didn't really set a punishment for today yet. We didn't introduce that yet.
Convenient, yeah.
I mean, personally, I also feel like I don't want to just always have us all vote the same just so nobody gets punished, honestly.
I think it's got to be entirety of next stream, you're on mute.
I think we need to dare sometime.
To be honest, I would vouch for you being on mute for the start.
Yeah, me too, actually.
And that doesn't surprise me.
Kenny, any opinions?
Trav mutes.
Thumbs down. You're muted as well. Sorry. Well, no more talking time for Trev. Grand finals coming up next. Zeta versus ABC. Now, the safe bet here would also just to be going for Zeta Division. How does ABC win today? What do they need?
I mean, they have got the advantage of having Kenji on this roster. Now, Kenji and Tampo played in the same team back in 2020, 2021, and that, can really make a difference here. Being inside the mind of each other, knowing what they gravitate towards, knowing their strengths, most importantly, understanding their weaknesses. I feel like they've got to really harness that in Chappie as well. There's a lot of connections going on between these two rosters. They are very much two teams that go back a very long way here.
We have a Batman now coming in on Zeta Division, swapping rosters. Last year he was on Reject, now he has been the perfect addition to Zeta. It feels, at least they look just as oppressive as they have been looking like with Levi, who has been doing a phenomenal job last year at the side of Suzuku and Stetampo. Is Batman now even better for them, you feel?
I feel like Batman has sat in really, really nicely for me today on the side of Zeta Division. Really impressed with how he's been able to taken a pretty big responsibility, honestly, because, I haven't said it enough today, clearly, but Zeta Division's performance in World Finals was the worst I feel like we've ever really seen that roster. It was such a shock, the biggest upset for me in 2025. So at the start of the season, if you're the guy that's coming in to fix the problem, you've got to be the guy who comes in to fix the problem. And so far, he's been doing just that.
Our problem was Trev, so we also brought in a guy to fix our problem.
Yes.
We kicked Trev out. We voted him off the desk. Welcome back, Kenny.
Yeah, it's a shame. He got his prediction right, and we still booted him off the island nonetheless, the way things should be.
Yeah, see, I can do whatever I want. If my predictions are wrong, you still want to keep me, right? Right?
Want to or have to? I mean, either way, I'm okay with either way. I'm okay with either way.
You can do this on your own then. Have fun.
I mean, I'm excited. I had Zeta Division winning from the get-go. So as far as the overall picture of this region, I'm still in the running. Predictions have been out the window. But if I get first place, that seems like a pretty solid prize, especially on event.brawlstars.com. That definitely helps having them win 3 matches in a row. They have to do it still, but ABC a worthy cause too. I mean, I think they're definitely the surprise when we're looking at this grand finals, right? Zeta Division were somebody fully anticipated to come out, especially with their season last year. The history of Stetampo hasn't missed out on being that #1 seed in years, and now ABC are trying to redeem themselves and what the names used to mean in this region.
That's actually so true. I also had Zeta Division down on the website, so as long as I get my pins and icons in-game, I'm super happy with the outcome of today. We had many upsets. If every single monthly final this month is looking like this one here in East Asia, we're getting our money's worth, honestly. All of those teams have been playing out of their minds, and in regions where the competition always has been close, we should get even more 3-2s, because even though we had some upsets, most of them were 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, some of the results today, whatever way they work, 3-0, 3-2, regardless, the world champions have fallen. Zeta Division didn't look as strong as we expected to see at the very beginning of the day, but then have really flourished as time has gone on. And some newcomers really making a big statement in their debuts, and that, to me, is all good storytelling.
As mentioned before, Kenji kind of semi-retired last year, then came in as a coach for Rivals at LCQ. Rival didn't make it through the LCQ, but he still felt like Icy is going to be my teammate for next year. This guy just has that something that I want to see in my teammates. Achapi rounds off that roster, and now they made it all the way through to the final. So we talked a lot about Zeta Division, Kenny. The more surprising one of those two teams, I mean, Zeta Division was kind of obvious choice to be in the grand finals, is ABC.
I think so too, and I think what makes them notable is obviously they have a history. Choppy, a two-time champion. He was with Tensai and with Shitampo for one of those as well. It's just so awesome to see that they had kind of a slow period. Not to say that they weren't successful per se, but LCQ is the ceiling. Choppy hasn't been back to the World Finals since being with Tensai, and now an opportunity in 2026 to take the first spot. Kenji, same exact thing, has not been to a World Finals since that separation. I want to see them prove that they are standalone names. They don't have to rely on one of the GOATs of this game. They can do it on their own.
Yeah, for me, Choppy, has just not really come back to his former glory for a long time. Not really the most success with Navi, certainly not in LCQ, and that's kind of tarnished his record. But now a real opportunity ahead of himself. Imagine having that final laugh against former teammates if they can just get this right. Choppy, Icy, Kenji, this is not going to be easy, but they've got the mechanics, there's no doubt about that, and they might just have the drafts.
Choppy and Shitampo, both of them with Brawl Championship titles. Both of them has won twice or once in the World Finals. Yet last year, 2025, didn't really look the best from either, at least in that big international stage. Shitampo, they didn't make it through day one. They dropped out immediately. A huge loss for Zeta Division, and Shitampo, as we've heard in the documentary, they weren't quite happy with that performance. And the Choppy on the other side, he stepped up to be a caster. Arguably the better choice, right, guys? but he didn't even make it into the World Finals, so they both look to redeem themselves.
It's crazy that they both, just 3 months ago had different jobs. One was a caster, one was literally lined up to be a coach, and now all of a sudden Kenji comes from flirting from retirement to now being in the grand finals. And I'd say he'd be a standout player, if not the standout player of the entire bracket so far. His Mortis gameplay has been unreal.
But that, for me, could be a little moment to unwind it for the side of Zeta. I mean, because he has been so prominent with it, it could just be easily banned. And then what? What's the backup? Kenji, on that Kenji, was great in Brawl Ball. I love that from Trav. I'm going to thank him for it later. But, the Mortis is a problem. It is. So, with the help of Meshi on the side of Zeta, they can draft around this. They can develop a strategy to really underpin that particular brawler.
Zeta's still the obvious favorite in this one. As we said, Zeta was meant to be in the grand finals. We thought it would be Crazy Raccoon on their side, and Crazy Raccoon was knocked out by ABC in the quarterfinals. It was a 3-1 for them. ABC looked super strong in that one. Does that automatically qualify them to win against Zeta Division? Or is maybe Crazy Raccoon just not up to their game from Worlds last year?
In a word, no, it doesn't automatically confirm them. For me, obviously, you've got to consider the facts, and the facts were that Zeta Division last year, despite how they ended the year, did have 4 out of 6 monthly final wins. Crazy Raccoon got the first win of the season and then struggled to reclaim that crown. Well, this could be the reverse story this year. They could be struggling at the beginning and then ending strong. Last year, that was very much the opposite. They struggled until the very bitter end and still lifted the trophy. Yo, Tambu.
He heard you.
Come on, get the game out, man. Come on, draft is coming in thick and fast.
Maybe he's got a Valentine's Day message in?
Maybe.
Watch that first.
Oh, that list is going to be long, isn't it?
Finals. I'm calling.
We got some new maps for you here as well. We're in the grand final, so of course we want to bring in some fresh wind here. Open Business is gonna be here to kick things off. Layer Cake, Death Cap Trap, Sneaky Fields, and Out in the Open. I would like to see all 5 of those maps. How likely is that, Kenny?
I think fairly. I mean, obviously ABC deserve the respect. For me, ultimately, though, Zeta Division, one of the favorites coming in here, and in a bracket of turmoil, of chaos, of upsets galore, no excuses. They got to get it right. You have to take advantage. If you are in a spot to win a grand final this early on in the season, especially with Brawl Cup on the line later down the road, go ahead and register a win. CR out of the way. Reject behind them. SKC, a team I expected to maybe not be here necessarily, but at least fight against Zeta Division, all gone. So amidst the chaos, just come out on top. Be a great way to bounce back from a 2025 loss at the World Finals, going from embarrassment to redemption. I think that would be a huge vibes check to start the year.
Redemption would be nice. They are the obvious favorites, but this region so far started out with a lot of upsets. 3 out of 4 quarterfinals were upsets. I would kind of love this story to go full circle, and we're also ending in an upset. ABC, they did win the icebreaker. Nobody expected that from them. Even after that win, people are still saying, oh, they're probably not going to win monthly finals. You know, they're in the grand finals, really, but they're going to lose to Zeta Division. How nice would it be that they go full circle and this region is just all in the sign of upsets?
Absolutely. I mean, again, we saw in the documentary Chasing Glory. Go check it out, by the way, if you haven't already. It's really fantastic on the Brawl Esports YouTube channel on the videos tab. We saw his confidence really exuding in that documentary. Well, now it's time to put that back into the equation.
And now we're kicking things off here with the first map. It's our first grand final of the year, of the season 2026. Let's head straight into it. We are in hot zone, open business, and we want to see some more of those buffy brawlers. That wish is granted. Two of them banned out here with Ems and Mortis from ABC and Zeta Division respectively, and then Spike and Frank already picked up. Now against the Frank, you need some damage, and you already have that with the Spike. You need some more tank counters to make sure he can't even just walk into mid with a healer in the back, because we still have a Pam open, we have Poco open. Both of those options would mean that Frank can just walk in a straight line, and it's something we've seen from Zeta Division today.
Yeah, Frank Byron definitely could be an option here. Mina gonna come in though, and I do quite like that brawler pick. The loot, it's still a bit of a question mark for me. Is it fallen off? Is it still viable? It's, for me, always good, but I feel like the pros have kind of like maybe just let it go a little bit recently.
I'm curious to see what they pair this with. It's just hyper-aggression coming out of them. Mina almost has to be the mid in this situation, I think. A lot of these drafts are revolving around Frank. The fact that Zeta Division go Frank early. ABC are going to grab Lou, who's going to be anti-freeze, going to be trying to take down these warm-hearted tanks with some icy shots. And then Spike, of course, just insane amounts of DPS. Easy super feeder onto somebody like Frank. I would love to see ABC kind of round out this composition here. My only thought is that there is potential for wall break, which actually I think plays to a disadvantage as Zeta Division if Frank supers are running rampant. So I'm curious if ABC double down on that. Instead, they're just going to grab Kenji up in the faces. We know what that guy can do on the Kenji on top of that.
I love what Umesh is cooking on the side of Zeta Division. We kept talking about how they bring in 2 tanks in every single round. We talked about how maybe Poco, Pam, or Byron would have been a nice addition. Never mind. We're just bringing in 3 aggressive brawlers here on the side of Zeta Division. And we do have 2 answers on the side of ABC with the Lou and Spike. But honestly, at this point, Zeta Division might just walk in a straight line and win again.
It's definitely an option, isn't it? It really is. Certainly, I want to see how this Lou fares and whether they can really start to cycle all of these ice rings onto that zone. That's going to deter and delay the onset. So it's going to be down to a Chappie to get some good value off the back of it. But Statampo, look how beefy he really is on that Frank, and with the shielding as well, it's going to go a long, long way.
Windbreaker going down, and that gadget going to be very vital for this roster. Lou and Spike are going to have those projectiles at their side. Super going down, make it a double. They're trying to get down Shatampo's health points as much as possible. Mina now backing away. Kaze has to lurk on this left-hand side, and Kenji going up into the sky. 1v1 interactions galore. Nonetheless, it's still Zeta Division holding on. Another gadget being popped, the kill being traded. Shatampo, the last bastion of defense for this roster. Now the red side taking full advantage here. 30% and climbing. Zeta Division with a great start.
Kenji, low HP, got to be able to evade these shots and keep his team in this mid. Now sweeping to the right-hand side lane, into the hands of Statampo, not going to be ideal, and he will fall down here. Zeta Division approaching 70% now. Time is not on the side here of ABC. Hypercharge spikes him down in the mid. Batman, lovely windmill gadget there, just in the nick of time, but Kenji might be too much to contest with now. Statampo still in this mid, surviving on with the help there of Suzuku. And now Zeta approaching 90%.
So aggressive, but it's working so well. Just from multiple angles, ABC are feeling a huge front of offense, climbing their way up to 100% our Zeta Division. Smooth sailing, to say the least, in game number 1.
Let's see how or if ABC will adapt to this situation. Definitely seemed quite calm on the side of Zeta. All aggression, but it was just, again, very calculated, not sloppy, and just really on point. So ABC will have to break them in other ways. Let's see, Chitapo's still staying on that right-hand side. Still looking into the hands of the Lu. He seems okay with it for now. This mid, Kenji still dancing with Suzuku. He places down the first fan storm of this game. Again, Zeta playing the objective, now at 20%.
Lots of rotations going on. I think ABC recognized that they need to stick that Lu on Frank, but of course with the gadget that Mina holds, they're going to try and rotate Mina onto the Lu. And so far, Zeta Division are winning this musical lanes battle. Super available, and Ice Ring could go down, and that's a great way to keep enemies off the hot zone. Look how it covers the entire little center area and a little bit more. That's free reign for a Chappie, that's free percentage points, and despite his teammates possibly going down, percentage points are being built.
Yeah, and that's just directly converted into objective power. That's what I was saying coming in, that Chappie's gonna have his work cut out. He needs to cycle them in more frequently. You can already see what a difference that has made alone. ABC approaching now towards 50%, but it is now Zeta back on the zone and having something to say for this.
All three members there, and with no wall break, they can just hide behind these walls comfortably, regain health points. I mean, Chitapo is just sitting alone right now, watching his teammates put in work. Here comes a big hammer hit, though, just popping the hypercharge for extra stats. A lot of the times, pro players will be very calculated. Just because they activate hypercharge doesn't mean they're going to use super. I think, especially in this situation, they don't necessarily want to break those walls. I think that was intelligent. Maybe they didn't get the most value out of it, but it's better than wasting a super.
Well, it makes the most sense with a Frank. I mean, that hammer blow repetitively done with the hypercharge in play now with the help of the Buffy. It's just brutal. As is this first set, ABC cannot seem to break through whatsoever. 90% now. It's going to be a whole team wipe and a solid holding for ABC, which is just not going to happen at this rate. 100% Zeta in the first set in a very convincing fashion.
Solid showing to start things out, and from what many consider to be one of the top contenders walking into this month, they're certainly acting like it. Also, mad respect on the player cam. I never understand how Chitapo has that flexibility to be so crouched over and playing Brawl Stars at the same time, to be that talented and that flexible. Athlete, just an athlete.
Lots of yoga as well. You know, I certainly wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not cut out for that at all. My back is as good as my neck these days, and I'll tell you, my neck is not great. So, for Zeta, again, they just look calm. They're chilling, they're happy, they're smiling, as this region tends to do generally, but I would safely say that for ABC, you know, they're going to be a bit more nervous. They haven't been in this spot for quite some time, whereas for Zeta, they were here time and time again last season. This is their bread and butter. And I said coming in, I need to see what this Lu was going to bring. And Chappie didn't really bring much in terms of kills, that's safe to say. Not enough ice rings, and especially against brawlers like a Frank, you know, you should be able to cycle a bit more convincingly, and that just turned in against the objective for them.
Zeta Division strike me as unfazed, and I think this stat line kind of backs it up too. I mean, 7 kills on Batman alone, 7 kills entirely on the other side for ABC. It was not close. A battling and a brutal beatdown coming in that first set. I just need to see ABC step up a little bit more there. Obviously, the expectation wasn't even necessarily for them to make it at this point. Even if they got swept 3-0, it would hurt in the moment, but I think if you asked them before the monthly finals, would you take making it there? Grand finals sounds pretty good to them, I'm sure. Zeta Division certainly meeting my expectations. I don't expect it to be that dominant the whole way through, but if that's a telltale sign of how things are going to go the rest of the day, I think Zeta are poised for greatness.
Yeah, I mean, if it is that easy, then it is that easy. I think that ABC, though, have got so much credentials to their roster that they should be able to come back together and at least give it a bit more back and forth. I think that did come down a little bit more to draft, and we said coming in that Zeta Division having Memeshi now at the helm when it comes to those drafts and brawler picks. It's been making a big difference here today. It really has for me from what I've seen. So can they continuously keep this up? That is the question. Or will ABC just not take this lying down?
I would say Zeta Division in recent couple of years that this roster's kind of essentially been together, at least 2 of the 3 core members, right? They've always been an aggressive team. This is a whole nother level of tripling down on aggro brawlers or tanks. I mean, they didn't have a traditional mid in that. Mina was their mid, which I think is viable. I think it's fine because it's such a great brawler, but I think it just goes to show they're unafraid to just roll with what they're confident in. It's a combination of good brawlers, but also fits their play style. And I think Memeshi is just fully embracing that. I think it's a good thing. You want to play to your team's strengths while also making sure that ABC can't get what they're comfortable with, and I think they're doing a fantastic tandem of both.
Speaking of that very thing, you saw just how many kills Kenji had in that first set. I mean, he couldn't really do more, to be completely honest, so, you know, I hope that he keeps that up. But I also hope that his teammates kind of join him in that regard to bring something to the table here, because Zeta Division are an absolute beast in this region. I've said it before, I'll say it again. They didn't end 2025 nearly as strongly as they looked throughout the main regular season of play in 2025. This was the #1 seed that absolutely battered all their opposition throughout the monthly finals, and looking like they are back on top so far, but there's still plenty of time for upsets, of which we've had many here today.
Zeta Division yet to bleed. I think that's something that ABC need to show, that these guys are good, but they're beatable. After all, we have a double world champion on our side. We have somebody that played alongside Chitampo and was right there at one point in time. The upside is there for ABC. The draft has to be perfect, though. You saw, even with what triple aggro could look like, Zeta Division can still thrive. ABC just have to be strategical. They have to play perfect. That's a high bar to set, but this is the grand finals after all. If you want to win, you have to have a special day.
Absolutely. Layer cake. Next map. Zeta Division taking their Mortis away from ABC, as we know. Kenji would have loved to have got his hands on it. So the question is, how do they play around it? And how do they counter out? Is their answer for it. Certainly on this kind of map, there's definitely still options for me. I wouldn't mind necessarily a Grape, wouldn't be the worst of ideas to consider here. But the bans being the Ali, the Shade, the Rico, the Spike, the Ems, and the Mina as well. Tanky Brawlers, I think there's still a place for something like Frank, honestly. I think that having that and just running down, beelining towards your opposition's spawn side could very much be a good strategy, just to herd them into the corner.
My opening thought is it's Gene who does poke damage, Cord who doesn't do an insane amount of damage and doesn't have range. Cord's a great one-on-one matchup, but I feel like, yeah, Colonel Ruffs or Gus or something as like a little extra range, and you're also beefing up your brawlers either through a shield, which would have been Gus, or through Colonel Ruffs. You have field promotion as a possibility, and the longer you sit next to Colonel Ruffs when he's running that star power, you passively gain overall health points until you die. The only thing scarier than Mortis is a beefed up Mortis, extra HP, and if they really wanted to get frisky, if Mortis gets takedowns, he has a star power possibility where he can gain additional health points as well. This could get terrifying, and now they add Pierce, a borderline #1 brawler in the game, to this equation. This is a great start for Zeta Division.
Yeah, it's a very tasty comp so far, not gonna lie. And ABC just double down on these kind of limited range ideas. Certainly Lily can be very aggressive, but Ruffs does have sandbags, and Pierce as well, if the shells are kind of scattered on the map, can have that defensive maneuvering. I just kind of wonder like how ABC are going to kind of make this comp work. Going to be, I assume, depending a great deal on the healing puffs of Gene and just kind of holding fort together as a unit. But Zeta Division have just got a much more rounded idea. They've got the range, they've got something that over time is only going to enhance their comp. And the Mortis, that's the kind of weak link potentially here. I mean, but since the buffies, it's much easier to make Mortis work.
Zeta Division with a flare of aggression in Mortis, but completely switching up what we saw in game #1. Colonel, Ruffs, and Pierce, certainly more control options, but this one relies entirely on Lily, in my opinion. If she's not popping off, ABC don't stand a chance. So the fact that they grab Blue Star to switch to their side and a couple kills early on is huge for them.
Well, Lily on the right-hand side, found out. Chitampo has to be cautious here. Can't overextend. Batman starting to make a flank on this top left-hand side. Kenji is the key man here with 4 stars and that blue. If Zeta can find him, they'll be able to come back with some serious goods. They have split across the map. And Shappy now separated and very much vulnerable. Gets taken care of. 9 stars, now 11 to ABC. They're on fire right now.
Not a fair trade. I mean, Kenji as the blue star carrier doesn't really have to push the enemies. He can wait on defense, and I think Gene says the same thing. Great gadget choice. Look at that 1-2 punch. They go for a stun of the Cordelia's gadget along with the magic hand to pull in the enemies. This is excellent work. Now a gadget to disappear from Lily. Perfect execution so far from ABC. This is unbelievable considering what we saw just 1 set ago.
Yes, they just don't look in sync with each other whatsoever. Chitampo's so low, they're surprised that that didn't avail to a takedown, but nonetheless, Lily goes in, but look at that. Batman finds the pickup. Now there's only 2 stars in it. Zeta brought this back in a tremendous way, and the stars now really much more towards their favor. They've got time as well on their side. If they can find 2, they've got the blue. It would be enough to make a steal.
Pierce's super will push them back as well, so with 25 seconds on the clock, it's going to be the red roster on the backfield. That's not where they want to be. They're going to feed a hypercharge over to this Mortis. Chitampo with 3 on his noggin has to get in their faces. They have no other choice, and with the countdown going, he's getting a hyper super. Now Gene will try to match. The pull goes through. Oh, but he collects too many brawlers. Suzuki steps back with Blue Star on their side. They're trying to run for the hills. Lily dives in, though. Perfect precision, backing off. Shadow Realm to disengage the Mortis. Beautifully done. ABC, while it was a close call in those final moments, just clutch.
It takes a very, very calm head to look down the barrel of a Mortis with Hypercharge in a meta of buffies when the stars depend upon your survival. That was honestly very well fared by ABC to come out on top, because I did not have many hopes for them in that regard. They started off so strong, so explosive. Zeta took definitely a lot of time before they started to cook here, so I'm looking to see how Zeta will start to make a bit of a different mark on this set.
No kills quite yet. Each side just working for positioning, utility. The more supers they have in their pocket, the easier it is to grab kills. Lily, of course, doing her work early on. Having a Shadow Realm accessibility through super or gadget makes her a deadly damage dealer. Now she's looking for a connection just off. Mortis, of course, without mobility, can just swipe away with a regular attack and get out of it easily.
Yeah, really nice there from Tamu. Nice dodge. Now earns super as well, but muted out. That could have been dangerous. Oh, very close stuff. Zeta now pushing themselves back into the small side with 3 stars and the blue. It's getting quite tense as Icy looking to spot the opportunity on this right-hand side. Great Pierce, slow there into the mid as well. A Chappie forced back, but has got Magic Hand. If that connects, it should have been able to kill with the help of the Lily.
ABC are doing their best to corral Zeta Division, but of course Chitampo can dash across the map. A dive in from Lily, immediate Shadow Realm, about half HP, poke damage coming out of a Choppy. Chitampo, though, smells blood in the water, knows he has a kill lined up, and it's still 0 stars for ABC.
I'm loving how Chitampo is playing this Mortis on defense. Not outstaying his welcome, trying to come in at just the right times, but look at a Chappy. This Magic Hand hits, it could be enough. And with a 3 versus 2, more stars could fall after it. But look at this, separating yet again. A Chappy from the herd. Hypercharge miss from IC. That is devastating. And taps from Batman could seal his demise, and they do. Zeta on 7, 0, nothing to say from ABC.
With Lily gone from the equation, that had to be a win there. Lily needs to take down these squishier brawlers, but that hypercharge is something that might cost them this game, number 1. Now a flank on the right-hand side, another super available, but not enough for redemption. Plenty of stars left for Zeta Division as Chitampo will run to the top right-hand side. They righted the wrongs of the previous game. That was a much better performance out of them.
Again, adaptations. That is going to be the word that I feel like I'm going to be saying a lot in 2026. The ability to adapt on the fly, especially when you look at how convincing that first game really was in favor of ABC, to now be looking in this spot 1 game away from being 2 sets up because of just slowing down the pace, communicating more effectively, not taking chances. Now ABC a little bit on the back foot. Icy repositioning himself from that Lily pick on the left-hand side now. Are Zeta aware of it? That's the question.
I don't think they are. Suzuki's been kind of tiptoeing his way around this to try and not feed a super. He did early on, but I think they're aware. Chitampo's trying to hover around this wall. I think just trying to bait something out, but IC not moving a muscle. Has a super available, so Mortis will take a trade. There's some serious mind games going down.
Yeah, that's feeding this hypercharge as well. Now Chitampo, yeah, exactly. Where are you going to go now, buddy? Has to dash away just in the nick of time, but he will get tapped up a lot by a Chappy, and Kenji trying to make good on this right-hand side to pick up the scraps. Has now the round, forced Suzuku into it, but Dan chooses to come back, regroup, and push together as a squad.
Significantly more neutral in game number 3. We've seen all sides of the coin here in this bounty set. No kills so far, though. Blue Star is the only thing giving Chitampo and his teammates a lead. Red roster still pressing them, though. They're trying to branch out. I think they know if they get caught in their spawn, Pierce, Ruffs don't nearly have the ability as if they were in open space.
Lily Hypercharge could be used in this map specifically to bounce off the wall, to connect with whoever it is that you're looking to isolate from the squad. And if you can do that and make it someone in the realm, then it's 2 versus 2. Here we go. It finds Suzuku. Low gets taken care of. 2 for ABC to the 1 of Zeta. Zeta now going on the aggressive. 20 seconds left on the clock, but not much utility. Chitampo can't really do much. He needs to have something.
Zuku back in action. Colonel Ruff's not a top fragger that you need in moments like this. They're going to have to rely on Chitapo to get up in the faces of ABC. All three members, though, standing tall, rotating to the right-hand side. Zeta Division have to chase them down. One star being the separator, a dive in, Lily underground, and all safe and sound. ABC have tied it up.
That was not an easy game at all for ABC. So much pressure. I can't express enough how hard it is to come back when you're 2 sets down. So keeping things afloat, I would say, under an enormous amount of pressure. You've got to give ABC credit for that, no matter what happens next. But Zeta certainly will be looking back at that and seeing it as a missed opportunity. I feel like going in that final game, they could have done and made a bit more of it. That second game, for me, was really where they shone and just forced the hand more on ABC. I think ABC had just too much map control that game. Like you mentioned, mind games galore with that Cordelia's pick and the Lily as well. And that's kind of, for me, what helped out, just feeding into Icy time and time again. He had hypercharge more often than not.
Invisibility is such a powerful tool in this game. And simply one Shadow Realm gadget out of Lily puts Zeta Division in a perplexing situation. They have to send Mortis out. Oh, where did she go? And at the same time, you could see Lily just not moving a muscle and charging a hypercharge. And that is devastating. You can see it in the kill count too. Lily being good in that set made all the difference.
It was super well played for both of those teams. It looked like Zeta Division was able to turn things around in that game number 2, but this is actually the first time they've lost today. They run through 3-0 every single time they faced against one of their East Asian teams. Their opponents 3-0 in the end. Now this is gonna be the first game they lose of the day. ABC might be able to turn this one around and turn it into their favor. And once again, how nice would it be to have an upset to end the day with?
Absolutely so. I mean, I think for Zeta, I would kind of feel for them if that were the case, because I feel like they could just use a bit of a break, especially because we've been so hard on them, but rightly so because we say it how it is here, right? But for ABC, I think that would be like certainly the more interesting storyline if that were to be the case. I think for Zeta, a redemption story if they were able to go all the way as well. So either way, it's kind of like a win-win for us here on the desk, is kind of why we love to be in the position that we are in. For ABC, I think it says a great deal more in regards to how they're keeping their cool, because Zeta should be doing that more often than not. For ABC, it's been a long while since being in the spot.
I just like how this day is shaping up. We started off with 2 3-0s right out of the gate, and now we had so many 3-1s at least. We're heading into map number 3. It's not going to be our last one either way. It's just 1-1, so everything's still open. We're heading over to Death Cap Trap. I love this map. It's one of the newer ones in the game, but I feel like you can play literally anything on here. Gus, probably the best gem carrier on the map, would actually be left open here. I'm looking forward to also some Rico or Ruffs maybe. They can use the walls in this map pretty well, such as Shade as well. He's going to be having a field day with all of these walls. Zeta Division once again with Mortis. Kenny, that looks a bit dangerous for ABC. I'm surprised he's actually not banned out.
Yeah, Tara going to come in here too. Mortis certainly one that could have made the ban stage. Shade is a first overall pick. Not necessarily surprising. I feel like this is one of the maps he shows up the most actually in our pro scene. No Ims, no Spike. So we're going to have to get a little more creative in terms of the side lane damage dealer type brawlers. And I think that's where Tara comes in. I think she's in a comfortable spot. If you really want Tara, you can grab her. She's not really going to be banned in Gym Grab these days. But a big reason she's going to show up is kind of as a little bit of an anti-tank vision as well, depending on the gadget you're running. But on top of that, the super and especially the hypercharge one can shift an entire match. It's one of those brawlers similar to Lily like we saw in the last one. If you use a hypercharged super, you can still gems disappear. You don't even have to be winning the entire game. You just have to walk away.
Speaking of Lily, it could be on the cards here potentially. It's the kind of perfect map for it to play those mind games and just continue to lurk within those back lines. Especially if you're low, you can't really go back then without kind of just second guessing yourself and having to double check everything along the way. So Shelly though, going to come in for ABC. It is that hard answer to the Mortis. I quite like it.
Apart from the Shade, this draft just puts me back into 2021, 2022 Brawl Stars. We have Sandy and Tara on the map. They've been super strong back then. We haven't seen them in a while. I wonder if Tara's going to show up as often also in other regions, or if it's going to be our East Asia special for this month. Shelly, obviously, back in the meta because of the Buffy. But yeah, Sandy and Tara are 2 brawlers for me that, honestly, I did not see coming into today. At least not as often as they've been picked up in reality. Stu, one of the first showings, if not the first of the day. Obviously also quite a mobile brawler. Zeta Division once again with that double tank or double aggression with the Terra. And Stu, a very good pick here for the champ carrier, Kenny.
Stu not at the top of my list, at least in notoriety for this current meta, but I do think it's a worthwhile shout. I think it's something that Zeta Division over the years are very comfortable with, especially with the mechanical prowess that they show. That's one that I imagine they'll utilize quite well.
Speed Zone, I think, would be my preferred gadget for sure. Just have everyone with more options to maneuver in that mid, especially the Mortis and the Tara. They're a long, long way here. We're going to wall break, going to open up the entire right-hand side, so no Speed Zone. Let's see how that fares for Suzuki. Really, if they can keep that wall there, it would be quite helpful. Now the Shade pushing back forwards with Icy on this left-hand side. And Suzuki now pinched out. Yeah, that's not great.
The more wall break they can get, the easier it is into somebody like Shade. The less advantage he can take. Sure, he can still dash forward at you with that shield, but of course, piercing through walls is really where Shade shines. Ooh, and a massive pull right there. Doesn't really get any kills and gets shut down as well. Kenji popping off on the top-hand side. Looking for another takedown as Batman has to move all the way to the bottom of this map. Zeta Division have lost any leverage they had in the middle.
Yeah, Batman now in a tough spot because he's chosen to shoot and not heal, and obviously trying to evade that radius of the Shade to feed the super, and he was that close away from it too. Great work from Suzuki there, being very astute.
The good news is Mortis isn't carrying a single gem. On the other hand, Shelly can defend herself, but I think ideally you want somebody like Sandy probably carrying those. Now takedown there. Shitampo skating up and down the map. Shade with a hypercharge, but erased instantly. And with 12 seconds to go, not a brawler in sight. Kenji has to pop this hypercharge out of just desperation at this moment. Mortis going to be playing bodyguard, doesn't mind going down, just trying to buy time for the teammates to rotate all the way to the bottom. One big butt blast could have made the difference, but unfortunately just a second too late.
Yeah, 2,500 HP, that's a decent amount. Could have been a lot closer though, just even half a second there, and we may have seen a bit of a different outcome. And with all three members of ABC, that could have been quite disastrous for Zeta, but for the most part, I mean, really quite calculated in that last game. I mean, Shitampo really is the man to cater the map towards the comp here, and that really deflated what Icy could bring to the table.
Shitampo instantly breaking a wall as well, so Shade has to back off. He's either sitting in the middle of the map where Stu can get easy shots, cycle in those supers, and that's something you don't want to see. And right now, Shitampo's just getting his way. Shade hasn't really found his footing on this map yet. I think especially when you draft him early on, Shade is a great brawler, but it's something that can certainly be countered. Something as simple as wall break obviously makes a difference.
Well, vision out for Batman, so a lot of information on which Suzuki can capitalize on. 3 gems drop now with the help of that Tampo takedown of Kenji, but no one is going for them just yet. Icy has escaped into the back lines now, and that means that Tampo just can't come back as easily as that. He's going to find the pinch between himself and Batman. On the top side, there is still action going down, and Chappie falls. And now Kenji, with 3 gems, really aggressive on that right-hand side.
Shade up in the face of Tara. That's a win for Shade. Mortis on the other side, though, doing quite the opposite. It's a back and forth. All the gems spilling off screen, though. Batman barely connecting with that hypercharge. Can't illustrate enough how big of a connection that is. That keeps Zeta Division in this game. If they'd gotten away with the gems, would have been terrible. Instead, it's Suzuki making magic happen. Now 10 gems in the pocket of Zeta Division. Shitampo can afford to play defense with the 6th one being scooped by Suzuki. Hypercharge across the map in a blink of an eye. A Choppy can't close the distance. Tara super doesn't connect. Does not matter. Zeta Division crushing this set. Will take the lead in the match.
You can just see the confidence there exuding towards the end. Couple of pins from Shitampo. The mechanics back it up, and that is the key here. That was a really convincing set. Suzuki with that Mortis, wonderful stuff. Beautiful hypercharge on that return as well, following up with another gadget, the combo spinner, everything laid into that Shelly. Not a thing that ABC could do about it. Now it could be that Zeta Division just go all the way and seal it in the next.
Brilliant bounce back from Zeta Division, especially in a set where it wasn't the best showing for them. Obviously, it was the worst set they had all day. It's the only one they've lost after all. But nonetheless, love that they put that behind them. Did a draft that worked into the enemy composition. I think played to the strengths of them as players. Shitampo on that Stu was certainly one to watch for me. I think the wall break with the Stu was a creative solution into something like the first pick Shade.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. I want to see those stats now, because Mortis has been the most picked up brawler with the best win rate across the board in scrims. I was so surprised to see him not banned out by ABC, yet still they pick up Shade as first pick. And as we see here, I don't really think that Shade first pick was actually warranted.
I felt like they were just kind of drafting what each other were kind of thinking. I mean, Shade is predominantly a very Zeta brawler pick, and it could just simply be that idea of like, well, we know that we're kind of scared to play into it, so let's just kind of take it off the table and then see what happens. But you can't play that way in draft. You've got to have an answer for everything in the strategy, a firm strategy going in. If you're playing catch-up, it's only ever going to go one way.
Not only the Mortis played out super well here for Zeta Division, also Stu, that we didn't really see coming, had the most DPS actually. It's not something that we usually see on a Stu because his reload speed is quite slow. We usually say, oh, he's not that good into tanks, he doesn't do that much damage, but despite him being the gem carry, he did a lot. He pulled a lot of weight in this Kenny.
Yeah, I think in terms of matchups, this was a much better thing instead of something like a Frank where it's a super feeder, but to your point, even if Stu uses a full magazine, what is he doing, a third of Frank's HP? So I think this was a spot where he could shine. The other side didn't have too many high health pool brawlers, so if you're going to pull out a Stu, which we rarely see in this current meta, I think that was an excellent time to pull that decision off.
I want to see some more of those surprising brawler. We're basically through the day. We're on the last match of the day in the grand finals, and yet still we're seeing some brawlers that we have not seen just yet. We're heading over to our potentially last map now. It's Sneaky Fields, and if Zeta Division takes this one, sadly the day is over. It's fortunately not the last of this monthly final, of the February monthly finals overall, but the loss of East Asia. And Sneaky Fields used to be very Rico heavy, Rosa. Which of those brawlers do we still see today, Ark?
I would say that actually, to be honest, well, certainly not the Rico because it's banned, but for me, it's all about the tanks on this map, really. I mean, that's kind of where things lie. Poco's open here. That combination is just going to be devastating to shut down. Mortis still open. ABC will snap it up. Mina here as well. I think that windmill gadget is just so suppressive, but also that ability to maneuver around. It's going to do a lot here.
I'm going to call it out early in case either of these sides elect to do it, but Bull is a brawler that's shown up quite a bit on this map in particular. I think having a shotgun brawler with great mobility is a good answer into either Frank or Mortis. I could see them trying to remove that from the equation, but there's also anti-tank brawlers you have to be aware of. Obviously, Spike and Im's gone. Otis, one of those popular ones. Shelly banned as well, so I think tanks are going to have a green light here for the most part.
Otis, Cornelius, and Charlie are those brawlers that we've seen quite often today as the tank counters. I could see it on both of those sides. Charlie also especially good into the Mortis. Makes a lot of sense to me now that ABC pick up the Mortis after deciding to go with Shade instead in the previous map. Shade itself, though, would also still be a very good pick here. In Zeta Division, so far, again, they have picked up a lot of double tanks or double assassins in their comp, so I kind of do expect them to go with another one here.
I wouldn't mind the Willow, honestly. I mean, it's certainly a great answer to tanks and, can just whittle down, keep that visibility most importantly on the map like this. With so much push, that poison will really give a helping hand of information and the mind control to defend. That's kind of where mine's at here, but Cornelius is a great response to be able to eradicate the Mortis and just really cause an issue with that. And again, more information gathered. That radius that Cornelius has, you can relay that onto your teammates to get some idea as to where someone could be lying in wait.
I think Pierce is going to be a solid mid option for them as well. Grabbing one of the best brawlers in the game as your final selection, not a bad beat. Obviously going to be able to outrange Poco. The question is, are ABC going to be able to equip themselves with a brawler that boosts even more health points? Because where Poco shines is he can distribute that bubble with the hypercharge, he can heal you. So if you've got enough health points to go around and not enough damage output on the other side to match, you can really just run away with it.
No double tank on the side of Zeta Division. We have a bit of everything now with the Pierce coming in mid and then Cordelius to deal with Mortis. Really like that come from Zeta. Now question is this going to be the last map of today of the February monthly finals, or can ABC prolong this match a bit longer with a Nita last pick?
It's not the craziest of things, it's not the flashiest for sure, but I mean, Pierce, especially against Bruce with shielding, it does take a lot of time to whittle down. I think the question really for me is, can ABC really cycle these Bruce Bears enough to warrant the pick? The Poco as well, it will allow Nita to be a bit more aggressive to go on the offensive to be able to earn that utility. I just kind of feel like Zeta are playing what is present at the moment. The Buffy's Brawlers, the Franks, the Pierces, it just for me says potentially a winning comp.
Been a long offseason for Zeta Division. Last time we saw them in 2025, it was a season of embarrassment. Now in a grand finals back on their home turf, they need to step up and take advantage. This is a great start in set 3. Look at the chemistry going down. A super pass forward, the assist, and a knockdown into the net. Early lead for Zeta Division.
That is a fantastic way to kick things off. Tampo, not going to really super into much there. Trying to find Kenji, but such a tough ask here. As he's just being danced around. Batman's low. As Tampo, everyone on Zeta's side knows that it's best to pocket the ball and fight for another day.
In terms of wall control too, it's Zeta Division that control it. So that 4-pronged wall on that bottom left-hand side is a perfect way to castle that ball. It's going to be very difficult for ABC to grab this. Zeta Division can just rotate in brawlers. They're really going to be the ones determining when that comes out. Kenji, though, doing his best to make a play. Oh, a complete whiff with that super, though. That's probably the first time we've seen a bad Mortis play out of the man today.
I love the way that Zeta have just shaped the map and blown things wide open, because now Pierce can get so much more value. Those little shells that you're picking up are not going to be able to really find brawlers in the bush. That ult connect is not really going to be there and present, so the more of the map that Zeta can break, the better the Batman's chances of being able to survive are going to be.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, Zeta Division, it's just a fire sale of frags, getting all the kills they want, having their way. The ball not even moved an inch. They're just worried about map control at this point. They're already up 1-0. This is a very defensive stance. They have to be careful. This is where the defense counts. They have a hypercharged super available for Cordelius. That ball, though, has not moved in about a minute. The only way they're going to grab it is if they find some frags. Suzuki dragging one down. That is not the start that ABC need. 2v2 situation. Hypercharge going down. Bats being cycled. Now a 2v1. Batman all alone. Kenji can dash forward in a choppy. Can walk this one in. Great response out of ABC. They were patient. They were calm. And they finally matched.
Yeah, Kenji did fantastically well there. He really took the right moment to shine. Can Zeta respond now? It's going to be tough to make this need to work in an overtime position, which effectively we're kind of already in with the way the map is situated. Batman has got to keep on tapping. Tampo's still healing, but with the ball, he's really victimized by the Mortis. Now the hypercharge for Chappie at a key moment. Kenji low. Batman gets a very important pickup there. And IC can't really do much now to just continue to tap, trying to get a boost for overtime.
The fourth brawler on the map is giving Batman fits right now. He has to run the way. They have to leave the ball as a result. Chitampo is either going to be dribbling this ball or doing his best to keep up with the distance. He's just so outranged.
Tampo pops the hypercharge, goes down, so a bit of a waste there, but Batman with super shots finds the pockets. That is crucial. It puts Zeta in a match point position.
One away. Been a long wait. Zeta Division, a catastrophe at the World Finals. Now looking to prove they're worth it. Batman trying to prove his worth to one of the biggest organizations in all of Brawl Star, one with a lot of history. Chitampo left behind in the GOAT conversation to old adversary Tensai. He left the team just a year ago, and now he's trying to prove he can get back on top. Chitampo sliding one in, and once again, Zeta take an early lead.
A speed run, a goal in the first 10 seconds. That's crazy. Zeta are absolutely cooking now. ABC have got to find a response. Kenji doing his very best, cycling, beautifully done. And maybe a moment here, a chance. As IC fumbles the ball a little bit, there should be enough time for an easy walk-in. And a good response in 20 seconds of that previous goal.
Great job on ABC to be unwavering, to still continue with the plan. Zeta Division still have their work cut out for them. Kenji now going right at Batman's face. They get a push away with a gadget, and now that's going to drag him down to the Shadow Realm. Kenji can't do a thing, just has to retreat for now. 580 HP, but Suzuku still on the prowl. ABC, all the red members standing tall, and Kenji trying to put himself in a spot where he can get an assist. Instead, it's going to be ABC, just maintaining positioning. They're not pushing it. As long as they have ball control, they have an advantage.
Tampa there having that hypercharge was really such an important moment, and just really utilizing that wall. Now going on the aggressive. That was a very important hit for Chappie, just keeps him alive as the Korean super shot available for Tampo, and it's there! Zeta Division ended 2025 in doom and gloom, but it's a new year, new Zeta, and they are your champions for February.
Unbelievable performance out of Zeta Division. An embarrassment on the world stage. Expectations changes reality. It's just part of it. But they return home hungry, bloodthirsty, certainly on a warpath to start things out. And the poor suckers of ABC just happen to be the victims standing in their way.
Unbelievable. I mean, when you look at the questions we had coming in, was Batman going to be the person to solve Zeta's problems? Well, Crazy Raccoon's still going to be on top. So many storylines today, but for Zeta, I think this was the most important day to get it right.
I just said, Ark, it's a new Zeta division, but still the same old story. They're winning a monthly final. We had so many upsets today, but in the end, Zeta division makes sure that they still prove that history can repeat itself. And we can at least be right with one of our predictions today, just on a side note. But yeah, super, super well played by both of those teams. ABC did have some great games and even took a set off the hands of Zeta division, the only one today, by the way. But yeah, Zeta division in the end takes it. Is it deserved?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think without a doubt. I think they walked in here and did exactly what teams would hope they would do, especially off of, you know, what's probably some bitter emotions and a long wait in this offseason. That's several months of Shitampo just stirring, waiting to prove himself again. And I'm already scared of Shitampo if I'm any player in this universe, but an angry Shitampo, a motivated Shitampo, that is somebody I don't want to face down.
He's a very confident player, and I think we saw that today as well. They seemed also to be very relaxed all day long. We saw them smiling, playing around, like, oh, good job. It looked like they're having a lot of fun, and I think that's key because after all, Brawl Stars is a game, right?
I mean, it would be not a game to not have fun, wouldn't it? That's the thing. But for East Asia, that's what makes them so dangerous specifically. Because there's nothing worse than being from another region in the world stage, looking at your opposition, when you are one game away from taking it and having them be smiling back at you, just like, you don't know what's coming. That's what we see in East Asia all the time. They smile when they are behind, and that's when they're most dangerous.
And Kenny, we did discuss coming into today how Batman is now coming onto that roster. He fits right in, it seems. The communication is great. They had some good pinches, so I feel like we really see the team play there. Is this Zeta division better than the one in 2025 with Levy?
That's quick.
I'm not ready to pull the trigger on that by any means, to be honest with you. Look, it's 1 month at a time. Obviously, Batman is not a problem because the solution they got today was a grand finals win, first one of the year. I think he obviously did great, but Zeta Division won a lot of monthly finals last year, and I know Worlds didn't go their way, but I still felt confident that they were going to be able to get a W here today. I still felt like coming into the season, they were going to be the preseason #1. Weird stuff happens in the regular season. For whatever reason, teams like CR struggle. I think there's a few rosters here that are definitely disappointed by the day, but one thing to take away from this is Zeta Division consistent like last year, but there are plenty of new blood in this region. That's exciting.
I would love to run some simulations sometimes in Brawl where we have SK from 2021 face off against Crazy Raccoon from 25, or even, Zeta Division 25 versus Zeta Division 26. We will see how this team develops, but so far it seems like Batman fits right in, and Levy on the other side on Reject. I felt like they had some great showings, but they obviously did not make it out of the quarterfinals. We'll see how that's going to go for them later on.
Yeah, certainly for Reject, definitely a tough day for sure, and players that we thoroughly expected to make it at the very least into the semi-finals. So certainly a lot to be working on, and to come back next month, more pressure on their shoulders to really show us what they're made of. But again, for me, this has been a fantastic start to the season. A real idea as to what we can expect, and that seems to be the unexpected, because Brawlers drafts is kind of all blown wide open, and teams that we thoroughly expected to see, at least in those semis, not making it out of the quarters, that's a scary prospect.
We've seen many upsets today. That's certainly been surprising, but what has been the most shocking to you, Kenny, today?
I guess in terms of shocking, I would frame it as the biggest disappointment to me has to be between CR and Reject. If you're Reject, they were so comfortably in a 2-0 lead. You get a trade in Levi, and then to drop the ball there, I mean, that certainly puts a damper on things. The biggest winner, obviously Zeta Division, because they won, but even more importantly to me, Zeta Division won on a month where Reject, Crazy Raccoon, and SKC all lost in the first round. Not only do they have a lead, they have a sizable distance to now cover in a couple months leading to Brawl Cup. This is the dream start for Zeta.
That is actually so true. In terms of points, Zeta Division is going to have a huge lead now. We're going to see that in the leaderboard as well, as this just reflects pretty much today. Of course, it's going to shape up a bit more in the coming months. This is pretty much just, February monthly finals, right? Zeta Division at the top there. They've showed us a lot of very aggressive comms. Memeshi now as their coach. We've also seen 3 Buffy brawlers being the most picked today across the board. It was Frank, Mortis, and Spike. Kenny loves that. Sorry.
I'm unsurprised. I mean, I think if we came into the day, I think all of us would have safely said, you know, aside from the band stage where brawlers like Ems get in the equation, I guarantee you, I wouldn't be surprised if even if you included bans in plays, that Spike, probably Frank, and then maybe Ems or Mina are those top brawlers, and 3 or 4 of those that I just said are Buffy brawlers. We saw a ton of Mortis. I mean, Buffy's clearly here to stay in our current meta.
I really wonder, Ark, though, if we're going to see the same exact picture tomorrow, or if that was Zeta Division also just picking up a lot of Frank and Mortis, and obviously we've seen the most of Zeta Division today.
Yeah, looking ahead to EMEA, I felt like we didn't see enough Poco for me. I think that's a brawler we're going to see a lot more of coming in tomorrow because they are really banning it a lot. That could be a reason not to see it, in fact, actually. But there's going to be a little few nuances along the way, which are going to be similar. In EMEA, I think we're going to see as well some different flavors coming in, but for the most part, these 2 regions are relatively similar in terms of meta.
So yes, don't be sad. Yes, East Asia monthly final is over, but we still have a lot more Brawl Stars for you tomorrow. You just saw it on your screens. We're heading to EMEA. And yes, I hope we get to see some more brawlers than just those 3 Buffy brawlers. We did see some little spices with the Stu, with the Rico. But yeah, I'm super excited for tomorrow. I hope you are too, and I hope you tune in again. Make sure to do so. Also, lock in your predictions on event.brawlstars.com.